Good day, good day, good day. Hello. What up, chat? People. Oh, okay. Oh, we have all the reviews of the Mockler Hasan debate already in. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Good. Already got Hasan Glazers in chat. Wait, do we? What are we talking about? Why would they do, or would they come here so soon? Let me see. It was worthless. Okay. I mean, I don't know why you guys would. You realize that the more professional people are, and when I say professional, I mean they they clearly care about views, right? Like you have to care about views to get views, at least a little bit. And obviously, Mockler and Hasan both do really well of that. But the more professional people get, like that, the more incentive they have to not cause trouble in a conversation like that. That's just how that goes. I don't care, give goal. What, are you ready to reward me so early in the day? I haven't done anything. I haven't said any slurs. I haven't imparted any knowledge or wisdom. But if you want to, I mean, I hope that's why you're saying that. Otherwise, I'm going to get fucking furious. Okay. Dude. There's been a new update of the Hamas, Gaza Health Ministry numbers. I might look at those later. There's already been some takeaways from it, so let's see. What's going on here? Is this video only on? No, it's on YouTube. Okay. Huh.
President Pena of Paraguay is here. President, thank you very much. Young, handsome guy. It's always nice to be young and handsome. Doesn't mean we have to like you. I don't like young, handsome men. Women, I like. Men, no, I don't have any interest. Good. That's right. That's right. Thank you very much. You're doing a great job, too. President.
Okay. Wow. Just one for the bros. Okay, based. Whoa. The fuck, man. What? Unbelievable. I don't know. There's this thing, isn't there? Like that. It's like a bit. Like you're fucking schoolboys and shit. Like, oh yeah, I love my friend. I love my friend Paul. Yeah, he's great. Yeah, but not gay. Not gay. Not gay. Not gay. I hate guys. I love women. Okay. Yeah. I'm sure you do, especially if they're what, young, apparently. Okay. Sure, buddy. Sure, son. Man, imagine if Joe Biden said that. Oh my fucking God. You would be seeing sniff compilations with that phrase peppered over it with a fucking dark, ominous reverb dangling over it, engulfing you into fucking mortal terror of this pedophile president. But this one, nothing. I'll have forgotten about it in a week, and so will the entire liberal left media. Let's go. What is this? Supreme Court of the United States. The ruling is 170 pages. Okay. Walk in the park. This is about tariffs, isn't it? The Supreme Court has finally ruled that tariffs are actually not really within the president's purview, at least not to that degree, unless there's an emergency. So, is that writing big enough for you guys? The question presented is whether the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, IEEPA, authorizes the president to impose tariffs. Shortly after taking office, President Trump sought to address two foreign threats: the influx of illegal drugs from Canada, Mexico, and China. Presidential Proclamation number 10,886. Okay, 10,886. 95. Okay, this is it's executive orders. Okay. Large and persistent trade deficits. The president determined that the drug influx had created a public health crisis, and that the trade deficits had led to the hollowing out of the American manufacturing base and undermined critical supply chains. The president declared a national emergency as to both threats, deeming them unusual and extraordinary, and invoked his authority under IEEPA to respond. Imposed tariffs to deal with each threat. As to the drug trafficking tariffs, okay, so I'm guessing somewhere down here, usually at the top, it would be like a executive summary kind of thing, right? Still? Wait, why is that here? Okay, let's see. Let's just go through the first 2 pages, I think. He imposed tariffs to deal with each threat. As to the drug trafficking tariffs, he imposed a 25% duty on most Canadian and Mexican imports and a 10% duty on most Chinese imports. As to the trade deficit, reciprocal tariffs, the president imposed a duty on all imports from all trading partners of at least 10%, with dozens of nations facing higher rates. Since imposing each set of tariffs, that's a very generous way of summarizing it, because some of them were obviously like as high as 60 or 70. Okay. Or no, he would do half of whatever the apparent tariff was. So the highest ones I think were like 40, 45. Okay. Petitioners in Learning Resources and respondents in VOS selections filed suit, alleging that IEEPA does not authorize the reciprocal or drug trafficking tariffs. The Learning Resources plaintiffs, 2 small businesses, sued in the United States District Court for the District of Columbia. That court denied the government's motion to transfer the case to the United States Court of International Trade and granted the plaintiff's motion for a preliminary injunction, concluding that IEEPA did not grant the president the power to impose tariffs. The VOS selections plaintiffs, 5 small businesses in 12 states, sued in the CIT. That court granted summary judgment for the plaintiffs, and the Federal Circuit, sitting en banc, nice, affirmed in relevant part, concluding that IEEPA's grant of authority to regulate importation did not authorize the challenged tariffs, which are unbounded in scope, amount, and duration. The government filed a petition. Okay, and then the court granted the petitions and consolidated the cases. Held. This is the Supreme Court they're talking about, right? Does not authorize the IEEPA does not authorize the president to impose tariffs. The judgment in number 241287 is vacated and the case is remanded with instructions to dismiss for lack of jurisdiction. The judgment in number 25250 is affirmed. Yeah, this is Chief Justice delivered the opinion of the court with respect to parts 1 and 2. Yeah, I mean, this is very. I remember on day 1 of the presidency reading about presidential powers. I think you can probably find a stream of it. And I looked up what you actually need to impose tariffs from the executive branch. And it's like there needs to be a national emergency of sorts. Obviously, there's a particular definition of that. And there also needs to be a limit. Like they can only impose so many tariffs even in a national emergency. I think it was like, I can't remember what the percentage rate though. It was like 5 to 10%, I think. Maybe. I think it was something like that. It was really low. So yeah, I thought that was obvious. This is really funny. The Federalist number 48, page 310, J. Madison. The framers did not vest any part of the taxing power in the executive branch. Imagine Republicans reading this. Well, first of all, they can't read, but taxing power. What's that got to do with tariffs? Because they don't know that tariffs are just a tax. They're actually just like a value-added tax. They're like VAT. It's like a sales tax on Americans who import goods. Fucking crazy, bro. Mad. The government thus concedes that the president enjoys no inherent authority to impose tariffs during peacetime. It instead relies exclusively on IEEPA to defend the challenged tariffs. It reads the words regulate and importation to effect the sweeping delegation of Congress's power to set tariff policy, authorizing the president to impose tariffs of unlimited amount and duration on any product from any country. Wow. How did C-SPAN summarize this? Supreme Court rules Trump administration cannot impose tariffs. That's not what it says at all, actually. It says he can use IEEPA, the specific way he's using it. But there are many other avenues. You should know this. Yeah, but the other avenues are not fucking avenues that Trump has used. Okay. He has gone well beyond the amount that would even be allowed by the avenues that give the executive the right to do that without Congress. Crazy. Okay. Tariffs aren't allowed. Huge news. Fat. Let's see this. What's the CNN commentary?
This is one of the most significant cases that the justices have decided in recent years here.
Dude, look at my fucking stream title and then look at this title. Fucking birds of a feather, eh? Quacking like a pair of peas in a duck. Why a US-Iran war suddenly looks inevitable. Looks inevitable. Maybe... I feel like the word inevitable should really go with like it is or it isn't, but okay.
Here, the Supreme Court ruling that
every couple of days has just been this constant cycle of different ways of saying it's maybe it's very likely. It's very likely. Just say that. Maybe inevitable, almost inevitable, looks inevitable, somewhat very definitely ostensibly inevitable, high likely inevitable. Fuck.
President Trump's use of these emergency tariffs that he has implemented are illegal. It's the most significant economic case to reach the high court in years, sweeping implications for the economy and, of course, for presidential power. And at stake here are billions of dollars in revenue that have already been collected by the government. Pamela Wolf, the other significance here is that this is the first time that the 6-3 conservative court has ruled against President Trump in one of these major cases that have gone before the court since he returned to power in January. Now, we are still going through this case, but this is something we have been waiting for. The court said that it would take up this case on an expedited basis. So they're deciding, even though it's a significant case now, because of course this has enormous implications. So as we go through this opinion now with our team, another outstanding question is what now happens to all that revenue that had been collected? This is something that it really wasn't clear from the arguments what they would say about that, if they're going to lay out a plan. So we will continue to go through this, but this is an enormous decision and a rare loss for President Trump before this conservative court.
This is, Paula, a major slap at the President of the United States, who has made a major effort over these many, many months to impose all of these tariffs. And just to look at some of the background I have here, over these many months, the administration has collected $150 billion in these tariffs. So what happens to that money? Do they have to refund that money to the firms, to the people who paid for those tariffs?
That's one of the big questions that came up at arguments, and it's something that
that's very unlikely, isn't it? That what the federal government's going to have to pay. It'll be a tax rebate, right? But that would mean you'd have to calculate how much each company. Well, I guess that wouldn't be too hard, wouldn't it? Because any business that had to pay. How would it work though? Like how. If a company imports goods, is the tariff actually shown on the receipt separate from any other taxes? Or I think in America it is, isn't it? Because don't in America they show you like the charge plus the taxes? They don't do that here all the time. Sometimes, well, VAT you can just say, well, it's plus 20%, but well, yeah, I guess anyone would. I guess any company that had to pay the tariffs would just. What they would just get a rebate. They would just apply for a rebate and show their books.
Looking through now in this opinion, the top line is that these are illegal, that the president cannot rely on this 1977 emergency law to impose tariffs without authorization from Congress. Because
I mean, if it. Yeah, how does that work? If a government imposes an illegal tax, then that kind of is just like they've stolen from you? Like taxation is theft? Oh no. Oh shit. Where's Dave Smith? Get Dave Smith on it.
This question is really about the extent of presidential power. And we know in both his terms in office, President Trump has really worked at the edges of what has largely been recognized as executive authority. But in these arguments back in November, they went on for 2.5 hours. It was clear that the justices were skeptical that President Trump could rely on this vague federal law to impose global tariffs. Now, they did appear to likely be willing to decide that these were illegal, but what is not clear, and we haven't gotten to this part of the opinion, is what happens to all that revenue that has been collected by the government. And President Trump has said himself that this is, this is a massive decision for him. So we're waiting for reaction, both from the Justice Department that argued this on his behalf and also from the White House. But we're going to keep going through this, Wolf, to try to see if the justices laid out any plan for what happens to that revenue.
All right, Paula, stand by. I know you're going to be reading all these the opinions and everything. I want to get back to you, but I want to bring in our senior legal analyst, Ellie Honig, right now. Ellie, as I said, this is a huge setback.
Senior analyst. Oh, the Dow is still below 50,000. My God. Do you think the Dow hit 50,000 and then Pat Mondi's memes got it to come down again? Oh, shit.
For the President of the United States. And this has been a traditionally conservative Supreme Court, but they ruled that all of these tariffs that Trump has imposed over these many months are illegal. It's a big deal.
Well, Wolf, it's a monumental ruling, and the bottom line is that the tariffs Donald Trump announced back in April on Liberation Day are gone. They have been ruled illegal by this U.S. Supreme Court. An interesting array of justices here. In the majority, ruling that the tariffs are illegal is Chief Justice Roberts, Justice Gorsuch, and Justice Amy Coney Barrett, three conservatives who teamed up with the three liberal justices, Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson, to rule these tariffs unconstitutional. The dissenters are Justices Thomas, Alito, and Kavanaugh. And the basis for the ruling is this: Congress, not the president, Congress typically holds the tariff power. Now,
I have a legal theory. Remember January 6th, Eastman, legal theory? We've spoken about that before. We read the whole thing. Legal theory. The tariffs are unconstitutional. So if you're a business, you need that money back. You need to get that money back. So I'm just saying, and I'm not condoning or promoting or anything like that, inciting, not doing that peacefully, patriotically. But if it were the case that all these tariff-burdened businesses decided to turn up at the Capitol to ask for their money back peacefully and patriotically, wouldn't that be a sound legal theory? If we go by the John Eastman thing, only it would be more sound because the tariffs actually were illegal, whereas the Electoral Count Act definitely wasn't. So, just saying.
Congress passed this law back in 1977 called the International Economic Emergencies Act. And Donald Trump tried to use that law to say, well, I'm declaring an international economic emergency, therefore I'm imposing tariffs. But the majority here said, no, that law does not authorize you to impose tariffs. And no, there is not a valid international economic emergency here. So the end result, and we are still going through this, but the end result is that Donald Trump's tariffs have been struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court. But really important point I want to make, Donald Trump has said, various White House officials have said, if he loses on this basis, he will try to re-implement other tariffs through other laws, which he can try to do. However, those other laws are much more restrictive. They would not allow him to apply the type of sweeping, massive, across the globe tariffs that he tried to impose here, but have now been struck down. Look, Donald Trump said these tariffs are the single most important thing he has done in his presidency. He said that, and now they've been struck down by the court.
So I guess they're important in that regard, aren't they? They're important in the sense that they're important in the sense that, like, the Holocaust was important, wasn't it? Like, it's a big part of history and governance.
Right, the administration.
Jane, thanks for the $10.
This is legal and financial advice. If you don't get your money back, go east.
Stand back and stand by. No violence, peacefully and patriotically. Thanks for the $10.
Has made clear that if the court strikes this down, that they'll look at other tariff authorities to use. But bottom line here, Ellie, how big of a mess does this ruling create, given the fact that the administration says it has already received $150 billion in revenue, largely paid for by American businesses? Do they get a refund? What happens now?
Yeah, so it's hard to think of a case that has broader implications politically and legally and economically than this one. I know a lot of people are watching for this one. We don't yet have the answer. This was a question as that came up during the oral argument. Amy Coney Barrett in particular asked the lawyers, well, what do we do with the $100+ billion that have already been paid by American importers, by American manufacturers? We're going to look carefully at this. I know Paul is reading this very carefully, but that's a huge question. Will there be some sort of mass refund program? Will the court rule that the tariffs are dead from here on out, but there are no repayments? We will let you know as soon as we get an answer to that one.
All right, as you noted, Paula has been reading through the opinion. I want to go back to Paula Reed because we know that 3 conservatives sided with the liberals on the court, and you have a quote from one of those conservatives, right, Paula?
That's right. Well, this is Chief Justice John Roberts, who wrote the majority opinion where the court agreed 6-3 that President Trump's tariffs exceed his power under the law. He wrote, quote, "The president asserts the extraordinary power to unilaterally impose tariffs of unlimited amount, duration, and scope. In light of the breadth, history, and constitutional context of that asserted authority, he must identify clear congressional authorization to exercise it." And we knew that the Chief Justice would be a key vote after what we saw at arguments. Now, we are still going through this. I want to show you, this is about a third of the opinion. It's 170 pages long. This is just a fraction of it.
Wow.
So we're going through it very carefully.
Wait, how thick is that paper? For 170 pages. What the fuck?
To try to understand what, if anything, the court said about what happens to all that revenue the government has already collected. I know that's a big question right now. We are carefully going through this to see if they laid out a plan, if this goes back to the lower courts. That's what we're working to figure out right now.
And a quick question from me, Paula. Do the tariffs immediately go away as of right now, or does it take a few days or at least maybe a few weeks for them to be removed?
2 weeks.
Well,
it depends on what Trump does, doesn't it? Trump can ignore it. Remember, Federalist Paper something. The Supreme Court has neither purse nor sword. They can't really impose their will. They only really they only really have power insofar as the other branches believe that they do or agree that they do.
Declared by the Supreme Court to be illegal. So we're going through to see if they laid out some sort of plan. But as of right now, people should not have to pay a tariff today or tomorrow, one would think. But we're looking to see, because the logistics of this are so complicated, to see if the justices waded into that, or if all of that is going to be something that's now going to be tossed down to lower courts now that the justices have ruled on the larger constitutional question here, the separation sort of powers and who has the authority to do this, right? Because while this has enormous economic implications, really this was a question about the extent of executive power. We know President Trump really plays at the edges of that. And again, this is a rare loss for President Trump since he has returned to office before this conservative court. So we're going to keep waiting through what they said to work out the details.
Beautiful. Okay. Why a US-Iran war suddenly looks possibly, definitely, maybe inevitable. Okay. I don't know if I'll do that after or before the Hasan Mockler stuff. I'll probably just do the Hasan Mockler stuff now. No, wait. We'll let people come in. For some reason,
only a couple of days ago.
For some reason, people just aren't very timely with coming to the stream. I don't know why. What's here? I'm trying not to... I'm seeing stuff on Twitter that's giving me an unavoidable impression of what happened in this conversation, but I think we'll have to wait, potentially. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah, fuck. I shouldn't. No, it's okay. I'm not gonna. We're not poisoning any wells, okay? We're just gonna watch. We're just gonna pay strict attention.
It looked like Iran and the US might finally be headed towards some sort of deal. On Tuesday, Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff and son-in-law Jared Kushner held a round of much-anticipated talks with their Iranian counterparts in Geneva. Afterwards, both sides suggested...
I understand you guys are making comments and giving opinions on this whole thing, but dude, sorry. The majority opinion is only 21 pages. Well, damn, if I were American, I'd read it all to you guys, but sorry, not my job.
The meeting had gone relatively well. Iran's foreign minister said that they'd agreed upon, quote, a set of guiding principles, while US officials admitted that...
Dude, there's going to be a war. A set of guiding principles. Dude, Trump wants in 2 weeks a better deal than what Obama took 2.5 years to get. Dude, we've got guiding principles. You know what that means? You know how you translate that? There's going to be a fucking war. I don't know. I mean, again, I'm saying it's more likely than not. That's still where I am. There is a world where people don't seem to understand. Just to appreciate how different this is. First of all, Trump has already moved more military things into the Middle East, into that region, than America has ever done since the Iraq War. This is the biggest military deployment in the Middle East since the Iraq War. There's no ground invasion capabilities really, or definitely not enough for one, but there is a lot for a fairly long campaign, like more than a few weeks. The problem is that accompanying that is also, as well as being the biggest military deployment since the Iraq War, it is also the biggest lack of explanation for why there should be a war. Trump isn't really giving an answer to that question. He hasn't. Normally when a president is trying to gear up for striking a country, they're going to drum up the reasons, right? They're going to talk about Afghanistan, 9/11, or Iraq, and WMDs, and chemical weapons, and shit like that, which Bush spent plenty of time talking about. This time, they haven't really said shit. Trump is flip-flopping between nuclear enrichment and uranium enrichment, and the protests, but he's actually not really... Sometimes he'll go a few days without talking about one of them and then talking about the other and then flip it over and do the other one. He's already seeming to be fine with Iran's red line and their ballistics program. As in, Iran might just draw a red line on limiting their ballistics program and they could still get a deal. But it is odd. It's very odd that there is just that total lack of explanation. It's very... That is also unprecedented, so... It means we're in very anxiety-inducing territory.
Some progress had been made, and the two parties apparently agreed to another round of talks in the near future. However, in the past 48 hours or so, the mood music has soured dramatically. The US has accelerated its military build-up in the region, and on Wednesday, Axios published a report citing a number of sources inside the White House, which claimed that Trump was leaning towards, quote, a massive weeks-long campaign that would look more like a full-fledged war than last month's pinpoint operation in Venezuela. In that report, a White House source is also quoted saying, the boss is getting fed up. I think there's a 90% chance we see kinetic action in the next few weeks. So in this video, we're going to explain why a US-Iran war suddenly looks really quite likely, and try our best to figure out how it might go down. If you've read George Orwell's 1984, you might remember the book's three powerful superstates, covering today's US, Russia, and China. In the latest issue of our magazine, we're considering how these Orwellian spheres of influence are taking shape, and whether we're entering a new age of empires. That's just one of the 72 pages in the magazine, because as always, there's more to too long than you'd expect. Purchase your copy by clicking the link in the description. As we see it, there are two big reasons, well, apart from the fact that a whole load of well-informed reporters are talking about it, to think that further US strikes on Iran are now pretty inevitable. The first reason is the massive military buildup that we've seen over the past couple of days. Since Tuesday, the US has been hurriedly redeploying a whole load of assets from its bases in the US and Europe to Iran's near abroad, including hundreds of fighter jets, 2 aircraft carrier strike groups, and perhaps most notably, dozens of refueling tankers, which would suggest that Trump is prepping for a prolonged air campaign, not just a series of isolated strikes. The US has even sent the USS Gerald R. Ford, the world's largest and most advanced aircraft carrier, and the same one that was used in the operation in Venezuela, towards the region, and it's due to arrive there by the start of next week. It's really hard to overstate the magnitude of this mobilization. This is probably the largest US deployment in the region since the lead up to the US invasion of Iraq in 2003.
Hey, I said that.
Of course, there are also clear echoes here to what happened before the US's intervention in Venezuela. Then there was a massive naval buildup. Lots of people wish-cast that it was just some elaborate bluff, and then it turned out not to be a bluff. Something similar also happened around Russia's troop buildup around Ukraine in 2021. Back then, there were lots of clever theories about how this could all just be an elaborate bluff. But, well, it wasn't. The point we're trying to make is that buildups of this magnitude almost always...
Wait. I totally forgot there's one crucial piece of information that would tell us whether or not this is actually going to happen. God, I'm so stupid. Has Hasan Piker given an opinion on whether or not this will happen? Is it on his list of predictions? his 2026 predictions. What was one of them? There will be a natural disaster somewhere. Fucking... Because if you said it's not happening, then we're locked in. If anyone knows, that will fix the entire issue. And I can go to sleep at night knowing whether or not I need to stream at 4 in the morning for a surprise fucking bombing attack.
Precede actual military action, not least because it becomes difficult to demobilize without losing face. So that's the first reason, the massive military buildup, which bodes ill given what happened in Venezuela last month. The second reason, though, is that, to put it bluntly, negotiations don't seem to be going anywhere. According to reports, negotiations are faltering over the issue of uranium enrichment. Trump and co are demanding that Iran give up all domestic...
He said no attack on Venezuela, right? Again, he said something like there will be no invasion, which is like... It's full of cop-outs. That's what I said. It's like a mystic trying to convince someone that they found the spirit of the dead in the room, but they just keep everything as vague as possible. Yeah, so technically there was no ground invasion. There was just, you know, they just, apart from... They just dropped a few fucking SEALs in, picked the guy up, and then left. So... That's more of a special military operation than an invasion. Got him. Boom, boom.
Enrichment capabilities, on the grounds that any enrichment facilities could be used to produce weapons-grade, highly enriched uranium. While Iran insists on at least some enrichment capabilities,
that's a good graphic.
Both because it doesn't want to be dependent on imported uranium and because Iran thinks it's entitled to domestic nuclear facilities under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which states that non-nuclear states have a right to the production and use of nuclear energy for peaceful purposes without discrimination. To make things even more difficult, the US has apparently tried to expand the scope of negotiations.
I heard the UK is not allowing the US to use certain bases for this. Will that have an impact? Yes, Diego Garcia, as far as I know, is quite important for America's strategic positioning in the area. It also tells you something about the politics of it, because I thought the UK wasn't doing that because of their deal with the Chagosians, right? Like the indigenous people, and the fact that the UK is effectively going to lease that island out for like 100 years. But it's not because of that. I was wrong. I think it's actually just because NATO allies as well are complaining that they don't really feel like they've been given much explanation for why Trump is doing this, for why he would actually go to war. I don't think they trust the lack of explanation, especially because, I mean, throughout like most of the post-World War II world, like that's always been the big important thing. Like if you're going to take military action somewhere, you have to make a strong political case for it. You have to make the world understand why you're doing it. Like even if they disagree with it, then they should at least know, because it just, you know, it keeps countries from, it lets countries kind of know like where the lines are and what's okay and what's not, and yeah, or what kind of actions would lead to expecting war and which ones wouldn't. So yeah, it's very reckless what he's doing right now.
To include Iran's proxy network and its missile stockpiles, demanding that Iran withdraw all support from groups like Hamas and Hezbollah, and accept limits on the size and range of its ballistic missile program. Here, Trump is presumably thinking that given that the Iranian regime is in a weaker position than it was last year, he'll thus be able to squeeze more concessions out of them. But while it's probably true that the regime is weaker than it was, last year's war didn't go well for them, their regional proxies have been degraded, and they're currently in the midst of an acute economic crisis, this doesn't seem to have made them more willing to compromise. If anything, the opposite seems to have happened, because the regime just don't have the political space or capital to make embarrassing concessions. Now, you might argue that this is too pessimistic. After all, another round of negotiations is penciled in for next month, and only last week, Trump apparently told Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who's unsurprisingly quite keen on military action, to let him continue with his negotiations. However, history doesn't bode well here, and there are, once again, clear echoes of the past. In early June, the US and Iran were, as they are today, struggling to find a way around the familiar stumbling block of uranium enrichment. At the time, Trump insisted on continued negotiations, and on June 12th, he explicitly warned Netanyahu not to strike Iran. That led many people to conclude, as they have today, that the odds of US military action against Iran were pretty low, at least for the foreseeable future. But less than 2 weeks later, on June 22nd, the US was dropping bunker buster bombs on Iran's nuclear facilities, and Trump was triumphantly bragging about their alleged obliteration. You get the point. Negotiations look unlikely to succeed, and recent history suggests that Trump's rhetorical commitment to continued dialogue doesn't preclude military action in the near future.
They're trying to attack me.
So if the US does strike Iran, what might this actually look like? Well, no one knows for sure, but it's pretty clear that Trump's primary objective will be regime change in Iran, which is something that Trump has openly flirted with on a number of occasions in the recent past. This might either take the form of a massive bombing campaign designed to destabilize the state, or a more targeted attempt against the Ayatollah, like we saw against Maduro in Venezuela. Either way, if Trump succeeds, and that is a big if.
I don't think it. No way he goes full Operation Iraqi Freedom mode. No, I don't think so. There's so far like the ground invasion equipment that's not there yet. They're not moving enough for a ground invasion yet. Trump kidnapping Maduro. My understanding is that you wouldn't really be able to do that as quickly as they did without a lot of intel, and you wouldn't be able to get that level of intel without traitors, basically, without turncoats who are willing to collaborate with you. It could be that there are enough defectors in the IRGC now that that the Ayatollah might just get handed over. I don't know, because the Iranian regime, it's had the IRGC has had a few problems with this for a very long time now. Obviously, the Mossad are like balls deep into Iranian intelligence. Like they know so much about what's going on over there, to the point that they were able to literally set up a little fucking drone workshop to empty it out onto the IRGC sites in the 12-day war. But it's also just the fact that like after a period of time, these like ideologically zealous movements sort of lose vision of why they are in their position. So obviously, say like communist China under Mao and definitely into Deng, you have all these like state bureaucrats who kind of like forget that they're supposed to be there as vanguards of the revolution or whatever, and they just end up enriching themselves and living like, basically in China's case, like living like capitalists. Which I guess is, and by the time Deng came around, they just did become capitalists. A lot of them, a lot of the early people to become wealthy in China were party members who used their positions, their positions of power to strategically place themselves in the market. One thing that they would do was they would, because there was this transitional period away from state fixed prices for things like grain and raw materials, and also market prices. So what a lot of people do in their state positions was they would buy in bulk goods at state fixed prices from local producers, as in like low prices, and then they would sell them on the international market at world market prices. And that was basically how some people just made a killing doing that. Basically just mopping up the excess surplus value from local Chinese workers. In Iran's case, they're supposed to be an Islamic republic, and their foundational document / manifesto or whatever from the Ayatollah that preaches the Islamic Republic is like properly devout, like almost medieval in the way of how like originalist it is with Islamic interpretation. And the regime just isn't like that anymore. Like the actual people in the regime, every now and then there will be some kind of like scandal or meme in Iranian politics where some IRGC guy will be photographing himself on Instagram on holiday with his wife in a fucking bikini in the beach, like, or having like a very Western wedding when they're just doing like drinking alcohol and shit like that. Because eventually, like, some people, they just enrich themselves through their political positions and don't really act in any way like the regime that they're supposed to be representing. Point being, I wonder, it would not surprise me at all if there were people in the IRGC who are at a point where they could actually just have intel on the Ayatollah himself and are just giving it to Israel and America. Like, I just have a feeling that like either Mossad or American intel or both. I think these people know like what time the Ayatollah brushes his teeth and like like what he fucking eats for breakfast. I just have a feeling that it's that close at this moment. But yeah. Just a theory.
He'll be left with a similar dilemma to the one he faced in Venezuela. He can either try and replace the Ayatollah with a more pro-Western alternative, presumably Reza Pahlavi, the son of the last Shah, or just let another regime insider step up and hope that
Do you think that people end up forgetting whatever ideology they originally followed and just end up being self-serving? And why do you think it happens less in Western liberal countries? I don't know if it becomes less so in Western liberal countries. Like, aren't there loads of politicians who like, don't we have like expenses scandals and all that kind of shit all the time from politicians who preach rule of law and whatever else? I think we've got loads of hypocritical politicians. But do they forget no, I think they reinterpret the ideology, seems to be what they do. The interesting thing about China is they went through so many phases and so many different groups attacking each other as well. Like Cultural Revolution was all internal, and they all managed to do it whilst claiming to represent the values of Chairman Mao and even quoting him. So you've got these two factions who are basically at odds with each other and like fucking fighting and killing each other, but they're both claiming to be following Mao's guidance, even sometimes to the letter. And at different points, whenever, what was it? Like whenever there'd be like a new policy program or like a new 5-year plan or like a new like change in economic policy, or especially with Deng's reforms, the state media would publish rationale for why they were doing XYZ thing. And often they always had like a Marx quote or a Marx text for something, right? Even Deng. So when Deng was starting to privatize shit and open up markets and basically produce this growing bourgeois class of property owners who were seeing massively increasing gaps between rich and poor, very, very clear proletariat bourgeoisie distinction growing in, the state media was publishing quotes from the Communist Manifesto, because the Communist Manifesto is full of sections where Marx praises capitalism. And they were like, listen, if we want communism, we need to get even more wealthy. We need to get even more powerful as a nation. So we can, it's like... But obviously they were also using Marx when they were talking about murdering people who owned property, or at least dispossessing them. So, yeah. I think the way people can... That is the problem, though, with having your belief system basically coming from like ambiguous or broad and disorganized texts, is that you can really interpret anything to mean anything. But I guess that's also kind of an issue in with like constitutional democracies, or I mean, I'd argue it happens a lot in international law as well, like in IHL. I feel like the interpretations that people make on IHL are, at least in an English language sense, like they are all, a lot of it is understandable. Like it's logical why you could draw the conclusion from those words, but it's also just like massively impractical and just not the way it doesn't, even if it completely deviates from the intent of whatever was written. Sorry, I'm rambling today. What the fuck?
There'll be more plans. In Venezuela, Trump plumped for option 2.
Wow,
the leader of Venezuela's internationally recognized opposition, Maria Corina Machado, has apparently been sidelined, and the administration seems content with doing business with Maduro's vice president, Delcy Rodriguez. Maybe something similar will happen in Iran, but it's worth noting that unlike in Venezuela, most of the Ayatollah's most obvious successors are at least as hardline as he is. Clearly, the current state of the world is plagued by...
Well, he doesn't really have a clear successor, does he? There's not really... when Khomeini came in, he had a clear successor. And we know who that guy was because he left the government. He literally abandoned the regime because they were executing fucking teenagers, among other things. Like state execution of teenagers. I think one of the people they executed was like a 15-year-old, but oh, whatever.
Uncertainty and risk. Just while you've been watching this video, your personal information may have been sold or published online without you even knowing about it.
What?
And you might just think, well, what's the harm in a few spam calls?
Yeah, what's the harm in that?
Unfortunately, it's not that simple.
Oh.
It might be scary, but scams and identity theft both start with your personal data being exposed online. So that's why we turn to Incogni. Incogni expertly tracks down and removes your data from multiple sites so that your personal information can't be bought or sold by bad actors online. No longer will your data pop up on online directories, people's search sites, or commercial databases for everyone to see and abuse. They work on your behalf to request your personal data removal, and even conduct repeated removal requests so that you can remain in control. You can even send Incogni sites that expose your data, and they'll send removal requests on your behalf, or assist in you opting out on your own with their custom removals feature. And it's even impacting parts of your life that you never thought about. For example, your health insurance could actually raise your rates just based on your online activity, particularly the data that you enter into health apps. Insurance companies can...
American problems. My health insurance. My what? Excuse me. My what insurance? Funny clip. Thank you, Spider.
Streamer that is watching us and streaming our a Twitch streamer that is watching us and streaming our feed right now. His name is XQC on Twitch. And one of the questions that he is telling viewers to text me and ask, which I've gotten a lot of this, why don't the police shoot the tires? Again, it's
only in movies, Mike.
Only in movies. It's a very common thing that people ask during chases. You're going to see.
That's crazy.
I will tell you, in very rare circumstances, and only in the Inland Empire, and only once since I've been here, we did one time see the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department shoot out of a helicopter at the suspect.
I remember that.
That was pretty wild. I've not seen them do that again. I've seen them give clearance to do it again, but they haven't done it since. A Twitch streamer that is watching.
How do they shoot the tires? Fucking Clint Eastwood. Let's go. What a brain dead question to ask. Listen, there's no such thing as a dumb question, okay? We support the curious masses. That's how I say it. That's how I put it. That's what I'm like, right? Why is this fucking I am not ready? What? 5 seconds? Oh, I have to get it to 20% or less. 20%, bro. What the fuck? Okay, we're gonna watch this thing in a second. Hey! Okay. Have I done the thing? Oh, clever. Okay. Right. Right. You know what time it is. Oh my god. Hasan Piker versus Adam Mockler. 2 hours and 10 minutes. Debating. Sorry, interviewing. Hasan interviews Adam Mockler. Is that how it was set up? As an interview? Is that what it's called? It's Hasan Abbey Archive. Hasan interviews Adam Mockler. Okay. Let's see. Good.
But what do you mean it's out of your hands? But what do you mean it's out of your hands?
Oh, perfect.
Like you mean like we would lose at that point?
I don't know if we would necessarily. I don't know if we would lose because JD Vance is uniquely uncharismatic.
Yeah,
but
we saw that today.
I mean, we see that every day, right? I mean, he's a disaster. I still think that Gavin Newsom is particularly weak against JD Vance, unfortunately. So I don't know. I feel like it would still be a toss-up at that point, partially because.
Wait, so if you think it's a toss-up, then you voting third party matters even more, doesn't it? And you saying that to your audience matters more. Wait, what? I thought the rationale was that if it's Gavin Newsom, that means they haven't listened to my press the socialism button and you'll definitely win. Do what I want you to do and you'll definitely win. I'm the one with my finger on the pulse of the average American person. Me and my college-educated, spoiled, fucking, sweaty, dribbling, rat fucking cunt socialists. We're the ones who know what the fucking Cletus McSecond Amendment in Alabama really wants. Or whatever. But now he's saying it's a toss-up. Okay.
You out real quick. Let me not show myself. And then do one of these.
Jesus, the video just started. I don't. This guy just triggers the fuck out of me, man. It's okay. Let's just watch it, okay? Open mind.
Boom. Adam Mockler, everybody, from Midas Touch. Not in the building, but hold on. Let me see where the. Wait, that's not the right.
That's not what you called me the other day. You had a different name. You called me Mock Lib.
I said, yeah, no, I said it right now
Lib.
too, right before. Okay. But I also said Adam Mockler.
Okay,
oh.
like
went on the CNN panel. Adam Mockler. Here he is known as Adam Lib.
Damn.
Hold on. Where the? I'm trying to get the scene right real quick. Oh, boom. There it is. Okay,
I wonder how the audience are going to respond to this person who's been introduced as a lib.
Welcome to the broadcast. I think we're going to have a wonderful and productive conversation, even though I know that there's a lot of people on Twitter that hail you as their debate champion, and they're like, it's finally time. It's finally time to destroy Hasan in the marketplace of ideas. I don't know if that'll happen, but wait.
I just think it's very funny that he had to fucking address his demons right at the beginning of the call. Brilliant.
Their audio echo chat, is that what's going on? Oh yeah, you're hearing me a little bit, I think, from your end.
Let me fix that.
Yeah, and I'll also up your volume as well.
One sec. Yeah, it's a few things.
So we have a lot of framing happening right now. This guy is a lib. That's for the audience, for his chat, and then also, oh yeah, I'm sure there are all these losers on Twitter who think you're going to debate me. Imagine being that, and then you see that setup there. Like it'd be really uncool if you decided to just like push back at what I'm saying and hold me accountable. Would be pretty uncool if you did that. Hey, yeah, you agree? Yeah, good. Yeah, good. You fucking little brat. Fuck.
Let me make sure you can hear me correctly.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah,
I cranked
I
you
want
up.
this to be a productive conversation.
Oh,
I
yeah,
want to make sure we can
yeah.
make some progress because I think we're all united in one goal of beating him at the end of the day. And I'm not here to shame anybody for voting one way or not voting one way. I honestly don't even think you guys all have to line up behind Gavin Newsom 2 years before the primary. We're 2 years out ahead of the primary. We have an exciting ideological battle coming up. So I'm not asking you to like jump up and down for Gavin Newsom. Okay. However, I do want to talk about your response to Jennifer Welch on that podcast because I do have some thoughts.
Yeah.
And I think I can bring a pretty good faith version of what a lot of people on Twitter are trying to say, but kind of getting muddled in. But yeah, we're gonna.
Why is someone in chat spamming if? Oh yeah, because he was never asked if you're gonna commit to Gavin Newsom now. He's asked if Gavin Newsom won the primary, would you? Yeah.
Agree on a lot regarding criticism of the Democratic Party. Probably where the Democratic Party needs to go. We'll agree a lot. I'm very disillusioned with the Democratic Party as well. But I think there's some good faith criticisms of the way that you approach that question or the way that you talk about this. But
Yeah, if you want to know what my positions are, and I think you're already pretty familiar with my positions. I know that like you've probably heard me speak on these issues for years and years at this point. But my primary goal, especially in the interim, especially in the short term, is the defeat of fascism. I believe that the Republican Party is an illiberal party, a post-liberal party, whatever you want to call it. And I think unlike the historic inception of fascism as a revolutionary movement at a time when liberalism was failing only 100 years ago, this time that we have two liberal parties in America. Like as a political theory, we have two liberal parties, right? Like we say conservative, whatever, but like technically the Republicans are also a liberal party.
Yep.
And now the Republican,
not MAGA.
Yeah, the Republican Party is historically a liberal party, but is now turning away from liberalism and becoming an illiberal party, a post-liberal party, and turning into a fascist party. I warned about this the first Trump election as well. I warned about the proto-fascist nature of Donald Trump. I thought distinction. I didn't say that Trump, like season 1 of Donald Trump was fully fascist, but season 2 of Donald Trump is. And I think it's important to make that distinction as well, because like you can see the difference, right? Like there was a lot of naked corruption, a lot of things that were.
Fun fact, I think Hasan archive channel, there's a clip of Hasan calling you a not Zionist / pro-Palestinian. Oh. Okay.
Were going on in the first Trump administration, but the second Trump administration has been so
that's why these people struggle with me so much. It's because like whether it's Hasan, Noah Samson, like a lot of these people used to shout out my work, and I think they understand that I always thought they were kind of retarded. So yeah, that must be yeah, that must be difficult to deal with. I think with Hutch, they tried to do this whole thing, like they frame him as being stupid. Like they say he's like just a dumb gamer, hasn't read anything, whatever. That's how they try to frame him. They understand that they can't really do that to me, so it has to be like whatever, Israel paid or some stupid shit. Like, yeah.
It's so obvious, and it's not like they've hit.
There is a lot of subtext in him saying, I warned about this, like with fascism. That like the subtext there being like, yeah, we lefties, we know how to code through the matrix of fascism, whereas the liberals are just oblivious. Like, which is really not true. These guys just call everything fascist, and then they act vindicated when one person turns out to be.
In that reality at all, especially when they were running to become the president, when they were running through the in the 2024 election season. So my primary goal is to defeat that completely. Yeah. And obviously, I also want to build socialism. I want to build a working class movement. And I don't think these two goals are at odds with one another. I think both historically and also in general, I believe that the evolution away from the liberal system that we exist under, that is now failing for the second time around, and making way for fact.
Yola Swag, thanks for $5. Liz Cheney did more to warn about it than Hasan did. True. Liz Cheney also worked harder than Hasan did. I mean, I did as well, but fuck, I'm not even American. Shit. Foreign agent.
The only solution out of that is to build a working class based, organized socialist movement. But yeah, those are my two main points.
I mean, I guess I want to ask you, do you think it would be meaningfully easier to build this working class socialist based movement in a liberal society or an illiberal society?
Oh, historically speaking, most likely an illiberal society. At least historically speaking, socialist and communist movements have unfortunately only been successful when material conditions have worsened. I don't want that to happen though, because I don't want to live through that, and I don't think that is like an appropriate thing to move towards. I don't think that that's good for people. I think it's very violent and very deadly. I don't want the material conditions to deteriorate.
Material conditions.
But if you're asking me, like, honestly, from a historical perspective, no,
I'm basically asking. I'm basically just asking if we get to a 2028 and like. I guess we can get into the hypothetical of Newsom versus Vance, but it's not even about that. They're kind of just stand-ins. I don't even want to concede who our nominee is going to be 2 years ahead, but I think there would be a meaningful difference in building a pro-labor movement under a J.D. Vance presidency, which would be much, much harder, versus a Gavin Newsom presidency. I mean, J.D. Vance's entire career has been trying to step on top of workers. He wants to.
I agree.
He endorsed Project
Is it easier to build socialism under fascism or under liberal progressive society? Well, that's the bit I don't get, because I feel like if you are wanting to do a kind of updated Marxism, and I've heard people like David Harvey talk about this occasionally, if you want to do like an updated Marxism, wouldn't the idea be that the kind of socialisms that were produced when material conditions were awful, and like backwards Russia and backwards, like they were shit. It wasn't good. So it was really bad, whatever they called socialism was. I know Hasan struggles to say that bit because his audience is at best is torn on that question. But wouldn't you also want to make the more updated case, which is that actually, well, sticking by Marxist theory, you would think that one of the reasons that China and Russia failed was because they tried to produce socialism in a society that was not ready for it, in a society that hadn't gone through a bourgeois phase of revolution, because this is how Marxist theory puts it, right? Like Marxist theory would put that capitalism has to happen and develop and advance society as basically as much as it can before so it is able to produce that level of wealth and abundance to that can be seized by the workers and distributed more evenly through socialism and then ultimately communism. So it's weird that he would say that, because which kind of society makes more space for like robust unions and like allows more worker co-ops to grow? Well, that would be a liberal society. So it's weird that he immediately went to illiberal society to answer that question, because that's kind of assuming that like you can't even start to build socialism in a place like America. Again, like what's stopping people who have the money, who support socialism, from building just like a shitload more co-ops, or from using liberal parties to strengthen unions? Remember, Biden was seen as like the most pro-union president since like of this century at least. So yeah, kind of a silly answer, I think, or just a not very nuanced one.
He endorsed Project 2025, which literally wants to bring child labor laws back to 1938. He's fundamentally illiberal and doesn't want to let you organize. I mean, like a lack of organization is part of not living in a liberal society, right? They will squash that. They will communists. They will kill socialists. That's what they did in other fascist societies. They killed socialists and communists. Meanwhile, Gavin Newsom, however insufficient you may think he is, and this is not an endorsement of Gavin Newsom, I'm just trying to illustrate my points of, the different realities we could enter. However insufficient you think Gavin Newsom is, he would allow for a really strong labor movement. He would allow for you guys to at least, organize, and he would probably communicate with you guys.
First of all, I don't even think you guys. I think you're a part of this as well. You're not against like organizing a labor movement, right? But
no, I'm
also,
not against that.
Yeah. Also, can you crank up your volume a little bit on your end? Because I maxed it out, but people still are having a hard time hearing you.
Yeah, my bad.
No, it's all good. As far as like what's better rooms for organizing, it's not even a necessary part of this discussion because I know that
it is.
I know that no. The reason why I'm saying it's not a necessary part of this discussion is because given the option between Gavin Newsom and JD Vance, I'm not saying that Gavin Newsom is going to be a situation than JD Vance. I understand.
Okay, why the fuck are you editing a conversation like this? Like, is that much dead air really a fucking problem for these like Zoomer fucks? Like, what the fuck is going on, man? Come on.
And agree with, in theory, the harm reduction narratives. My argument is always around doing away with harm reduction narratives because the harm reduction narrative has led to two spectacular failures thus far, both in 2016 and also in 2020. And as far as like playing hardball with Democrats who don't want to listen, who still want to hold on and maintain this like harm reduction narrative, who still say that they want to appeal to this like mythical moderate voter, who's outside of who isn't a normal Democratic Party voter, like these guys that they want to turn to the Democratic Party. I'm willing to play hardball with them and say like, look, I'll hold my vote back. But the reality of the matter is, if you're asking me sincerely, like, do you think that Gavin Newsom is going to be better than JD Vance? Of course. I mean, this is not something just like Kamala Harris is objectively going to be better than Donald Trump.
but not on Gaza apparently, or Iran. the military buildup that Trump's doing right now with no fucking explanation, that even Britain, the fucking bent over Keir Starmer, is thinking, no, this is like, we're not letting you use Diego Garcia for this. Like, I don't really want to be anything to do with this because we have no fucking idea what you're planning. That would definitely be a Harris move, right? Isn't that what he said? He said 1-to-1 on either Gaza or Iran or both. Yeah, well, I agree though. The harm reduction narrative is dumb. People shouldn't do harm reduction. People should be proud and loud about Democrat achievements. Democrats achieved so much in Biden's term, especially given the limits that he was facing of having a split Senate, like a 50-50 Senate. Yeah, he achieved so much that he thought that no one really thought he could have done. Bipartisan legislation on infrastructure, on the Inflation Reduction, on the CHIPS Act, all the things that were achieved at a state level by Democrats, the breakfast clubs in Minnesota, the pro-trans legislation in California and fucking Illinois. Like, there's so many. And just off the top of my head, I know quite like just those ones, and could probably get more. Counteracting redlining practices in banking that still exist. Like, whatever. Broadening overtime payments, like for like hundreds of thousands of workers. It's like, yeah, people should be more proud of that. But I feel like the harm reduction narrative only really comes up when it's liberals talking to socialists. That's when harm reduction comes in. And the problem with that is that liberals are too soft when it comes to fighting socialists on their own terms. The problem with making a harm reduction argument, if you're a liberal to a socialist, because that's when that mostly comes up, right? Is because if you're a liberal, you probably think something like this. Fuck! Stop disrupting me, Sun Fury Magister. Die. I need to make quick work of you. Man, she's actually incredibly sturdy. There we go. Okay. All right. This is what is happening with harm reduction narratives, okay? If you're a liberal... Wait, why is it... Okay. No, I just need this. Let's zoom in, actually. If you're a liberal, you probably think this about harm reduction. You probably think you've got Democrats... Fuck off! I want to stay black. Okay, thank you. You've got Democrats here. Okay? And you've got Democrats here, and you've got Republicans here, okay? And this is what they'll achieve in terms of good things or bad things. Or if you want to, like, this is like this is just like what they'll achieve in terms of, or if you want to go even further, you can say like the bar is actually here and Republicans will take in the negative. Or maybe you even believe it's like something like this, okay? Like they'll do some good things will happen and some terrible things will happen. And you vote, but you also believe that this is like the ceiling for what can be achieved here. Oh my God, I'm in terrible danger. Can I just let these guys kill me? Yeah, I don't care, fuck it. All right, this is the ceiling for what can be achieved. This is your harm reduction narrative. The problem is that socialists, communists, they don't believe that. They believe this. Why is paint so fucking retarded? Like, whatever. Oh my God. I just... All right. Why is it taking a white chunk out of the fucking corner? It's never done that before. It would stay white. You set color 2 to black. Oh, I did, didn't I? I don't care. I'm starting again. Fuck you. New. Thank you. Okay. I'm just trying not to go into like an incredible fucking depressive spiral over there. Okay, fine, fuck. All right. Shit not working, man. And it being my fault. Okay. if you are a liberal, you're going to believe that it might go like this, that this is what Democrats would achieve in their term, okay? And this is maybe what would happen if Republicans came into office here, right? Or something like here. As in, for Democrats, mostly good things would happen. Maybe some bad things. Okay? Why does it keep doing that? I know why. It's because I need to click off of it for some fucking reason. Okay. Right. Like that. Okay. This is probably how a liberal sees like a Democrat term versus a Republican, okay? If Democrats come in, they'll do this many good things will happen, this many bad things. Republicans here compared to the previous term. And they probably also believe that the ceiling for what can be achieved is somewhere around here, right? So if you're a slightly more social democrat leaning person, like you might think more could have been done with healthcare or with gay issues or trans issues or whatever else, but roughly like that. And that's your harm reduction, okay? The problem is that socialists and communists or whatever else, even democratic socialists, they don't believe that. They believe that the ceiling for what can be achieved is actually way up here, okay? They believe it's all the way up here. And actually, with Democrats, they probably see their performance as somewhere like down here. And if only they were in power, if only the Democrats just listened to their slogans, you would get this, right? So that's the problem with making like a harm reduction argument, is like you're basically making a harm reduction argument when in their world, all you need to do is do the thing. And it's usually just summed up into like a little fucking sound, like a very, very short soundbite. And it's all very easy to deal with these problems, and then suddenly society would be fucking boom. Like they all like, you know that meme with the fucking post with the imagined utopia future and the fucking flying cars and everything. Yeah, they think if they think that's what society would look like if people just listen to us. So that's why making a harm reduction argument to them just kind of sounds like, to them they just think you're like, oh yeah, sure, I can. Listen, we can rescue like this much furniture from the Titanic, whereas they think in their heads they know how to stop the Titanic from sinking. So yeah, people should challenge them more on their ideas, and challenge them more on Democrat achievements and what's actually possible, rather than making the harm reduction argument.
The miscommunication around this comes in large part due to me openly saying like it's out of my hands at that point, because that was the second part that I mentioned. It's openly out of my hands at that point, and there's no way for me to overcome the way that the party is communicating what they want to do, and the fact that a lot of people hear that and immediately go, oh, this guy, he wants the Republicans to win. I don't.
Yeah, I don't think you want the Republicans to win. I don't think that at all. And here's where we agree on, actually. So I keep hearing you say that you don't want Democrats to run on the harm reduction narrative in 2028. And I totally effing agree. If we're running on a harm reduction narrative in 2028, we have failed somewhere massively. We want to build an exciting, forward-looking message that can turn out not only our base, but Americans who have been struggling. We need to have something that is not just us unified to our opposition of Donald Trump. For the past decade, we have been defined by our opposition to Trump, and we need something more exciting. So yeah. I agree. We should not run on a harm reduction narrative in 2028. But like what you just said, how you just worded your statement, was not how you worded it when Jennifer Welch asked you that question.
Oh, no, so I would vote third party because it's out of my hands at that point.
No, you said at that point it doesn't even matter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at that point it doesn't. Sorry, yeah. That what I meant is it's out of my hands, which is the argument that I've made with Kamala Harris after like urging the campaign to listen to the warning.
Why? But why? That's still not a reason to vote third. What? Just because it's out of your hands? What does that mean?
signs that the people
I know what it means. He's gonna spend this entire conversation talking out of two sides of his mouth, because with Mockler, he knows that Mockler is too clever to let him get away with acting like Democrats and Republicans are the same, even though he's gonna spend the next fucking 364 days of the year telling his audience and convincing his audience of that exact thing. Yeah, okay.
About their reluctance to address Gaza in a meaningful way, like signaling that they would truly be like an anti-war a party, even though Donald Trump is like a warmonger, trying to get them to communicate that there are meaningful differences between their design overall, not leaning in and not conceding on the white nativist anti-immigrant narratives, knowing full well how devastating Trump's mass deportations were going to look like. I poured hours and hours and hours of commentary into this, thousands of hours of commentary into this, and it's always reduced back to whatever like reasonable soundbite that people can cling on to say, oh, we got him, he's a third party guy.
What do you mean it's out of? Well, you said you would vote third party, but what do you mean it's out of your hands?
Oh, perfect.
Like you mean like we would lose at that point?
I'm so glad you asked.
I don't know if we would necessarily.
Allow me to.
I don't know if we would lose because JD Vance is uniquely uncharismatic.
Yeah,
but
we saw that today.
I mean, we see that every day, right? I mean, he's a disaster. I still think that Gavin Newsom is particularly weak against JD Vance, unfortunately. So I don't know. I feel like it would still be a toss-up at that point, partially because while JD Vance is not capable of holding the Trump coalition, I don't even worry about JD Vance as much necessarily. I don't really worry about Marco Rubio. I worry about Tucker Carlson. I think Tucker Carlson has he's the real torch carrier of the MAGA movement. I don't even know if Donald Trump recognizes that yet or admits that personally, but I think it's there. And
he fits the mold of an outsider, populist, anti-establishment
television
person
guy who understands how to communicate. He is charismatic as well. So
that is really scary.
So he is the one I'm actually terrified of, more so than Marco Rubio, who is like a straight line neocon. He's not going to be able to do the populist shit. And JD Vance is basically like evil Pete Buttigieg, like role reversal Pete Buttigieg, where like he also has that.
Wait, what was the question? I thought the question was, what did you mean by it's out of my hands, and that's why I'd vote third party? That was the question, right? Is he going to answer the question?
Like McKinsey consultant vibe to him. I like to say when, JD Vance comes.
There was an edit. The edits are only editing out like 1 second pauses, like ums and all that. Like that's what the editing's for. Where's the answer to the question?
Into your neighborhood, you know that like the coal mine is shutting down. Like he has the attitude of a guy who's going to be like, we see you, we hear you, but we have to eliminate some redundancies. And I think most working class individuals, regardless of the MAGA cult, kind of see that he is insincere. So he doesn't have that populist element, and he tries to make up for it by being like this gross little groiper, even though he has an Indian wife and Indian children, and therefore even the super racists don't like him for that reason. So these are just like the two default positions that the Trump administration is like, looking at right now, but I do think it's like possibly going to be Tucker Carlson. Now, going back to Gavin Newsom versus JD Vance, Gavin Newsom unfortunately has a lot of the California stink associated with him. I love California. I live here. And there's a lot of exaggerations about how devastating California is, like how terrible the conditions are here. People are all doing crime and doing drugs and everyone's homeless on the street, but there is a real problem from the policy side of things with California. Gavin Newsom is, and he's demonstrated this already, beholden to.
The question was, what did you mean by it's out of my hands, and that's why I'd vote third party?
Corporate interests, and will pretty aggressively go out to bat for corporate interests in general.
Sometimes he's pushed back on a lot of special interest groups in California, though. They're pretty
sure,
progressive state overall.
But the number one problem facing all Americans, I think you and I will agree on, other than healthcare, is housing, right? Mm-hmm. And California has a huge issue with housing, and we have voted for a million different ballot initiatives at this point to pay for shelter, pay for additional tax revenue so that we can go and build new homes and things of that nature. and none of it ever gets done. There's a lot of institutional rot here as well. Not to get all abundist on this on this conversation, but like there is a little bit of truth to what the abundist guys say. And so that homelessness narrative will stick for the uneducated, but even for the educated, like the educated voters, they will also recognize, like people like myself, recognize the setbacks that Gavin Newsom has presented to combat the housing market issue in the state of California.
Yeah, so I guess a few things that I want to respond to.
So there was no answer to that question, was there? Does that? I don't think Adam even remembers what the question was. It's so annoying when you're doing this in a live conversation. Maybe it's the ADHD, but like I'm literally I'd be sitting there not remembering what my question was. I had to actually sit and think about it for a second. And sometimes I have to listen to someone else talk and try to remember what my question was, but then I can't even remember what they're saying. So now I feel stupid because like, wait, were they actually answering my question as I tried to remember what my question was because I realized they hadn't been answering my question? But yeah, it's so fucking annoying. It's like this. This is the actual footage of me waiting for Hasan to answer a question. Dude. Is this gish galloping? This would be filibustering, not gish galloping.
I agree with you about Newsom's electability problems, and I think a lot of people would agree. I mean, I have a massive liberal audience, and even they're not fully behind any candidate right now, especially not fully behind Newsom 2 years ahead of the election.
Get the thing on.
I think that now is our time to use the leverage we have, and I think that...
Dude, there probably are loads of different versions of this, right? Like the endless fucking spiral gifs. Do you think I should put one on every time Hasan doesn't answer a question? You guys are saying this happens the whole conversation, so maybe we can just do like a maximalist stream and just throw one of these on every time. Let's put this one here, okay? Well, maybe I have to make more space layer, but that can just go there. Okay, cool.
That's what you're trying to do during the Jennifer Welch podcast. And like, I want to keep returning to that conversation that you had, because you said in the conversation at that point, it doesn't even matter. But
if you have any suggestions for what to add to this, you can just send it in Discord, okay?
At this point, mean it was out of your hands, right?
Yeah.
Can you clarify? What do you mean it was out of your hands?
So
just...
Okay, he's asked the question again. Good. Okay. Yeah, well done, Adam. Well done. What a sharp young lad. What a fucking... Oh, yes, you effortless fucking testosterone engine. Youth. Yes.
And I also talked about like my refusal to endorse Kamala Harris as well. I'm going to get into that too. What I mean by that is exactly what I said in the 2024 election, where it was like, you can't, as a singular individual, or even with like the entire might of the media behind you, outflank the actual campaign. So if Gavin Newsom is running as the Gavin Newsom that we know so far, you know, he'll say...
Remember, he's saying this after he said there's a toss-up, right? So it's impossible for him to go back to the... So I thought the position was Newsom is so bad and so lib that he would just let JD Vance win, basically. And I can't do anything to stop that, so what's the point? I'm just voting third party. But now he said it's a toss-up, so... That would actually make your vote the most important, but okay.
Say certain things like, oh, I refuse to take money from AIPAC. Great. But then when push comes to shove, like he will still be inconsistent on the issue of Israel. He won't like fully subscribe to you know, punishing Israeli leadership, or fully subscribe to like refusing arms sales to Israel. And outside of Israel, of course, you know, beholden to corporate interest when it comes to like the real estate lobby, anti-Medicare for all. If he runs as that, okay, there's no amount of advocacy that I can engage in that will make him look better. I can consistently talk about how much worse the Republican side is going to be.
You were asked if you would vote for him. And I'm not even saying you should have said yes in that moment, but you were asked, would you vote for him? And you said at that point, it doesn't even matter. Here's what I'm getting.
Adam's getting testy. Oh, no.
At here. I think there was a very solid answer you could have given that didn't outrage the liberals online as much. And I know that a lot of people flung a lot of shit at you on Twitter. That's always what happens. But I think there was an answer where you could have been like, listen, I refuse to pre-commit to any candidate 2 years ahead of a primary. They have to earn my votes, and that's what I want to see. And I totally get you're on stream like 8 hours a day. You're not always going to say everything perfectly. But here's where a lot of liberals online are mad, and here's where we're all kind of talking past each other. I see a lot of people online saying, all liberals want us to line up behind Gavin Newsom 2 years before a primary. And that's not even the argument that any of us are making. I think where a lot of liberals have problems with the way you speak about the Democratic Party is that you try to minimize the gap between the Democratic and Republican Party.
Whoa! Like this, because if you do this, the gap is actually quite small, right? Like, oh, thank God, but yeah, because remember, you understand how much fucking sweat, blood, and tears went into making this little demonstration here, right? Yeah, that's exactly it. Yes. Here's one that I prepared earlier. This is why harm reduction is not working, okay? Because if you're a Democrat, you think that wait, hang on, let's move this. If you're a Democrat, you think harm reduction is like this. You think that this is the current state of things. If a Democrat wins, this much good will happen, this much bad will happen, and Republicans, this much good, this much bad, right? Whereas these guys think, and then the ceiling is somewhere like here. Whereas Hasan thinks the ceiling is here, and Democrats and Republicans are way down here. And all they need to do is just take on their little fucking sound bites, and then this would happen. Fuck. Hello, Hutch. Hello. Oh, check DMs. Okay. Want to chat in 30 minutes? Okay.
So I can totally grant that you meant to say like, well, you were asked, you were asked, would you vote for JD Vance or Gavin Newsom? You said, I'd vote third party. At that point, it doesn't even matter. It feels like you're drawing a false equivalency. And then a few days later, you basically said...
Don't say it feels like. He is doing that. He is doing that. Yeah, 100%, yeah.
Gavin Newsom will only be marginally better than whatever Republican candidate there is. Then you said Democrats have literally written you out of existence regarding trans people.
Wait, did you say that quote?
Context.
I watched the video, but yeah, I watched what's the rest of the quote?
Did you hear me say that marginal differences between each candidacy, like marginal differences between two parties, leads to drastically different outcomes for marginalized populations? Having said that, however, from the eye of like a voter, they don't make that
marginal differences between candidacies can translate to large differences between outcomes. Okay. Fascinating. Okay.
Distinction at all, especially if they are coming at it from a privileged position. If it doesn't like attack, if it doesn't harm them at all, and not only that,
there's not a marginal. So you're kind of conflating two things. When you say there's a marginal difference between the two parties, I think that signals to people that either way they vote, it doesn't really matter that much. That's how people take.
Oh yeah. And by the way, Hasan's audience hears this part loud and clear. He's just going to steer away from it now because he probably knows it's a fucking lie. But okay. Fuck.
When you say trans people you said like Democrats would shoot trans people in the back of the head. That signals that Democrats aren't really that different than Republicans, when that's not true. There's not a marginal difference between Democrats and Republicans. There's a very meaningful difference. If it was like Obama versus McCain and you said there was a marginal difference,
I said
fine.
Democrats would, it's exaggeration. Democrats would kill trans people if it meant.
It's an exaggeration, really. Thank you for clarifying. I, a liberal, thought you were actually saying that he would just round them up and fucking shoot them in the head.
And securing additional electoral votes. And that's not an argument that like Democrats are going to run on a policy of killing trans people. It's a hyperbolic statement about Democrats cutting out trans people, which, as you saw probably in this last week, in the aftermath of the fucking neo-Nazi MAGA dad, or not MAGA dad, the trans shooter that was a fucking huge neo-Nazi, who's apparently his son was also a neo-Nazi, who's in prison as well, which is, not very shocking. There were a lot of people floating around bad polls about, not bad necessarily from the polls are fine, but they were polls that made it seem as though the trans issue is something that we as Democrats should not actually advocate for. It was Lakshya Jain. And I always go back to, obviously, the first week after the Kamala Harris election defeat, where a bunch of prominent Democrats, who got yelled at, to be fair, by other Democrats in the caucus, but a bunch of prominent Democrats went on television and immediately were like, we lost because of the trans stuff. They put a lot of overemphasis in the Kamala Harris is going to give.
Hi, Will Price. Wait, people in chat are saying that's not what I asked you. What did he ask? I can't remember what he asked this time. Did he ask a question this time? Did he? What was the quote? They spoke about marginal differences. Gavin Newsom. Let's see.
Give bottom surgeries to Guatemalan transgender prisoners in immigrant detention facilities. My argument always is, if the Democrats actually put forth policies that people have to attack, like the Republicans have to attack, then the trans issue just becomes unserious.
He asked him who pushed trans people to the side in the Democratic Party. Did he ask that? Are you sure? I can't even remember the fucking question. Shit. I think he said the difference wasn't marginal, but okay.
And a relic of the culture war that people don't pay attention to. And in the absence of definable policies that you can associate with the Democrats, they become very defined by what their enemy, the Republicans, define them as.
Yeah, so
that's also.
I don't actually I don't disagree with your analysis at the end there. I do think that if we had a more affirmative, unifying message, then people wouldn't care. Like Medicare for all would be really exciting for so many people. I heard you say this, and I actually agree there. But just because some Democrats went on TV after Kamala lost, and just because some Democrats that are floating polls around on Twitter that are showing Democrats don't care about trans people or have written them out of existence. Like the difference.
Okay, I need to find a new fucking VOD. This is absolutely fucking disgraceful, whoever did this. Like, come on. It's a conversation. Like, I'm sorry, like, how ADHD is this person that they, like, every fucking breath had to get chopped out? What the fuck? Is there a better VOD of this that's not on Twitch? Because on Twitch you have to do the whole picture-in-picture thing. That's an IRI stream. Secular talk. No, that's not it. There was lagging during the live. Oh, it might have been that. Okay. Oh, there's a one here, but it's shorter. It's even shorter. Okay, it's fine. It's fine.
Between Democrats and Republicans on trans people is not marginal. It is not slight. It is very, very meaningful.
It's big.
In the
Engage.
state of Indiana, where I grew up, and you tell a counselor that you are having thoughts about, like gender dysphoria or you want to change your name, they have to go tell your parents. But if you go across the state borders in the state of Illinois, someone who you probably think is like a moderate billionaire, J.B. Pritzker, he's turned it into a sanctuary state where you can get your.
No, I like JB's policies. Yeah, I'm very aware of this distinction.
Okay, but wait a minute. So,
yeah, I'm very aware of this distinction. I just choose to ignore it for 99% of the time because my audience prefers that. Oh, God.
J.B. Pritzker, Andy Beshear, even Governor Newsom turned California into a sanctuary state. It is a very progressive state. So can you see how people are bothered when you then go on the stream, and I'm quoting you verbatim, you said Democrats have written you out of existence, Democrats don't give a fuck about you, and then you said later on, the marginalized identities have been left behind by the Democratic Party. You're kind of drawing a false equivalency, and then that brings me back to the Jennifer Welch clip. I'm trying to give you the strongest liberal argument here as to why people are mad. It's not because
and by the way,
we're anchoring the conversation.
Argument. I used to make this argument myself.
Yeah, but you said at that point it doesn't even matter, and that kind of feeds into the broader apathy that you seem to be pushing towards. So there is a meaningful difference between Democrats and Republicans on trans issues, right? If you grew up in a Democrat or a Republican state, there's a meaningful difference between your quality of life. Can you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so a meaningful difference. There's a big
difference. That's why I'm voting third party. Duh. How do you do this, man? How do you speak with both sides of your mouth this fucking blatantly? Oh my God.
Okay, so
there is a meaningful difference between living in a democratic state, hopefully one that isn't captured by Republican state legislatures that will then, even under Democratic leadership within the White House, take advantage of the state legislature apparatus to still undermine trans existence and then take that all the way up the courts of the Supreme Court. There's a meaningful distinction between having a liberal Supreme Court majority versus a Republican Supreme Court majority, a super majority even. These are all things that I fully understand and fully agree to and don't want to happen. When I talk about the Democratic Party's lack of interest in like actively fighting back and counter messaging against the Republican misinformation around trans people, what I'm talking about is Democrats running from a place of fear. What I want the Democrats to do is to, one, not compromise at all when it comes to putting forth a counter messaging operation to go back and fight back against the Republican Party when it comes to trans issues. But also, this isn't even just about...
that sounds like he's saying... Okay, that sounds like the policies are huge differences, but the rhetoric is not as big? Like it's a rhetorical issue? Why would that make you vote third party, though? I don't know why I'm asking this like I'm genuinely confused, but because I know why, but I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of someone who is assuming good faith until proven otherwise. Why is the stay on target at the bottom? Oh, because it's a visual representation it's a visual representation of what it's like to wait for Hasan to answer a question or to engage with it.
Trans people either. This goes back to even undocumented migrants and migrants in general, like Haitians eating cats and dogs, all the endless amounts of attacks, and the notion that like undocumented migrants constitute a national security threat, the way that the Republicans present it, it's pure hysteria. Something that I've told Democrats over and over again, urged Democrats over and over again, even when Joe Biden was president early on, down to the DNC, where I talked to them directly and told them to address over and over again, with the hopes that they would, at the very least, push back against this, so we wouldn't have seemingly a more, like a bigger mandate, a bigger popular mandate for Donald Trump on issues such as that. I think
because that's why people turned out for MAGA, right? People turned out for MAGA because of Gaza, yeah, like popular mandate. Okay. Gaza was quite low on the list for voter priorities, even in 2024. It is going to be in fucking hell. It's going to be it's going to be fucking like brushing the Earth's core by the time you reach 2028. But good luck.
Every moment that the Democrats waste, not on the offensive, on affirmative policies and affirmative policy vision that is easily definable, is a moment where the conversation revolves around culture war issues, specifically attacking trans people, and it ends up harming trans people that way. There is a big difference between a blue state and a red one in terms of trans existence. To deny that would be silly. I don't deny that at all.
Good. What about between like a Newsom, if Newsom got everything he wanted in America and JD Vance got everything he wanted in America, do you think there would be a meaningful difference for trans people?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I mean, we're like Donald Trump's first action when he came into office, like this might come as a surprise to people maybe in your audience or people that have seen these clips and assume that I don't think that there's any difference between a Democratic leadership or a Republican one. I will never work with the Republicans. Well, I guess maybe Thomas Massey on like a very random issue, you know what I mean? A random issue that's like the Epstein files, something like that. But I don't agree with Republicans ideologically, and my criticisms of the Democratic Party revolve around their closeness to Republicans or their endless interest in conceding to Republicans on certain issues, because that concession doesn't actually end up causing them to win elections. The only thing it actually ends up doing
is those
concessions actually normalize some of the Republican agenda items in the eyes of the base of the Democratic Party. And only until people realize how devastating the outcome of those policies are.
Well, unfortunately, voters also normalize issues. Like the Democrats, and if he's talking about the immigration, which is probably what he's talking about, that's probably because immigration is actually a top issue for most American voters. That's why the Langford bill kind of made sense, because although it wasn't very quote unquote like left wing or Democrat or whatever, it was bipartisan, and it was addressing an issue that, and again, Trump knew this, because that's why Trump didn't want the bill to go past. He didn't want the bill to pass because he knew that actually that concession that Hasan writes it off as would have killed his chances potentially for being president, because he wanted to run on the border. He wanted to run on the border as an issue, and the Langford bill would have stopped him from doing that. Wait, what am I doing here? Where is this? Okay.
Do they turn around and go, oh, I have buyer's remorse now, fell for it again award. I didn't realize that the party that said they were going to do mass deportations is actually doing mass deportations, or I didn't realize that those mass deportations were going to look so fucking violent and so disgusting that my neighbors were going to be in fear.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with a lot of that. And I don't want you to think I was just watching clips of you. I watched your entire
No,
stream.
I know.
Where it just felt like you were saying two different things at once.
Yep.
You take these really strong declarative statements or those positions about the Democratic Party, and like you quite literally said Democrats, or you said the marginalized identities have been left behind by the Democratic Party. And then you go on to explain in a little bit more nuance that yes, growing up in a trans state or a red state would be better than growing up in a blue state would be better than a red state as a trans person. So you do clarify that in the video that I watched. But can you then see how Democrats, or at least liberals on Twitter, who are just like seeing you repeatedly say this, Gavin Newsom will be marginally better than whatever the Democratic candidate is, but you then just said to me that you think he will be meaningfully better if he got into
marginal
the office.
differences in terms of policy in the way that they communicate it. Like Gavin Newsom, I don't know what he's going to run on in terms of, defending trans people, right? Like I don't know how big of a part of his advocacy this will be. I can only look to what he's trying to do, what he's trying to present himself as right now, right? Because we can look at his experience as a governor in California, but then if there is a significant difference that he's communicating now because he has ambitions in higher office, it's only causing to assume that he is going to probably pivot, like many other Democrats, to this mythical, this center for the mythical moderate voter. Do you think that that's an unfair assessment? Let's just start there first.
I still can't get over this question about this thing you said earlier about marginal candidates for meaningful differences. If that marginal candidates or marginal whatever policy results in meaningful differences, well, then that means the difference is meaningful. It means that's like me saying that, if you put fucking a gram of rubidium into a bathtub, well, that's a marginal change in the chemical composition of the things that are in the bathtub. But that's a marginal change. No, it's fucking not. It's going to cause the bathtub to explode because it's a fucking unstable element. Why would you say this? Oh, it's just like a one loose electron. It's just a marginal change. No, that's a fucking massive change. Fuck. We never talk about things this way. We never talk about things this way. We talk about the outcomes. We talk about if we talk about voting and whether there's a marginal difference between the two parties, we think about what the outcomes would be of voting for one party or the other and what the difference is. Cringe. I'm sure he thought that was a very smart cop-out, though, when he said that. Great.
First of all,
That he shouldn't pivot to the center?
No. That judging by that's the position between what kind of trans protections that he has signed into law when he was the governor, when he is the governor of California, versus how he's communicating now about certain aspects of trans identity and trans issues is probably a pretty reliable way to comprehend whether or not he is going to pivot to the center on trans issues a little bit.
No, I don't think you
don't
can
think so?
conflate the way he talked. No, I don't think you can conflate the way he spoke to Charlie Kirk on the podcast with the way that he's actually ruled California.
Yeah,
There
of course.
A very, very
It's so fucking telling that his policy record is something that these lefty retards never bring up. All the fucking chat, I saw it from Vadim as well. All they could talk about was Charlie Kirk and the interview. For some reason, the way you speak to Charlie Kirk, who's fucking dead now, the way you speak to Charlie Kirk in an interview, which, yeah, you can criticize. That wasn't a great decision. But if you summarize his positions on trans people as that interview, and that matters more to you than his actual policy record, who's the one who cares about material conditions at this point? You're literally rating a media performance above a policy record, above actual outcomes, like physical fucking change in people's lives. What's wrong with you? And that's because these guys are not a political movement. They're a social media movement. So it makes sense for them, actually. A social media movement would care more about a clip from a Charlie Kirk thing than any actual real difference in people's lives. And that's why they would talk about it more often. It not even contradictory. It just exposes them for exactly what they are.
very meaningful difference between the way that he's the way that he's ruled California versus the way that Republicans would. And here's
oh
the
no,
problem,
I don't even
I
don't disagree with that. The reason why I'm asking that is
but here's the problem. There's a category error happening here where you keep saying that there's a marginal difference between the parties. And I get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying. You think there is a marginal policy difference between the parties because you think Democrats should be farther to the left.
That's not even true. The policies are so different. The Republican policy is trans people don't exist, okay? And if they do, we need to fix it, okay? If they exist, it's like fucking piles exist. We need to find a cure. Whereas Democrat policy is we're not only do trans people exist and we need to give them care, we also apparently need to fucking shield them from these psychos who are talking about treating them like a fucking disease. That's a big difference in policy and in outcome. Prick.
And stand up for this stuff. But when you say that, a lot of liberals think that you're arguing that there's a marginal difference in outcomes. And you are conceding right here, there's not a marginal difference in
No, there's
outcomes.
not a marginal
Even
difference in
beyond
outcomes.
Okay, so yeah, I think that needs to be clarified more, because that does kind of draw some apathy between voters. But going back to Gavin Newsom, no, he has quite literally changed the way California looks at trans people. Just because he gave an insufficient answer on Gavin Newsom's podcast doesn't lead me to believe that he's going to entirely throw trans people under the bus. Let me just go through this. He signed
no, hold
SB
on.
107.
Not entirely, but do you
Only a little bit.
feel? And I'm not trying to debate you on this. I'm just asking you sincerely. Do you think that it is indicative that there is at least in the way that he's communicating, a pivot to a more moderate position on transition?
It's not even. Is it a pivot? Did he change his mind on transports? Did he? I don't think he did.
Because he calculates this as more electorally viable.
No. Was he asked about trans issues or trans sports in particular?
Oh, well done, Adam.
The piece
this guy, man, this fucking vibrant youth. Damn.
That I've seen is mostly talking about transports and saying that transports is a bridge too far or something like
they're so bad. They strawman. So he said there's a fairness issue, which is true. There is a fairness issue. It's being debated all the fucking time, by scientists, and different sports have different different institutions that administrate over different sports, and different ethical boards have different opinions on it because it's debated
like that.
Yeah, and that can totally be insufficient for your worldview, and you can say that is not sufficiently progressive enough. But I think that to say that Gavin Newsom, because he said that to Charlie Kirk, that nullifies the way that he's actually ran in California. You're using that.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't nullify.
It doesn't.
I would never say that.
I don't think
it's just the thing that I talk about 99% of the time when I talk about Gavin on trans issues.
Nullifies the way in California. Making
let me
an
just lay this out.
assessment
Newsom
off
has
of.
signed a law. Sorry.
I'm making an assessment off of. I know Gavin Newsom, just like Andy Bashar, who I have given tremendous props to, more so than Gavin Newsom because he's doing it in fucking a Trump 35 state, right? Trump plus 35 state.
Yeah, he's holding the line
with a hostile state legislature too. So it's it's infinitely more difficult. He actually shows the rest of the Democratic Party. I use him as an example to show the rest of the Democratic Party that you don't have to be compromising. And the way he's talked about trans people is actually wonderful. Where he says these are, Christian. These are my neighbor. God teaches me love my neighbor, not to hate my neighbor. I remember when he stood up at that state legislature member where he was like, you have to apologize to these constituents. These are your constituents as well. Wait, hold on one second. Can you take it off of emote only mode? What's going on? Why do people keep saying robot? Why do people keep... Is there...
Why did it go emote only? Are you going to watch the Trump press conference? No. Why would I ever in my entire life watch the Trump press conference? Hang on. Let me find out what it's about. It's about tariffs. Oh, okay. So this is the Trump press conference in a distilled version, okay? The tariffs are very good. They're very good. I love tariffs. My favorite word, more tariffs. They've produced so much industry and so much business and so much money, billions and trillions and billions for the economy. Very good. We're gonna talk to the Supreme Court. We're gonna 2 weeks. 2 weeks. We'll give you an answer. 2 weeks. So we are address the concerns. Also, we have a great economy. Also, fuck Biden. Fuck Obama. Also, insert some fucking weird. Fucking word salad that makes me sound like I'm admitting to being a pedophile. Sorry. Done.
Issue?
Is my mic better now too? Sorry.
No, I've been hearing you clearly this entire time, but I don't know what the fuck's going on. I took it off emote mode.
What is
it effing? Oh, it's just a small lag and people lose their fucking minds over it? Is that what it is?
I bet he's looking into packing the courts. No, he can't do that because Democrats haven't done it first. What are you talking about? He won't even consider the idea of packing the courts as soon as they're not useful to him. Trump, that guy.
liberals and leftists are agreeing, so the deep state's taking us down. They're like, we can't have agreement on a stream between the two factions.
It's stuttering on Hasan only, huh? You've been lagging for like the last 5 minutes. No, audio is a audio disaster, but
like mentally, or
but it was only 8 seconds or so. It's fine now. Okay, sorry. They were just like spamming the robot emoji over and over again, so I thought there was like something devastating happening. Okay, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, I was saying Andy Bashar is glazing Andy Bashar for uncompromising
he's
on his
standing
values.
business, bro.
Yes, that's especially within the confines of like what he is capable of doing. I mean, that's very impressive, and I think it should be a lesson that other Democrats should follow as well, and some do, and some are cowards. But
out of context, this could be a completely regular conversation between two people that vote for the same party. I don't agree with that. I think even just this in and of its own, like you say, you came in from Mars and you don't know who these people are, but you know everything else about American politics. Yeah, in that situation, one of them is giving a very foolish and incoherent explanation for why they said they would vote third party. That's not two Democrat voters, or two people who vote for the same party.
But as far as the Gavin Newsom thing, I am aware. I think it's like, what, 49 LGBTQ plus bills that Gavin Newsom as governor has signed into law. I mean, as a mayor of San Francisco, he was his first.
The fact that he knows that and still said what he said.
The
fact that he said that and still said what he said about Democrats and Newsom and trans people makes me hate him so much more. I never, I can't hate him enough. It's impossible.
Prominent act was literally to defend gay marriage in San Francisco. Like, I'm very familiar with Gavin Newsom's background. He's my governor, right? I know a lot about Gavin Newsom's background.
I just talk like someone who doesn't.
What I am fearful of and what I worry about is the same exact pivot that we have seen from many Democrats that signal that they're invested in selling out trans people, or at least certain aspects of trans identity, whether it be sports, a conversation.
Sports is not an aspect of trans identity. Sports is a complex question about how much HRT affects the physiology and capability and physical capabilities of someone who was born one gender and then transitioned to another. It's a science question. It's a sports science question. That's what it is. With a few very difficult philosophical questions baked in.
That starts off with the most appropriate angle to tackle that Republicans spend hundreds of millions of dollars against and create controversy around. This being, trans sports, to very quickly moving the conversation over to gender confirmation surgery, and a litany of different anti-trans bills that basically lead to making it illegal to be trans in public. The conversation.
I don't think Newsom would go that far.
No. I don't think Newsom is going to go that far either.
Yeah.
But my point is,
what do you think he's going to do? Like, what do you think he would do? Do you think he would outlaw healthcare for kids? Do you think he would get rid of the sanctuary status? Like, what do you think he would do?
Session that you're making about trans existence in public. Instead of just simply moving the conversation back to a territory that is appropriate, a territory that is pertinent for every single person in America, something that is more consequential for the average person, groceries, mobility, healthcare, things of that nature, is lost ground for no reason that then justifies the additional anti-trans bill come after that well. So you're opening the door to that conversation rather than stopping it. It's fucking my argument.
It's about as coherent as everything else he said so far. What's the problem there? Bad internet. Okay, before Adam asks his next question, I think it's about 2 times where in the beginning he wasn't really answering any questions. I've got other ones loaded up though in case he does that again. Okay. 1 minute, I'm just going to refill my water and then I'm going to talk to Mr. Hutch. One second. Okay. You had it tallied. He answered directly one question. Oh. Okay. Let me get Hutch on the call. My Discord tone's not on.
Hey, man, can you hear me?
Yeah, pretty well.
What is cracking, Lonerbox? Can you turn your camera on so I can show the audience your beautiful visage?
No, I would, but it's just too much effort to switch between like the way my camera works and goes into Discord. I don't have like the virtual shit set up, so.
Wait, I know how to do it though. It's so easy. It's so easy.
It better be easy, because if we can't do it in 60 seconds, you're gonna look really fucking stupid, wasting everyone's time.
No, you can do it. You can do it. So you just right click on your camera source in OBS, and then you just deactivate the camera.
No, that takes too long. Fuck, but I have to bring Discord up. Okay, hang on. Because then I have to bring the Discord pop out, and I'm playing a fucking video game. Like that's the way I usually do it, and that's too much of a hassle. Yeah, fuck.
Okay, you know what? Fine. It's fine. It's fine. I think you're not that attractive, so.
Okay.
It doesn't really matter.
Wow. Well, listen, did you see that clip of Trump reminding everyone that he's not into men?
Wait, is this a new clip?
Yeah, it's from, he was talking about the Board of Peace, and he was talking about one of the guys who's involved in it, and he said, oh yeah, he's a really young, good-looking guy. It's great we have these young, good-looking guys. Now remember, I'm not into good-looking young guys. Women, yeah, I like women.
Wait, what? I did not see that clip.
Yeah, it was just from today.
That sounds very Trumpy. I'll find that clip. What's up, man? How's it going? Feel like, when was the last time we spoke on a stream? Probably like 2 months ago or 3 months ago?
Live and learn, right?
Oh, that's right. That was like, like a month and a half ago or 2 months ago.
Yeah. Well, same as always here, just chugging away.
I saw that you were... Yeah, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. I saw you've been reacting to the debate from last night for a little bit now. What are your initial thoughts?
On you and Pisco?
No. The Mockler versus Hasan.
From last. Yeah. My thoughts are, Hasan is just very clearly speaking out of two sides of his mouth. He's not speaking like someone who has a political agenda that he wants to convince anyone of. He's speaking like someone who wants to build clout. So he's got one message for his audience, another message for Mockler, and he's trying desperately to make them cohesive, and they're obviously not. That's pretty much what I'm seeing.
I saw you got tripped up on the same thing that I did, which is he kept repeating this really vapid nonsense that marginal differences in policy can lead to meaningful differences for vulnerable people.
Yeah.
And that's like the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life.
That's true though, isn't it? Like that, because like that's why there's not much difference to me. Like if like between having cyanide in your fucking coffee and not, right? Because a marginal difference in the amount of cyanide in your coffee will have a meaningful difference in practice. You know, that's how we treat politicians. Right. Yeah. That's why that's it.
I was listening to your commentary at that part, and you articulated something that I was like thinking, but I couldn't intuitively articulate in the same way, which is like, nobody speaks about things in this kind of way. Like when we talk about the differences between a Republican and a Democrat, say, we are talking about outcomes, obviously. That's just so implied. So that's like the first thing. And then the second thing is that these are not marginal differences. Like Mockler laid it out for him, I thought, in a really good way. When he talked about his home state of Indiana, the teachers there are mandated, required by law, to tell parents if the kid expresses gender dysphoria or some kind of a trans identity, or that they might be gay. Like, the teachers have to tell the parents in these red states. And then you go one state over in Illinois, and there's a straight up ban on outing kids to their parents without their consent. And so it's not only not marginal, it's like these are like opposite policies. They're as far away from each other as they could possibly be.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, but the problem there is that, like, for communicating that to people, and this is why I guess I agree with the anti-harm reduction narrative, is because when you say harm reduction, like, you're talking to people who have a completely different understanding of what that harm reduction means. Did you see the graphs that I made? You know, the really slick graphs that I drew, the bar charts?
No.
Okay.
No.
Right. Fuck me. I'm just going to explain it. Okay. What's a way to do it succinctly? Okay. Let's say there's
you share your screen.
It doesn't matter. It's really bad. It's fucking horrible. I had a fucking mental breakdown for like a minute trying to make it. Okay. Let's say that there is a set of possible outcomes, right? With 100 being the best possible world that can be built, right? The best possible government.
Right.
When you talk about harm reduction, I think most Democrats probably think that on 0 to 100, society will probably improve like 70 or 80 somewhat if the Democrats come in, right? And if you want to say they could do better on healthcare, they can do better on trans or gay issues or whatever else, like then yeah, that's the 20, that's the gap, right? And Republicans, society might get like maybe fucking however you are, like if you're moderate, it might be like 20 or 30 better. It might even be like minus 20 or 30 better, right? Make sense? So that's where the harm reduction is. But you say harm reduction to a fucking tanky utopian retard like Hasan. That's not what they hear. They hear Democrats would be like minus 5 and Republicans would be minus 25. And you are ignoring me, which would bring things up to 100 if you just did the thing, LOL. Right? So that's why, like, of course, harm reduction is not convincing, because all they hear, when they hear harm reduction, they think you're like saying, oh yeah, I can just like rescue a few bits of furniture off the Titanic, whereas I know how to stop the Titanic from sinking and to build 3 other Titanics, and they'll all be bigger and more amazing than the first one, right? Like,
yeah, they're not evaluating the material differences between the parties in a realistic framework. Which is to say, like, in the real world.
Yeah, they are delusional. Yes, they're completely fucking delusional. Yeah. They're advocating for a world that has never existed and doesn't exist anywhere right now. Yeah.
It's so I think this is called a nirvana fallacy. And so if I say to you, well, in my ideal system, transphobia wouldn't exist because my messaging apparatus would be so good that the Republicans would fail that culture war, and everybody would have subsidized healthcare with 0 copay and 0 wait times. And so compared with that, you know, the ACA is like really just not great at all. In fact, it's bad. You know, and then compare like ACA versus non-ACA in their minds, because they're comparing it to this non-existent nirvana state. It's the differences are marginal, but in the real world, the difference between the ACA and not the ACA is tens of thousands of people dead every year, and you know, 50 million people having access to healthcare that wouldn't otherwise have access to healthcare. So it's like, that is not a marginal difference. You know, like in their nirvana where transphobia has been eliminated because, you know, they did messaging right or whatever, which is another thing. You know, I think you're still kind of early in the debate, and so they kind of get into this debate about, like, it gets framed as, you know, the Democrats don't push back against Republican narratives. And I think he mentioned immigration, he mentioned like trans stuff. And this is the reason why the Republicans are so successful, is because they're basically running unopposed on, you know, transphobia and anti-immigrant rhetoric. But this is just not true. Like, if you watch the Democratic Party, if you watch like prominent Democrats, they were constantly speaking up about, you know, like trans issues, and constantly speaking up about the importance of not dehumanizing immigrants, and, you know, not assuming that every immigrant that comes into the country is like a criminal, and like highlighting their contributions to society. And, you know, and on top of that, in a way that is more substantive and actually like material, the Democratic Party are doing policy, like they're doing actual policies to protect trans people, and especially in California to protect even undocumented migrants, like expand government programs to include undocumented migrants. So these are not marginal differences, like,
yeah, but the problem is, Hutch, that like 0.1% of the time, Newsom said that thing about there being a fairness issue in sports, and these guys are going to focus on that 99.9% of the time and ignore everything else, because again, like they don't care, they don't give a fuck about trans people. They care about that. It's so telling that Hasan apparently knew about the 49 pro-trans bills that Newsom signed in. Okay, then why is that everything you say about Newsom to do with the fucking sports issue? Like, why is that your focus? Like, you care more about like a sentence on a fucking Charlie Kirk interview than the actual legislation? I thought we were materialists here about the material conditions. Like, no, but that's not. They're not materialists. They are aesthetic-driven fucking like idiots. It's like they're not a political movement. They're a social media movement. Like, that's why that kind of shit, like, oh, bad clips are more important than actual policy and outcomes.
I mean, I'm willing to bet that the only reason that he knew, well, actually, no, I think it was because of Stacey. I mean, it was either me or Stacey. Because me and Stacey K. I'm not sure if you're familiar with her, but she's a really great follow. We were in his mentions talking about like the actual bills that Newsom had signed into law. So I'm willing to bet good money that the only reason that he knew that many bills were passed was because one of us had, you know, shown up in his replies and was posting about it. But I would also be willing to bet $100 that he would not be able to tell you a single bill that Newsom passed, which is the most infuriating part of all this discourse, is because they do all this talk, all this chatter every fucking day about, you know, how Newsom has evidently abandoned trans people, but he would not even be able to tell you a single bill off the top of his head that Governor Newsom passed in the state that he lives in. Like, he has no fucking idea what these Democrats at the state level are actually doing.
Well, I hope that's the case, because if he does actually know about any of them, if he knows about if he actually did know about like even the sanctuary state stuff, then I'm gonna have to apologize profusely to everyone for not hating this guy a billion times more than I already do. Like, yeah, like what a disgusting thing to do, to like give that rhetoric about betrayal and all that, and like not meaningful differences, but you know how meaningful the differences actually were. Yeah, fucking hell, that would be pretty nasty.
No, he has no idea, and I feel like it was pretty obvious that Adam was being strategically kind of like cordial with him. Which I kind of go back and forth on in my mind about whether or not that's a valid strategy. If you're someone at Adam's level, because Adam is like huge in terms of views and so I don't know, but like Adam had such a opportunity there to be like, well, Hasan, can you tell me like any of these policies that Newsom signed into law? Because I would be willing to bet really good money that Hasan would not have been able to say maybe more than like one or two. And at that point, you have just like this easy layup where it's like, Hasan, if you are going to be like a political commentator person who is doing political advocacy, you should know these things. Like, there is no excuse that you would not know these policies. And the fact that you would focus entirely on Newsom's podcast appearance with Ben Shapiro instead of actually looking at the policies tells me that you're not really serious about this. Like, this is all more about a narrative to you than reporting on what's actually happening in the world.
I have always wondered, you mentioned something earlier about Adam being nice, and there's a million reasons for that, like professionalism or whatever else. Like, you know, people who that's how most like industry types behave. But it makes me wonder why, and you've probably been aware of this as well, is that liberals seem so much more eager to explain themselves and like eager to please leftists, where when leftists just like fucking despise them. I never know why it's like these kind of struggle sessions that happen over whether like some liberal said this or that quote or had this or that clip, but it never really gets reversed the other way around, or it just doesn't seem to have the same effect. I don't know why that happens. Do you have any ideas?
Yeah, I think it's a couple things. So like, the first thing, and I'm not accusing Mockler of this, by the way, but I'm like the first thing is it's just a simple business calculation, because the leftist kind of version of politics is kind of the dominant kind of politics online, because they sort of overlap with the populist stuff, and populism is just so fucking popular on social media. This framing of like, you know, there's a small elite group of people that are pulling all the strings, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the salt of the earth working man, and like that type of rhetoric is just really dominant online. And if you push back against the people with the biggest platforms that push that kind of rhetoric, then you risk sort of alienating a big part of a potential audience you might have. But also, I think what's more common in terms of the reason why there's hesitance to push back against these people is because that crowd is so unbelievably toxic that if you do even lightly push back, your mentions might be nuked for, days or weeks. And then if you keep tangoing with that group of people, they'll just continuously brigade your socials moving forward. And then, then that goes back to like the first reason. So maybe sponsors are looking at your mentions and, they're like, this is too toxic. But I think like with the waters that, like the populist left, kind of like that whole movement online, it's all just one big kind of virtue Olympics, just 24/7. It's just about saying the thing that signals to the world that you're the most virtuous person. So they'll just like, you haven't got to that part in the debate yet, but Hasan just at some point, he segues the conversation completely unnaturally to, genocide. It's just like genocide. And it's like that they've figured out that that's like a trump card for them, where they're not actually interested in having a conversation.
That's because that's and they will do that forever, by the way, because that's like one place where I think like even liberals or the liberal institutions kind of folded on it. Like I probably blame Israel for that because a lot of the actions they took were pretty fucking nasty. But also some of the things just like they're also just really bad at propaganda and like explaining themselves compared to the opposition. So yeah, that is an issue. Because imagine if October 7th hadn't happened. What was Hasan's big foreign policy thing before that? It was Ukraine. And his takes on Ukraine were obviously atrocious to fucking everyone. He's like, I don't know why no one ever brings up the fact that he supported the annexation of Crimea. Like, that's an insane thing to support. Like, 200,000 people got ethnically cleansed from the region. And quite a few people are still locked up in prisons as political prisoners in there. There's no freedom of speech. There's like nothing of the sorts. The Tatar minority there are fucked. Like their properties are getting taken away from them and they're getting oppressed, and occasionally like activists are turning up fucking murdered in forests with their eyes gouged out by the Russian secret police. So it's like, damn, bro supported that. Like he supported that action. So I don't know, but yeah. And he'll probably fall into the same trap if China ever invades Taiwan. He'll probably give a really, really optically horrible take on that as well. But as long as they've got Palestine, like that seems to be like the one thing where they can sort of be the moral standard bearers, and it's really annoying.
Yeah, it's a way for them to, they say they have silly ideas and silly kind of like analyses, and just basically their whole kind of worldview is just really silly. And you see that in the first bit of the debate. If I were you, I would just skip like the last hour and a half of the debate because it's really bad.
I'm watching the whole thing. I'm digesting the shit out of it.
Yeah.
All context. I can't watch out of context. No way.
I mean, good luck with that, but like it's tough. Like the last little bit of that debate is like really, really tough because Hasan just filibusters to the most irrelevant stuff. But in the first part of the debate, Adam does, I think he could have gone a little bit harder, but like he does a pretty good job of exposing the silliness. And I don't know if they intuitively understand that their shit is silly. I think in the case of Hasan, he does, because he steers the conversation away from the things that he's vulnerable on. And I think he's definitely doing that intentionally in those moments. And so just the slightest bit of pushback with just asking really kind of logical questions. Like it's not even, you don't even really have to be like really smart or intelligent to push back and expose the silliness for what it is. But they've found these sort of these release valves, or these release valves, these escape hatches that they can run to when the silliness of their worldview starts to become exposed. And
yeah, but the fact is that I guarantee Mockler knows that. Like Mockler, sorry, that's his, I should have called him by his real name. Yeah, Mockler knows that. He will. I don't know if I've ever told you this, but I've mentioned it on stream a few times. Like even BreadTube knows this. A lot of them know this. Like because back in the day when I was like semi-BreadTube, like, and I would get attacked by these people, they would send me like private messages of support, and like I've held to it this day that I will never expose who those people are because it's not worth it to them. Like they're just gonna get fucking ransacked by these audiences. No, it's true. Like. A few, like more than a handful of BreadTubers who just kind of keep a neutral stance and don't really say that much, or maybe even like semi-friendly. They know that these communities are like this. They know that their own audiences as well, like are just generally terrifying. But yeah, Hasan in particular, yeah.
they're basically online terrorists. Like, you know, that's the best analogy I can come up with. You know, they will just nuke the fuck out of an entire community if the community, if the creator who has that community even does like the slightest pushback, they will launch a salvo that could last for like weeks or months or even years. You know, like if you say the wrong thing, like these people, they will never forget a grudge. They will hold that shit against you for the rest of your life. And so, you know, you'll be talking about something completely unrelated, and then they'll jump in your mentions and start bombarding you with a reference to something you said, usually out of like way out of context from like 2 years ago.
Yeah, but why? Again, it's all very intentional, right? Like, why else is Hasan retweeting these accounts that are just known for being hateful and obsessive and chronically online and like just like losers, right? Like, why else is he signal boosting those people? Yeah, he's outsourcing it. He outsources the harassment.
They're the saddest, most pathetic people on the internet. Like, it is so sad. So sad. There's probably like a good 2 to 4 dozen accounts who basically just exist as a propaganda arm of Hasan's stream. Like, that's what they do.
Well, that's what they live
all
for, right?
day,
Because
every day.
but you realize it's that like fortnightly or monthly retweet that's like their life source, you know?
That is what it is. That's a good way of putting it. Yes, that's what it is.
A little fucking dopamine injection for the week. Yeah.
Yeah, bro. That is what it is. A Fortnite leaderboard. I'm gonna let you get back to it because not Hasan. Oh my God. Trump is about to do a press conference in Mauled over the tariff thing. But yeah, it was good talking to you, man. Enjoy the rest of that debate.
Take care, boss. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Okay, let's get our visual representations back and let's go.
No, dude, I totally agree that Democrats should stand on business when it comes to transition. Am I lagging at all? Is it good?
Oh, God.
I'm the one.
What's going on here?
Apparently, a little bit.
Yeah,
It's
so
crazy because it's not even fighting anymore.
I think it's happening. You can't like. Yeah, now it's lagging. For me too, I can barely hear you. But here's where I think the difference is. You know, like the big dog, small dog meme, where you say something intense and then you kind of say something not as intense.
You mean Martin
like
Bailey?
Yeah, that's what you sound like.
You're a lot of these statements are so
true. Yeah, get him.
Bailey, of course. I feel like you're pulling a little bit of a Martin Bailey right now for non-Gen Z.
You are a slimy cunt. Yes. Oh God. Yes.
Meme lingo.
He just said
like
no.
You're on your show, and this isn't even meant to be like a confrontation or anything. Just so you know, but like I think this is genuinely where a lot
They're
of
saying it's
liberals
bad.
have
Wait,
friction.
let's hold off for a second.
I think Adam's very aware of how sensitive this fucking loser is. Yeah.
Let's hold off for a second. Just wait it out. Sorry, it's gonna come back in a second. No. The lag comes and goes. To be honest, it's gone for me now. Is it good now? No, chat. Adam is not the one who brought up Martin Bailey. I did. Okay, they're saying you're engaging in debate pervertry. I'm the one who did it. Okay, I'm the one who said Martin Bailey. All right, go on.
Oh no. See, why do people get to do this? Like, who gets to be the moral arbiter of like, oh, debate's a bad thing, and then like people who are liberal are like, oh, don't worry, I'm not debating you. No, yeah, I am debating you. This is a fucking disagreement. What do you want? Are you a fucking baby? You're a political pundit. You're averse to a debate every now and then? What the fuck's wrong with you? Oh, the first time in fucking 5,000 years of fucking civilization and shit like that, we can't do a debate. Fucking hell, dude.
I don't want you to think this is some like confrontation where I'm trying to like pin you down or anything, but when you go on your show and your stream and these clips go viral in liberal circles, I think the friction comes from you saying stuff. And it's just important that I quote you verbatim. Like, Democrats have literally written you out of existence regarding trans people. Marginalized identities have been left behind by the Democratic Party. Democrats don't give a fuck about you. They would shoot you if it meant they could secure votes. And then I come on here, and you're like, wait a minute. I do acknowledge that.
Yeah, what I actually mean is that there are marginal policy rhetorical differences that translate into actually quite substantial and commendable real life. These are totally the same opinion. It's just slightly different tone.
Newsom would be meaningfully better on trans issues. I do acknowledge that J.B. Pritzker is meaningfully better. Blue states are meaningfully better. I do, and then your strongest argument as to why Democrats are throwing them under the bus.
It's not even Martin Bailey. It's just two-faced. That's what it is. It's not even Martin Bailey. It's two-faced.
Are some polls that you see on Twitter, not from Democratic Party leaders, but from like Lakshaya Jain or whatever. Some people after the 2024 election going on TV and saying something to the effect of, oh, we lost because of trans people. That's obviously bullshit. Get those people out of here. And then Gavin Newsom on Charlie Kirk's podcast. That's your evidence that the Democratic Party is throwing marginalized people or leaving marginalized people behind. I don't see it. And I do agree we should
it's not just trans people either, by the way. This argument.
He's literally just saying, yeah, those two people. He's not even going to push back against the idea that there's more to it than that. Oh, it's not just trans people. There's also two people who said something about immigrants that I didn't like. So let's go. Yeah. Don't even get me started on how many Democrats are too nice to Israel.
It extends not just to trans people in general. It extends to different backgrounds as well, including but not limited to immigrants.
These are two different arguments you're making, though.
No, because the reason why is because of what you've also seen that comes usually fairly closely after the end of that clip, which is the assessment that corresponds to my broader outlook, my viewpoint, which is that there is no reason to make these sorts of concessions whatsoever. It's like these are people who are infinitely more influential within the Democratic Party's ecosystem than someone like myself. Okay, every single time I talk, it starts fucking going down. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Sorry. What the fuck, dude? I hate the fucking ISPs. It's insane. Okay, I think it's back. They're saying we're good. Okay.
It's not even a concession, by the way. It's just so far. Yeah, the trans thing was not a concession.
Would you agree that I have a more nuanced approach to this issue than the way that clips present my perspective? Because even when we had the conversation,
oh my god!
Because even when we had the conversation with Jennifer Welsh, like Jennifer Welsh and I had that conversation, there was an additional, 2 minutes of back and forth that we had where I was talking about how, like,
I watched it,
yeah, harm reduction narratives are exactly what a lot of establishment Democrats lean on in an effort to moderate their positions for the mythical moderate voter. And this is like their primary vehicle for driving voters to go out and vote, and it's been an abject failure every single time. It's bad. It leads to bad policies in general, and it's bad politics in general as well. Because you and I both agree that we want a fighting Democratic Party, one that fights uncompromisingly for not just individual marginalized identities, but fights for the entirety of the working class in a holistic way. And
absolutely,
when they don't present themselves as such, and they've been pretty bad at it. I mean, I think I saw you even criticize Hakeem Jeffries as well, or Chuck Schumer at least, like recently, saying like they must resign.
Yeah, our approval rating sucks.
Yeah, there's a reason for that, and there's a reason for why there is like, I think only a 77% approval rating for Democrats within the party, right? Like we have a historically high disapproval rating right now for the Democratic Party. I think is like 21%, which is unprecedented for when a Republican is in office, a Republican that is as devastating as the Trump administration has been. That is a fucking massive alarm bell. And I feel like instead of recognizing that, we're still following along the third way neoliberalism of the past, all the way from...
What do you mean recognizing it? I feel like every time you see Democrats talking about this stuff, they're always talking about like how unpopular they are. It's like a topic you never hear the fucking end of. Like, what the fuck? But it's that whole thing. Oh, the media doesn't want to talk about this. It's like, says someone who never watches the media. Yeah.
From Bill Clinton to even to a certain degree Barack Obama as well, where we just keep looking for a more moderate approach.
And that's absolute bullshit. We should not do that. It's absolute bullshit.
Okay.
But sorry, I want to keep going back to the Jennifer Welsh thing really quickly. Do you think that Democrats have literally written trans people out of existence? Or is that just hyperbole? Because if it's hyperbole,
of course, no, it's hyperbole. Like Democrats are
okay.
Because the Democratic Party is a big tent party, but the Democratic Party also is, and this is just how it is for the Democrats in general.
Can I finish my thought really quickly? Can I finish this thought I was having really quickly? Sorry.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
You said a minute ago, like, hey, don't I have? Sorry, no. I just want to finish this very, very quickly. You said a minute ago, like, hey, don't I have a more nuanced view than you would have thought that I had? And it's like, sure, but you're also just like saying two completely different things. You're giving a complete said, I'd vote third party because at that point it doesn't matter.
It's not nuanced. It's contradictory. Yeah, bring him back to it.
And then you switch that to at that point it's out of my hands. You've basically said like all of these statements are hyperbole.
That was the argument that I was making.
But when you are repeatedly hyperbolizing the Democratic Party as being basically the same as the Republican Party, that creates a level of voter apathy. And I think that is why liberals on Twitter are very mad at you. I mean, of course, there's going to be like the crazy fucks who are always going to say some random shit. But I mean, like, I think that's the legit criticism that people have of the way that you approach this, is the way that you draw this false equivalency between the two parties. Okay. And then, like, when you get confronted on it, or when someone asks you about it, you're like, well, it's just hyperbole. It's like, no, like, we shouldn't hyperbolize about trans people, like, getting shot by... I know that that's not a serious thing you mean, of course. I'm just saying we shouldn't, like, hyperbolize about how one party treats trans people versus another when there is a meaningful difference. And then when we're talking about the marginality between parties, you've said a bunch of times there's a marginal difference. You said Newsom would be marginally better than whatever the Republican is.
Marginally better? That sounds like you're talking about outcomes, buddy, not just rhetoric or whatever the fuck policy. Yeah, okay.
But then when we talk about it, you say, no, there would be a meaningfully different outcome.
Marginal differences between both parties lead to meaningful differences for the marginalized identities.
It's so fucking retarded. What is this stupid sentence you've concocted? Like, marginal differences between candidates can lead to substantial differences for marginal community. So there's a big difference. Yeah, okay. Like, what is the value in adding these fucking qualifiers? There is a big difference between the two candidates. That's it.
That is something that I have consistently.
Marginal differences in the amount of cyanide in one's coffee can produce incredibly substantial differences for the consumer, who may or may not be a marginalized minority. Like, the fuck.
Something that I've talked about for the past 10 years. This is something that I acknowledge. I don't think that there is no difference between two parties, except for certain issues. There are issues where there are no differences, or at least there is like broad consensus politics, right? And if you want to explore that, that's actually the biggest part of my argument. The consensus that, for example, healthcare is going to remain privatized, and that with the exception of a couple Democrats on the...
This is the thing. This is the fucking thing. Oh, healthcare will still be privatized in a nation that has, like, very... If America had a national health service, like bearing in mind that quite a lot of European... I think it's most European countries don't have, like, an NHS system. Most of them have mixed systems. None of them, as far as I'm aware, are the size of the United States, right? Last time I checked the European populations. But it's the same thing again, right? You're either, but like it's either only NHS, universal, free healthcare, or everything else is just down here. Just do the thing, Dems. Just do the thing. Good luck enforcing that in every state.
Edges, right? The party is broadly seen as a party that also wants to maintain private health care, right?
America is the size of the EU as a whole. Yeah, well done, son. The problem with that analysis, though, is that Lithuania and Alabama are very different, okay? Yeah, Europe, we happen to have a position where these countries willingly choose their healthcare systems on the whole. And if they don't like it, they vote for someone else. But that's what they see. That's what they see Democrats who think they're arguing... Fuck me, that's what a big zoom in. You see Democrats who think they're arguing this against the Republicans, and then they're out here like, excuse me, Israel still exists. And there's no building an NHS in a country that's, what, even like 5 times, 6 times the population of the United States? Wait, sorry, what the fuck? What did I, hang on. Yeah, that's about right, isn't it? Britain's about, UK population is about 70 million. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Well, the Democrats want to maintain private healthcare. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Oh shit. Now I'm. Oh god damn it. I'm effing now. Hold on 1 second. Oh god. I'll vote for any fucking. I will vote for any Republican that fucking fixes my ISB. Any Republican that shatters the oligopoly of ISBs in major markets like California, I'm voting for. Fuck it. That's a joke, by the way. Don't take that seriously. I know this is a serious.
I was writing that down so I could quote it.
Yeah.
I was writing that down so I could quote it back at you later. And
Yeah.
No. I'm in all seriousness. I'm not trying to be like,
advocate for Republicans. I'll never vote for a Republican.
I know.
I fucking despise Republicans. So
I'm not trying to make it seem like I'm like here to like confront you on these quotes or anything.
It's fine.
I think this is where genuinely.
Why? Imagine a conversation with two adults. Like, I don't want to make it look like you're being challenged on your opinion. Like, fuck off, man. Like, sorry. Does this guy need a fucking nappy every time he gets onto stream? Like, what are we doing?
Conversation. This is a good conversation. Okay. So we were talking about like between the Republican Party wants to deregulate healthcare marketplaces even further at the behest of healthcare companies. Correct, right?
Yes.
And the Democratic
That's
Party
how you answer a
solution,
question,
at
Bob.
least post Barack Obama, has been at least to offer subsidies to the population, subsidies that end up still not tackling like the for-profit healthcare structure that exists, but tries to keep that system alive. Would you agree with that?
Yes, but just because Democrats are insufficient doesn't mean there's a marginal difference, and that doesn't mean there's a marginal difference in outcome. Like we agree on this
from the perspective, you see where I'm going with this from the perspective of the everyday working class individual. It's the difference between.
I mean, your demographic is not the everyday working class individual. Your demographic is middle class college students who can't tie their fucking shoelaces, and they blame capitalism for it.
Someone who is going to get their healthcare denied, right? Because they deregulated it. There's no more protections for people with any sort of health complications, right? Like let's say they're completely destroying that on the Republican side, and the Democrats are saying, no, we need to keep the current system, and we need to give the healthcare companies more subsidies so that at least like it's easier to pay for. Like you can still keep your coverage even with a pre-existing condition, but the healthcare premiums are going to continue to go up. From my perspective, harm reduction of that sort actually reflects the consensus between two parties, because the real two different planks here is private healthcare versus socialized healthcare. And the Democratic Party, unfortunately, unlike the Republican Party, is always judged by its weakest link. Because in order to advocate for more government in a country like the United States of America, where there's no confidence in the government, and in the post-Reagan era, unfortunately for the Democrats, they will always be judged by whoever is a part of the rotating villain structure that ends up undermining the policy agenda that Democrats are running on. And from the perspective of the average person, from the perspective of the average American individual, they don't actually look at it and go, well, the Democrats are trying their very hardest to make sure that at least my health care is affordable. Some might, right? But most don't. Most look at it and go, okay, neither party is doing anything for me. What the fuck is this? So that is why I say, from the perspective of, for example, healthcare, this bipartisan consensus on private healthcare as opposed to socialized healthcare is a major one. The conversation should not be kept within the confines of what can we do within the private healthcare system. The conversation should expand to socialized healthcare versus privatized health.
What is this binary? Again, most European countries don't do it this way. They have mixed systems. What is this? What is this discourse, man? Like, is there something about American healthcare that I'm missing? Is it because, like, does he just think public options and expanding the availability of state-provided healthcare is just like, that's just bad narrative? That's what most European countries that have good healthcare systems do. The NHS is, it's its own thing, and I like the NHS. I'm all for it, but shit, that's not the only way. And even in the UK, I don't know if, like, I feel like Americans sometimes, especially American leftists, they sometimes miss this. Even in the UK, if you want to skip the queue or whatever, you can go private for most healthcare. Like, you can get private health insurance, you can get a private health company. You can just completely bypass the NHS if you want.
Care. And as long as the Democrats don't do that, the differences between them are marginal.
In policy, but not.
That is so fucking retarded, man. Like, I can't even. So you also believe then that the differences between Germany's healthcare system and America's is marginal, right? Because neither of these are fully socialized healthcare. Yeah? You think it's marginal? Germany and the United States. It's so stupid. It's just so blatantly like all or nothing. Like there's like black and white binary thinking.
Not outcome.
Yes. Yeah,
okay,
because
that's a really important.
It's like saying the difference between Trump's peace plan and the Olmert plan for fucking Palestine is like marginal because Israel still exists in both situations. Okay.
Yeah, because
dude, that's a really important distinction.
I can celebrate Barack Obama's accomplishments of like adding pre-existing condition coverage to healthcare or allowing people to stay under their parents' insurance program for 26 years old, or getting millions, tens of millions of people healthcare through Medicare funding, even though the Republicans basically stopped that in red states for a very long time, and it led to tens of thousands of people dying. But at the end of the day, from where I'm standing, from the way I approach the subject matter, the difference is Democrats are offering, let's say 100,000 people a year are dying. If 100,000 less people would die every single year if we had socialized medicine and there was no issues between
Hey, Sigurd Carlson, thanks for the two $4.99 donos. Hasan filibusters to make you forget the question, then try to move on to the next topic. He does it the whole conversation. His eyes move to the other monitor constantly like he's reading his rants. It's reading a dialogue tree. No, he'll be reading chat or looking at numbers or whatever. Gallstone, thanks for the $5. Material conditions to actively, kinetically deteriorate to manufacture consent for third wave post-neoliberalism also goal. True, there is a goal. Thank you so much. YOLO Swag, thanks for the $5. Liz Cheney did more to warn about it than Hasan. Already read that one. Clem W, thanks for the $2. 1.5x recommend. Hasan never shuts up. Listen, not for free. 1.5. We need to fundraise for that goal. Bulb, thanks for the $5. Really appreciate it. And Terminal Sanity, thanks for the $5. Hasan's position in a nutshell, damn the material results. What about how base the vibes are? Whoa. Damn. They did this on Twitch or YouTube? Hasan was on Twitch. He already gave up his YouTube streaming endeavors. I thought the first one was world-endingly successful and making all the libs cry, but okay. I guess that. And then 2 streams later, he decided it was a failure. God.
Access to coverage at the point of purchase, right? Because it's free. Versus 200,000 people die with the Republican agenda, but with the Democratic Party's agenda, 100,000 less people die. So the difference is still, from where I'm standing, 100,000 people that should get access to healthcare, but they're not getting access to healthcare.
Just because it's insufficient doesn't mean it's marginal an outcome, though. Like, we agree on this. We totally agree on the difference between policy and outcome.
The problem again is like oh god, it's like Democrats might it's like a party might have income tax in the top bracket at 45%, but the other party puts it to 55%, and that might collect a shitload of money, and it might lift a certain number of people out of poverty, and it might give healthcare to this many people. But you say, oh, that's a marginal difference because I really think the top tax rate should be 90%, and actually that would be completely realistic to implement. Like, because they think it was well implemented in the fucking 60s or whatever. Like, yeah, it's... Oh, that doesn't really... Like, it's always that. It's all, well, my fantasy of the ceiling is much higher than yours. Like, I'm going to fantasize about a much higher ceiling that is just as easily obtained, and that's why the difference between the two parties just it shrinks from the distance, from the distance of my incredibly high fucking horse.
And I could even concede that Democrats and Republicans in the capitalistic system. Like, I get what you're going at. They're both upholding the same liberal thing, but
well, there's also plenty of capitalist countries that already have these programs. I mean, virtually every single one of them does.
I still don't think you should say that there's a meaningful.
Wait, what programs? He doesn't think, like, he's not going to say that Europe is all this. First of all, definitely not every capitalist. If he's talking about Obamacare, no, that's not the case for virtually all capitalist countries. But okay. Sometimes I think Hasan talks like the kind of person who doesn't really understand how bad most of the world is. Unless he's using it as an excuse for like why social democrats can pay for their healthcare or whatever because they plunder the third world or whatever the fuck.
Difference between the parties without saying you mean policy, because that could just, from my point of view, as a young 23-year-old dude, there's a lot of voter apathy in my generation. You obviously influence a lot of young people, and I have friends that I went to high school with that have texted me like before the 2024 election saying there's no difference between the parties. Both parties are the same. And we've obviously illustrated throughout this conversation, no, both parties are absolutely not the same.
Well, if they're watching me and not just watching the clips, they would know that there are differences. There are marginal differences in policy that yield massive differences in outcome. Having said that, however, another area where there's no difference, almost no difference whatsoever, is foreign policy.
Wait, another area where there's no difference.
Because there is one. So there is one. There is one.
There is a difference on healthcare, though. You said there was almost no difference. So we already established that there's a difference on trans issues. There's a difference on healthcare.
Yeah.
Meaningful outcomes on healthcare. Let's talk about foreign policy for a second.
Oh God, genocide!
Before we move on to foreign
Get out
policy,
the genocide.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't correctly word that, but I'm gonna get to the foreign policy thing in a second. From though, right? Like, because from the
foreign policy, Trump abandoned the Kurds, got them fucked by Turkey. Obviously, we don't care about that. You fucked Ukraine, took away aid from Ukraine, and massively reduced their chances on the battlefield, which often, that actually leads to like tens of thousands of people dying. Really bad. Trump tried to turn fucking the West Bank into a leopard print fucking Bantustan that would have stripped 2 million Palestinians in Israel of their citizenship and transferred them over to Palestinian territory, right? Like fucking, not to mention, Trump cut funding to the Palestinian Authority and he cut aid to Palestinians in his first term. Biden had to restore it. Biden froze shipments of 1,700 2,000-pound bombs. Trump unfroze it the first week that he came into office. Biden sanctioned settlers and also brought sanctions against one of the IDF units in the West Bank that actually had to disband. Trump undid all of them by executive order in his first week of coming into office. Marginal differences. Trump is doing the biggest military buildup in the Middle East since the Iraq War against Iran right now, to the point that even the UK, the fucking American dick suck, is sitting there being like, okay, you cannot use Diego Garcia for this unless you give us a better explanation. Because Trump is giving fuck all explanation for what he's doing. Marginal differences.
Perspective of people that are not...
Trump allowed Israel to block aid to Gaza for 3 months and barely said a fucking word. He definitely didn't talk about aid in the entire time that he was in opposition to the Democrats when he was out of office. Meanwhile, some aid gets blocked in a small part of northern Gaza for 14 days, and the State Department threatens threatens Israel with an entire policy overhaul potentially if they don't resume aid. Next day, day 15, they send aid into the north. Compare that to 3 months with none at all. Famine did not get declared by the IPC under Biden. It did get declared by them under Trump. Marginal differences. Retard. Fucking disgusting cunt. All right.
From the perspective of the average American, the difference between being able to pay, $1,000 a month premiums, and then having your service coverage denied at the aftermath of like a significant medical complication, and not having that at all. For tens of thousands of people is still it's still a devastating outcome, as opposed to the alternative, which is that they pay a significantly lower share in taxes and have that health care be financed by the government in a single payer style system.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot about cutting USAID, that thing that millions of people were depending on to survive, right? That fucking 80% of the emergency food kitchens in Sudan, where there's been a famine for fucking years, closed by Donald Trump. Marginal differences. Marginal.
That's a massive difference, right? One that is the Democrats are not presenting as a unified vision.
Democrats are
By the way,
insufficient on healthcare.
not only is Hasan indifferent to the cutting of USAID, he supports it. His fans support it. They supported emergency food kitchens in Sudan, famine-stricken Sudan, like one of the worst death rates in the fucking world, and they supported cutting it. Those food kitchens had to close, and people died because of it. Already, thousands upon thousands of people have died because these countries lack USAID. There are some countries, like in southeastern Africa, where their entire economy more or less depends on USAID. Fuck me, man. Look, one of Hasan's fans in chat supports it. Like, they support it. They support taking fucking food out of starving kids. Fuck. For what? To save a quick buck on like less than a couple of percentage points on America's federal budget? Hasan, no, I don't know if Hasan supported that. Hasan's probably indifferent, but his followers do support it. Mike from PA supported it. He actually gleefully supported the cutting of USAID because their worldview does not allow them to accept that America can do anything good anywhere ever, even if it's aid, even if it's emergency kitchens for Sudan. It's so fucking retarded, yeah.
Yeah, I agree, but there's not a meaningful difference. Okay, so we went through trans issues. There's not a marginal difference there. There is a meaningful difference. We just talked about
no, Adam, I'll have you find that there is a marginal rhetorical kind of policy rhetoric difference that translates into a substantial difference. That's the actual take, obviously.
Here, I think that there is a meaningful difference between the parties, would you say, regarding outcomes?
No, what I'm saying is in terms of socialized medicine.
So you don't think there's a meaningful difference between outcomes between the Democratic and...
Where was the stream posted? I mean, it's in my title. They come in these droves every now and then when I've got Hasan's name in the stream. Hey, if you're a Hasan fan and you want to defend any of these positions, you can come into discord.gg/lonerbox. Unlike this guy, I'm not a fucking coward baby who needs to get fucking my hand held and coddled through a confrontation. I'll take you. I'll take it on. Anywhere, anytime. Bleh. I'll take you like this fucking ridiculously dressed character is handling these fucking skeletal warriors. He keeps getting back to the question. Yeah, I know, because the to be fair, I'm not even sure. It's been a while since we've had a direct question just like completely ignored. There's been a few questions answered now.
Republican
the
Party
friendly ones.
Between the Republican Party and the Democratic Party,
okay,
there is consensus on maintaining private health care. Would you agree?
But there's a mortality gap. Yeah, but there's a mortality gap of 30,000 people that would have died over the past decade.
Yes,
My uncle,
absolutely.
when he was like 22 years old, got diagnosed with this rare form of cancer. The ACA saved his life. That's meaningful. This is meaningful to Americans. Is it insufficient? Absolutely. Should we spend as much time as we can pulling Democrats to a more, I don't know, public option version of healthcare? Absolutely. We can do this as much as we want. But
if we're looking at numbers though, what we're still getting back to is the very meaningful difference between socialized medicine and privatized healthcare. And the reality of the matter is that while the mortality gap exists between the Democrats subsidizing the healthcare system, even though maintaining its private structure.
Do you know what the numbers would exactly look like? So
I actually don't know what the. I don't know off the top of my head. I don't know off the top of my head what the social.
Why would you say it's marginal if you don't know the numbers? What the fuck?
Let's say it is 100,000 people. Do you think 30,000 of those people are marginal? Let's say it is an extra 100,000 people that would have died. Do you think those 30,000 people are marginal or meaningful?
So you can answer that.
Meaningful.
No, You understand the argument I'm making, right? I'm saying that 100,000 more people would survive if they didn't have their medical care covered, or if they didn't have their medical care denied. There are people right now in the United States of America.
Who the fuck is this editor just throwing in these like denied?
That choose to forego diabetes medication and die because they just simply
Okay, that's definitely that. We're gonna class that as not answering a question, right? We're going to class that as not answering the question. Were those people meaningful or marginal? Because you just said it was a marginal difference, but now you won't answer more directly?
Pay for it. Like, that's not... That's. I think you and I both agree that that's completely unacceptable, right?
Absolutely. I think that the U.S. healthcare system is pretty awful.
And from my perspective, that is a meaningful difference, is what I'm saying, especially when compared to
that's a dodge. We're adding to the wall. What else do we have here? What have you guys sent me? That's Diego Garcia. That's not. Fuck you. Minecraft? No, Minecraft can wait. Is this an endless staircase? Okay, we can use That's cute. Give me this. Give me this. I'll save this. Put it in. Giphy.gif. Amazing. Where is it? Here. Good. Right. It's going to get overstimulating. I hope so.
As far as maintaining a private healthcare system. So it's even a much larger number, is my point.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. So I think that
because I will always agree with you when you say that Republicans are worse than the Democrats, regardless of like the hyperbole moments or whatever that people clip to present a false narrative that I very quickly will explain after the clip ends, usually, which is unfortunately outside of my hands because, you know, we do live in a clip culture. It's people want to argue past one another, but
you seem to minimize how different the parties are a lot, though, like a lot, and it's harmful.
Yeah,
dude.
because
like I said,
because the perspective that I'm coming at is the fact that a Democratic Party that still maintains that same consensus on maintaining private health care
is still meaningfully better.
But it doesn't. It ultimately doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like.
It doesn't matter that it's meaningfully better? What? Why?
100,000 lives, and the Democrats are saying, no, we're only going to save 30,000 lives. Then there's still 70,000 lives.
He's doing the graph. He's doing the fucking graph. What is the argument here? Are we trying to suggest that Biden could have brought an NHS universal healthcare system to the US with a 50-50 split in the Senate? Did Biden actually murder 70,000 people by not pushing universal NHS-style healthcare with a 50-50 Senate? Boof Clouds, thanks for the 1790. I really appreciate that. Thanks for the goal, guys. Well done. Strange.
That are lost in the process.
That doesn't matter to you? What do you mean that doesn't matter?
I think we're talking past one another. There is a far larger number of people that are dying in the uniparty consensus.
Okay. I absolutely agree. There is a far larger number of people that are dying in the uniparty consensus, and due to that, the healthcare system needs to be reformed. It is currently insufficient, but I can grant that, and both say the 30,000 people that have saved their lives are meaningful, as we've agreed. So I think that we
don't have a disagreement on, like, that's the reason why I was also an advocate for the Democratic Party shutting down Congress when the Republicans were ironically trying to do the harm reduction narratives on their side, when they were like, well, every day that Congress is shut down, where we're not conceding to your very reasonable demands about funding healthcare and adding the additional COVID subsidies back. You're allowing,
but that shutdown. Wait. That shutdown was over Medicare and Medicaid, not universal health care. So that shutdown was over something that you consider to be marginal.
Thousands of, or if not millions of public workers to be furloughed and possibly die. Like, the point I'm trying to make is in a much broader vision that is both politically beneficial, electorally beneficial, the Democrats refusing to take seriously because of the donations that they get from healthcare companies that want to maintain, that have a financial interest in maintaining a private healthcare system. The Democrats are writing off the additional 70,000 people, and they're getting away with this argument by presenting it as a lesser evil argument, because it's true. Lesser evil argument is the lesser evil argument. The harm reduction theory is correct, but because of the harm reduction theory being correct, the Democrats lean on to that rather than actually advocate for a bold vision. And at times they even lose the election, but it seemingly doesn't matter. right?
I think what we should do before, I think what we should do before the 2028 primaries is push our party as much as possible to reject the type of special interest groups that have led to this over the past decade, have led to the Democratic Party kind of feeding into this. But yeah, so I don't mean to keep hammering down on that point, but I do want to go to foreign policy because I think we can illustrate that Can you just say if you agree, yes or no here? So the Democratic Party has meaningfully different outcomes when it comes to trans people. Yes, right? The Democratic Party has meaningfully different outcomes when it comes to healthcare.
The Democratic Party, marginal or not, in terms of their different approach to both, well, healthcare is even more marginal, but the Democratic Party's
it's more marginal,
to these
okay.
issues from the perspective of the people that are receiving it, from the perspective of the people that are looking at it, from the way that they angle the conversation, the way that they move to a centrist position on a lot of these key positions is marginally different, but marginal differences yield significant outcomes for the people.
So the average person views the policies as marginally different, even though they're the ones who are receiving the outcomes. Like the person.
It's so fucking. But if it is significant for the people, do you spend most of your time communicating that those differences are marginal or significant? It's like saying that if there's a fucking famine in a region, and what, like someone goes there and feeds one person, like, is that what we're comparing the healthcare policies to, or USAID, or the trans healthcare to? God.
Who either gets
yes, 100%. Do you think that the average American is making a reasonable, a rational decision when they're voting?
Not the average American, but the Americans that are affected. Like if you need insulin and you get rejected due to a Republican Party, that's meaningful. There's meaningful outcomes there.
Yeah, and yet they still make irrational choices all the time. I mean, I think I wouldn't.
That's a total non sequitur, but okay.
On that. Yeah. Well, how many people with like immediate undocumented family members voted for Donald Trump?
Yeah, that's true.
They are insanely irrational in their decision making. That's why I always say you have to have a definable agenda that makes you that makes you viable at the elections. There's two different problems here.
People are going to be irrational actors no matter what, though. People are going to be irrational actors no matter what.
That's why you got to fucking bludgeon them in the head. That's why you got to bludgeon them in the head in the same way that Republicans unfortunately do very well and they have less structural hurdles than the Democrats do, obviously, in this situation, but they bludgeon people in the head by saying, make America great again. Here's what those values mean. And then they just like...
But Republicans speak to issues that people really want and care about, like immigration and eggs, inflation were massive issues for voters, and Republicans yapped about it all the time. The thing with Republicans is that they basically just promise the fucking universe to people and don't deliver it. But it's not like the Republicans take an otherwise unpopular public position and then just make it popular. That's not what they do. They tap into something that's already there. But I guess Hasan believes that America would vote in a Congress that would give universal health care if only the Democrats just campaigned on it more? Okay, sure, buddy.
Like add a bunch of nonsense into it. They engage in hyperbole. They regularly will be definable by their policies. Build the wall. It's like very simple. It's very simple stuff that they actively harp on, and the Democrats are constantly running on a defensive posture. And my argument is the reason why I think they're running on a defensive posture is because they can lean into the harm reduction narratives, because the harm reduction narrative is a correct approach. It is correct in theory, but given that most voters are making irrational decisions, unless they're literally fucking bludgeoned in the head with it over and over again to spell out those party differences, they're not going to make a rational choice, and many of them are not even going to vote at all. My community, on the other hand, by the way, overwhelmingly voted for Kamala Harris, but that's besides the point. I mean, virtually every single person in my community voted for Kamala Harris.
That is definitely not true. Virtually every single person voted. What, you're telling me that no one, like not even a substantial number of people in your community abstained? Fuck off. Absolutely fuck off. There is no way that, like, I would be surprised if like less than a third of people in Hasan's community just didn't vote. Or third party. Like, fuck that.
Straight to what people say.
If it's 2028, man, and we're running on like harm reduction.
Check chat at that timestamp. Are people able to do that? Did he save his chat? I thought he was an emote only. Was he not an emote only? New goal. Oh yeah, obviously. I mean, I can see what some of his chat were saying throughout, but let's see. My bro is a Hasan fan. He did not vote. Wow. Well, at least one then. And that would be, although they're a marginal difference in the overall community, it's a substantial difference for that one person not voting. Apparently, that's how we view things in life. Okay. Where's this? What is this? Never mind. Sorry, I'm just looking at the other GIFs you guys have sent. Where is this screenshot? Okay. This is his chat. Why is it blurry? Why would you give me a blurry picture, motherfucker? Oh, it's not actually blurry. It's just being blurred by by being saved. No, it is blurry. How do I get it? How do I get it over here? Can I save it? Will that do it? I think Discord degrades the quality of these things. Where's this? Okay, this is it. Bro, fuck you. Wait, why won't it go? Oh yeah, okay, I get you. Right. Be respectful, chat. Okay, so they've been told to be respectful. Parties are always switching. Tweens, what does fash mean? Is it just like the meme sound? Careful. Bro, this. Okay. Mockler looks like liberal, happy fun, la 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 la, nice bathroom. MAGA is not that different from neocons or any other fascist liberal. Okay. Hate Gavin. Hope I didn't have to vote for that narcissistic dumb fuck. Hope I don't have to. Happy fun, la 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 la. Happy fun, liberal. Happy fun. Americans are too fat and disorganized to copy Nazi fascism. Okay. Voting has never and never will stop fascism. The idea that it can is absolute drivel. Okay. Good one. If there are any more of those, I'm sure they'll be somewhere online. What, r/Destiny probably.
Narratives in the general, I will be very, very disappointed. I hope that we have a really, I'm excited.
You'll be disappointed, so you understand what I'm saying though, right? Then don't you feel like it would be out of your hands as far as like what you can do? Because at that point I can lie to my audience. At that point I can lie to my audience and be like, no, you guys don't understand. Kamala Harris, when she says we're gonna have the most lethal military, what she
every fucking Democrat talks like this because they feel like they need to convince the occasional fucking moderate voter, who they do have, by the way, who do exist. Independents do exist. There's quite a lot of them actually. That they're not just going to fall over. What do Democrats do when they're in office? Fuck all with their military. Actually, not enough, I would argue. Like Obama literally saying, oh, hey, Syria, Assad, don't you use chemical weapons now. Bad shit's going to go down if you use chemical weapons. And then Assad says, okay, I'm going to use some chemical weapons. What we're going to do? And Obama's like, oh, shit. Can I just tell jokes and be funny, please? Fucking moron. Again, it's all this appeal. It's all to aesthetic. Trump bombs Iran, sends a bigger military deployment to the region against Iran than America's ever sent to the Middle East since the Iraq War. But Kamala said lethal military. Like, kill yourself. You're so stupid, man. You're such a fucking LARPing, social media brained retard. Like, why is that more important to you than things that they actually do?
Actually means is that
I meant kill yourself in a video game. I'm so sorry. Wow.
No, she's going to be anti-war as opposed to Donald Trump. No one's going to fucking listen to me.
You say to your audience, listen, we had an ideological primary, and if Gavin Newsom is the nominee, this obviously did not go our way. We will continue to pressure his administration, but the difference between voting for Gavin Newsom and a J.D. Vance or voting third party and abstaining and lowering the threshold for J.D. Vance to win is the difference between quite literally 15 million people dying due to USAID cuts, which Gavin Newsom
fuck, if anyone got a screenshot of chat when he said that, oh no.
It's the difference between like a mother in Sudan having a malaria vaccine for their infant son versus that malaria vaccine not being there and the son dying. There's multiple studies and models showing that 12 to 14 million people will die by 2030 due to the cuts of USAID. And I think that the onus is on us in 2028, whether it's Newsom or another candidate, to be at the end of the day, be like, yeah, we have to suck it up and we have to not only just reduce harm marginally.
I hope that Gavin Newsom never runs on even if he's going to restore USAID, I hope he doesn't try to run on restoring USAID, because I feel like that will lead to a significant
defeat. You should not
defeat
run on restoring USAID. No.
You're such a fucking loser, man. Like, it's so fucking stupid. Like, why not just say there are parts of USAID you don't like? Like, are you seriously going to sit there and say that emergency food kitchens are like a bad thing? Like, what the fuck? Oh, but what? Those are actually instruments of soft power in the United States International Unipolar CIA.
No. Even if he's going to do it, I'm not even saying that's a bad thing.
Yeah.
I'm saying he should not be. He should not be running around being like, "I'm going to restore USAID." That's why you should vote for me.
No, that's totally fine. But this matters. There's
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you on that either.
I wonder what his child think about that.
So what do you mean? It's
maybe it'll come across as a shock for people, but
what do you mean it's out of your hands at that point? I don't think it's out of our hands at that point.
Wait, so if you acknowledge USAID, then how the fuck are you calling these marginal differences?
Out of my hands is that no matter what if people ask me about, why Kamala Harris was not coming out and releasing a statement about the that she presented as opposed to the Biden administration's Gaza policy, because I think we agree that she did not separate from Joe Biden in a meaningful way at all, right?
She shouldn't have.
She didn't, and that's a big part of why she lost. So,
big part of why she lost. I thought you guys didn't have the power to change the results of the election.
So one of my biggest points of contention, especially leaving the DNC where I got basically blackpilled, I was like, I could not believe how much people were celebrating it and how much people thought oh, we got this in the bag. When the situation on the ground showed a very different reality, at least from my perspective. On
the ground, what do you mean outside the building with all the fucking mouth breather protesters with the Hezbollah flags and shit? Those guys, the keffiyehs. The white boys in keffiyehs. Yeah, obviously they were upset. Yeah.
Kamala Harris refused to sever ties with Biden, and I know that would have been a complicated process regardless, and there would be a lot of drama surrounding it, but I think with expert messaging, that would have been very beneficial for Kamala Harris. Similar to Mark Carney versus, Justin Trudeau. Cutting the dead weight, basically taking out an unpopular figure and then rising from the ashes and presenting a bold new vision. Even within 107 days, she could have, tried to do this. When they didn't do that, and they tried to win by hugging and kissing Liz Cheney, and tried to win by going after this mythical moderate voter in the exact ways that Matt Iglesias and Jonathan Chait and all these other people presented as a positive, like a lot of these commentary folk that the Democrats do listen to for some reason. I don't know why. When they ran around with this pivot to the center and kept repeating it, and the consulting class kept repeating that this was the appropriate thing to do. When I had two options. I could have just been well, guys, you have to understand Kamala Harris is actually going to be much better than Donald Trump, which I did bring up with regular frequency, especially as it pertains to what Donald Trump was presenting, mass deportations and what that would look like. And there are many, many videos where I, presented how terrifying a vision Donald Trump was spelling for the future of the country versus what Kamala Harris was presenting, which conceded, because this was another holdover from the Biden administration, conceded that undocumented migrants were actually a national security interest, a national security issue, that they were actually leading to crime, and that the only solution was a compromise position that wasn't mass deportations, but instead was deportation of some. That was completely unnecessary because the main point that the Republicans drove home.
Again, not only was some kind of border bill necessary, even if it was left or right, whatever, the Republicans understood that it was necessary. Republicans, why do you think Trump shot down the Lankford bill? It's because he wanted immigration to remain an issue. He wanted it to be an unsolved issue so he could still run on it being a crisis. But I guess, yeah, I mean, this is like the straw man that, you know, how Republicans say that all libs are and lefties are open border, but basically none of them are. This guy actually is. Like, that's why he would say that. Like, anyone who talks about any immigration issue ever, even if it was the American border, which was the problem there being that there were too many people crossing for the asylum system to keep up with, which does lead to problems. That's just insignificant to him. That's like nothing.
Was built around a lie that undocumented migrants are responsible for a higher share of per capita crimes than natural-born U.S. citizens are. That's never been the truth.
Are you not okay with some deportations if someone's actually committing crimes? Because the stats say that undocumented immigrants commit crimes at lower rates than native-born citizens. They commit crimes at very low rates. But if somebody does,
but are you against any deportations? Like if an illegal migrant commits violent crime, and they are not there for an asylum reason, you can or can't deport them?
Commit a crime and they're caught here. Are you okay with deportation? Say it's not ICE.
It's entirely dependent on what the crime is, but I'm always going to be an advocate to make sure that like justice is served instead of like just immediately trying to deport someone. I would much rather have them sit in the prison system if they've done, especially if they've done a heinous crime, because there's no assurance that that person is actually going to stay in prison when they are sent to a different country. So
I actually don't even fault you for not endorsing Kamala in 2024. I mean, I personally think she was way, way better, and I'm sure that I mean, we can talk about the impacts that Trump has had, and we'd agree. But I mean, yeah, if she's gonna run in such a risk-averse way, I can understand that. I just yeah, I think before we move on to the forward-looking message,
like of the Democratic Party, my argument is Kamala Harris didn't present that vision appropriately, and that's why she lost. Like she should have sat there and been like, what do you guys think mass deportation is going to look like? This is verbatim, bar for bar, what I told both Democrat consultants and also party members, including Ro Khanna and many others, both privately and publicly. I was like, explain to people what fucking mass deportations are going to look like. You guys are running scared. I know you see the polls that say 66% of the public want mass deportations. They don't know what that looks like. It's up to you to explain to them what that looks like.
This is the exact same as like your fucking people who say, again, oh yeah, the media, they don't want to talk about this, they don't want to talk about this, they don't want to talk about this, but the media talks about it like all the fucking time. That's exactly what he's doing here. You think that Democrats weren't trying to threaten about the impacts of the Republican Party and specifically with deportations and other fascist activity? Of course they were. Kamala was literally calling him a fucking fascist. What are we talking about here? He's just making stuff up. It's because he knows that no one in his audience pays attention to what any of these candidates are actually saying.
And when they don't do that, and they...
Yep, they spoke about Project 2025 as well. Yes, they did, yeah.
Cede ground unnecessarily on this argument, they end up causing a spectacular defeat where Donald Trump
this fucking rewriting is so cringe. Meanwhile, these guys, all they could talk about was Gaza and Genocide Joe and Holocaust Harris. That's what they were actually talking about. That was what occupied most of their time talking about the election. So, what the fuck?
Come in and actually does start the process of mass deportations. That was my argument. And that's precisely what I mean when I say it's out of my hands at that point, because no matter how much I yelled both at the Democrats, no matter how much I advocated for every single day about how devastating a vision Donald Trump would look like if he actually won, the Democrats still chose what they chose to do. That's what I mean when I say it's out of my hands. I don't know exactly how Gavin Newsom is going to run. We don't know yet. It's too far out. But my assumption when I say it's out of my hands is that Gavin Newsom represents the same old business as usual politics that Kamala Harris ran on, that Democrats have run on in the past, with the notable exceptions of Joe Biden and also Barack Obama.
Oh,
both
a new helmet.
Ran on a
Is it going to be a good-looking helmet?
Both ran on an objectively progressive policy agenda.
Fuck yes.
Legislate that way.
Oh yes, we got rid of that ugly fuck helmet. Look at that. Look at that banger. Ugly. Fuck earmuff hat. Oh yeah. It's got flames on it. It's like a. It's like a, what is it? Like a fucking, like a motorcycle, like a Harley Davidson. Fucking hell. Disgusting. Amazing.
But they did, objectively run on a much bolder policy vision than they actually ended up fulfilling. But my point is, if you don't do that, if you don't run a bold policy agenda focused vision, you are going to lose to the Democrats, and I fear that that's what Gavin Newsom is going to do, and that's why I meant, like, it's out of my hands at that point. There's nothing I can.
Literally none of that excuses voting third party and not campaign. It's so fucking stupid, but it also completely contradicts the thing he said at the beginning of this, which was that it would still be a toss-up, which means that there are, if it's a toss-up, there are obviously things you can do.
To salvage the reputation of the party, because I've been there. I've been there in 2016. I was there in 2020.
Nothing. I love it. It's so funny. It's like I've been spent 4 years completely butchering and lying about the Democrats and eviscerating them on the fucking national stage. But then on the last day, I'll be like, oh, I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do to help you guys. You're just too cringe. There's nothing I can do. I can try. I've been trying. There's nothing I can do. He's such a fucking lying snake fuck. Oh, God. Ugh. It's okay. Let's just enjoy the rest of it, shall we? Ah! I did not mean to start attacking that guy. We are conflict avoidant in this territory. Holy shit.
Luckily, it worked out. And I was there in 2024, and it didn't work out again against Donald Trump. That's my argument.
Yeah, so I agree that Kamala Harris definitely should have taken more affirmative stances. One of my big problems with her is that she was super risk averse. I think that as a former prosecutor, there was a trope that she was just very meticulous with every single thing she does, and I think that's representative of a broader Democratic Party that is just very risk averse. And while they're risk averse, they'll also finger wag and shame you over and over for not voting for this candidate in that way. I mean, the Democratic Party definitely has me disillusioned. But yeah, I mean, I don't think it is out of your hands at that point. I mean, the messaging maybe, like the messaging apparatus of the Democratic Party, if Newsom and Vance are the nominee, is not out of your hands. But there's still an entire administration that you can pressure and push if Newsom were to win in your direction. It's
yeah,
not.
I mean, I'm going to keep doing that regardless.
You also said. But it's not what you said. It says at that point it doesn't even matter, and I can understand.
Yeah,
that
what I meant.
He's really not getting convinced by this.
The conversation I was having afterwards is what I meant is like it's impossible, and this is a thing that I brought up over and over again with Kamala Harris in 2024, is that there's nothing I can do to outflank the party. And one example I'll give you, I think you'll agree with. Kamala Harris got $1 billion, right? Massive war chest. She comes in hot. She comes out with this, I thought it was going to be a visionary agenda. They choose Tim Walz. They're coming out of the DNC. I'm a little shook in my confidence in the party. And they dump $30 million to the television market in Pennsylvania. And the polls didn't even move a little bit. That was a major sign of alarm, major sign for concern for me.
Remember, rewriting. He thought Kamala was going to win. On the day, he said Kamala was going to win. Anyway, sorry.
Time I said, this implies...
And then he told Pod Save America that he was actually one of the ones warning that Trump's going to win. Fucking clown.
That people are hearing the message, but they're not identifying with it. They don't like it. They don't like what Kamala Harris is presenting. Because... at that point, no matter how much money you spend, no matter how much you tell people that you're going to be better, that you're going to be better than the Republicans, and here is why, they were not responding positively to it. And that should have been a really important point for Kamala Harris to pivot away, go back to the drawing board, and potentially come out with a more bold vision for change. They didn't do that. And that was that's precisely what I mean when I say it's impossible for me to outflank $1 billion of ad spend, Taylor Swift endorsements, Beyonce endorsements. I'm not saying I'm a small bean and I'm just
it's
like
nothing to do
irrelevant.
with voting third party.
I don't even think you can change. It's not even what I claim.
I'm just gonna. If you take him at his word here, the only possible explanation is that I agreed that there was harm reduction arguments, and that there were also, although I called them marginal all the time, their outcomes are actually very significant. I just don't mention that part. Sorry. He's just saying that, like, oh yeah, they didn't listen to me, so I'm going to go off in a huff and vote third party. I'm going to throw my toys out the pram. I'm going to be the fucking guy who gets all his friends together to play football, but then halfway through the match, he's not doing very well. He doesn't really get his way, so he just takes the ball and goes home. That's like the only coherent explanation for what he's saying. Like the only overall motivation that you could infer from that.
That's what a lot of people yell at me over. They make it seem like I was the singular kingmaker or something.
That's really dumb. And any liberals saying that dumb, any liberals saying that you need to line up behind Gavin Newsom, what the hell? It's 2 years out.
No one was saying
why
that,
do you
though.
think
That
so
wasn't the
many
question.
liberals were mad at that Jennifer Welch clip? Like, what's your steel, man, if I could ask?
What do I think about
You're about
it?
to get the most amazing
why do
steel,
you
man.
think so many liberals on Twitter rag your throat?
It's the same. It's the same reason why everyone said the Bernie bros were the reason why Hillary Clinton lost. It's the same reason why people still say third-party voters are the reason why Kamala Harris lost, even though if all third-party voters, I'm sure you know, voted for Kamala Harris, she still wouldn't have won the election. It's people...
You thought she was going to win. Fucking where is it? Dude, he thought she was going to win. Why is he doing this?
Looking for, it's people looking for an alternative. It's not that their vision of what the Democratic Party should be doing is incorrect entirely. It must be something else. So they're just looking to blame someone else. And I'm fine being that guy. If they want to blame...
honestly disagree. I think a lot of the liberals I talk to...
That's your steel, man? They just want someone to blame, because even though they're really just suffering the consequences of their own actions? God damn it, man. I think that should tell you a lot about someone. If someone can't steel man another person, or if they do try to, and what comes out is just like is literally just a straw man, like the kind of thing that you would say if you were trying to infer malice or bad faith or stupidity, then that kind of shows that you are like completely fucked. It's like a very big red flag of people who can't do that.
A lot of the people in my audience don't think what you just said. I've got a massive liberal audience online.
Massive.
I didn't ask them about this. I don't know. But I genuinely think a lot of the criticism I saw on Twitter goes back to the conversation that I was kind of trying to, like, not pin you down, but I was kind of trying to return to it over and over, is the way that you word these things on your stream. I genuinely think liberals take problem with that. I mean, yeah, some people will be looking for a scapegoat and will say that third-party voters, like,
remember, that was
Hillary
the steel man. The steel man was that they're scapegoating. Yeah, that's the steel man.
The election, or cost Kamala the election. I mean, it's not. I don't think it's true in the case of Kamala, but I think that no one expects you to change the results of the election. Or maybe not no one. No reasonable person expects you to change the results of the election. No reasonable person expects you to jump up and down and start throating Gavin Newsom 2 years before we even have our candidates there. Like, no reasonable person is going to say, if you would have said, I refuse to pre-commit to any candidate, and I want to use my leverage, and I want to make sure that we have an ideological battle, and I want to come out on top, I'm not going to commit to anyone, I think you could have minimized the amount of liberal damage. And you did explain right after why you didn't vote for Kamala and how it was the same.
The clip was way before. The clip ended way before.
Yeah, but you're
that.
saying something different too now. You're saying it's out of your hands, but you did word it, and you're live a lot every single day, so you can't word everything perfectly. But you literally said at that point it doesn't even matter. One day prior, you said like Newsom is marginally better. When liberals see all of this in totality, it's like, wow, this guy doesn't think that the Democrats are even different, and this guy has a lot of apathy towards who wins. It came off as apathetic, and like, I mean, I think there's a common criticism online.
Do you feel like some people want to feel like I'm apathetic? Do you feel like, well, one, there's two different reasons for, there's two different things I want to mention. One, the plurality doesn't vote, and therefore the plurality is apathetic, right? My audience, as I've demonstrated already, is not apathetic, and they are voting for the Democratic Party when push comes to shove.
I think the plurality would be less apathetic if we could illustrate more. I think the plurality is apathetic because people say there's a marginal difference between the parties.
Okay.
If we could illustrate
This is a good point. So you think it's people like myself and others that are creating this apathy and not the multi-billion-dollar messaging infrastructure of the Democratic Party that is making it seem as though
you contribute to it. You contribute to the problem. That's probably fair.
The differences are either completely irrelevant for them,
no,
or inconsequential.
No, I think it could be both. It can be both and. Two things can be true.
So
talk to me. Miles, hello, how's it going?
Oh, hi, Box.
You are very loud. Hang on 1 second. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
it's fine now. Got you.
Basically, I'm a Hasan fan.
Okay.
I'm from the UK.
Oh.
And I've been watching your content for a while.
Yeah.
Something I wanted to say is that like when it comes to Iran, like what do you think should happen next?
I think the moment's passed. I think Trump, if whatever he's doing now, would have made sense to do when the protesters were trying to take down their government. But now that the crackdowns worked, I have no fucking idea. I think the protesters would be good to come back out again. But again, that they're risking their lives. So fuck. Don't know.
Yeah, understandable. To be honest, I'm a bit anxious. Sorry, it's my first time on stream.
That's fine.
Basically, another thing is that basically I'm Muslim, and obviously I understand why Iranians like don't really like Muslims and stuff. Like they've had religion like shoved down their throat and stuff. I understand that, but like I've seen like videos of like mosques being burned and stuff, and I just find that a bit concerning because like with there's people inside and yeah.
I wouldn't be too, well, first of all, Iranians don't hate Muslims. Iranians hate the regime. Iranians are Muslims for the most part. Like, if anyone takes down this regime, the regime will get taken down by Muslims. I think people understood this when it came to ISIS, right? Like, people would talk about Muslim immigration in Europe and how they really fear it and all this because of what about ISIS? It's like, sorry, who were most of the people killed by ISIS? They were Muslims. Who were the people who mostly did the fighting against ISIS? They were Muslims. Who did we ally with to fight against ISIS? Muslims, right? Not just cultural Muslims, like no offense, like Hasan, but like actual like practicing Muslims did this. Like for the most part, they were the first line of defense against ISIS. In general, they're the first line of defense against radical Islam. So it'd be the same thing in Iran. If we talk about mosques, when it comes to situations like Iran, or even I would argue to a lesser extent like Gaza or West Bank, mosques, when you have Islamic extremists, and this happened with ISIS as well, like mosques are one of the places where radical regimes engage, right? That's where they indoctrinate people. That's where they occasionally they store weapons there and things like that. So I'd be very careful about like specifically why they're targeting a particular mosque in Iran. Like, was it just because they wanted to target worshippers, or was it because that mosque might have had something to do with the IRGC, you know?
Yeah, I understand that. As for like Iranians being Muslims, like I'm sort of like confused on it because I've been told a lot of them are not Muslims. I was told a lot of them are. Like, I just don't understand really.
I don't know the exact demographics, but I'm pretty sure Iran is a very strong majority Shia Muslim, right? It's where shrine locations are, like Shia shrines.
Yeah.
I don't know how they are in their day-to-day life, so I've had mixed opinions on that. Some people tell me that they are religious in like a cultural sense, but they don't really practice that much. But I think they would generally identify as Muslims, I think. Obviously, the way that the revolution was able to happen was because the clergy in Iran had power. Like, they had influence. I don't think that's gone away completely.
Yeah. Honestly, that's all I wanted to ask. Like, yeah.
Out of interest.
Sorry about that if it's awkward or...
Out of interest, do you would you want the protesters to win?
100%, yeah.
Okay.
The only thing is that I just want like the rights of like religious minorities to be protected. Like, that's my only qualm.
Are there
but obviously fuck the regime, like, for sure.
Like, are there religious minorities in Iran that you think would be under threat if the protesters won?
I'm worried because like I've seen some of the stuff that diaspora say, like they want to like repress religion. And that's like my only worry. But
is there any diaspora
if that doesn't happen, then like if it's a secular state, human rights, all of that, I fully support it, like 100%.
How do you feel about Pahlavi being in power if he was the one to replace the Ayatollah as an interim leader?
Pahlavi, if he's better than his father, then I'm fine with that. I think they should give him a chance.
Out of interest, because you said you're a Hasan viewer, right? Is that how you learned about Iran?
Yeah. I learned about Iran, I think just mostly speaking to Iranians. But also I've like watched a couple of videos back in the 2022 protest. I remember I read a bit about Iran there. So like, that's where some of my knowledge comes from. Obviously for Hasan, the thing is, I do disagree with the way he's like with some of his stance when it comes to the Middle East. But basically, this sounds a bit weird, but I do support him like against the far right mostly. Like I'm really, because as an ethnic minority, I'm really concerned about Nick Fontes growing, and I feel like Hassan's like sort of like a good counter against him. So that's kind of my reasoning. But I do disagree with Hasan like on some stuff. Like I'm not really dogmatic about it.
Okay. I was going to ask about Iran. Actually, no, never mind that. So, what would you say your disagreements are, out of interest?
With Hasan?
Yeah.
Mostly, I disagree with the support for the regime.
You think he supports the regime in Iran?
Yeah. My understanding is that Hasan supports them. And obviously, I don't really support them because what they're doing to Iranians, of course, and also what they've done to like Arabs in the Middle East. Like, so yeah.
So you can correct me if I'm wrong because I don't watch him enough to know that. Like, my impression was that he didn't really support them, but he just kind of like was ambiguous on them, to say the least. Does he actually say he supports them, or do you get that, or was that just an impression you got?
I don't think he's ever explicitly said it, but it's kind of implied.
Okay.
So yeah.
You said you're in the UK.
Yeah, I'm in the UK.
So, how do you feel about? And you're a Muslim in the UK, you said.
Yeah.
So obviously, not to make you too worried, but like, polling right now is putting reform pretty high, unfortunately. Like, who do you think is best served to fight against that? Are you putting your faith in like the Greens or in your party or Labour or Liberals or who? Anyone else?
To be honest, I'm sort of putting my faith on the Greens, but I might tactically vote for Labour. But honestly, I'm just scared for like the future of Muslims in Europe. Like, to be honest, like I don't know what's gonna happen. I feel like violence, sometime in the 20th century, against Muslims might happen. So I'm a bit concerned about that.
Do you think it's you probably feel like it's gotten worse in your personal life since October 7th?
Not just October 7th, but I remember when there was like riots in 2024.
Yeah.
I just felt like there was a vibe shift then. I remember I was walking to Greg's, and then there was some guy, he just gave me a really dirty stare. And then that's like the first time, like, obviously he's never said like anything racist to me, but it was obviously off. Like, it just feels like the vibe's different now.
Yeah, that's the most British way to communicate racism, right? Like, it's a set, like that second look. Yeah, the most subtle fucking, yeah, like every time people, yeah, if it's always that, like if someone hears that my name is, because I've got an Arabic name, so whenever that comes out, it's like, oh yeah, the mood shifts a little bit, yeah. That's how you tell.
100%. What I will say is I do disagree about some of the stuff, like, I do think you're very intelligent, don't get me wrong. I disagree with some of the stuff on Israel-Palestine.
Okay.
However, I'm willing to let that go because I feel like you're really important when it comes to like pushing back against the far right. So yeah, I support you 100%.
Interesting. Well, I appreciate it. Is there anything else you want to talk about, or?
Honestly, that's all. Like, I appreciate it.
All right. Well, Stay safe, and yeah, good luck to you, man.
Yeah, you too.
All right, bye-bye. This is not what I was expecting from a Hasan fan. Okay. I feel like that's not representative, but cool.
So
the Democratic Party is definitely insufficient. No.
But that was the point I was making.
Party
I was saying,
is
like, you can't
incredibly
outflank.
insufficient. Okay, sorry, keep going.
Sorry. Well, that is precisely my point, which is that I can't outflank the party. If the party is constantly communicating that, like, they're going to be moderate, they're going to have only marginal differences, but, like, they're going to be the adult in the room, and that's what they're communicating. My reflection on that as being devastating is not going to actually change people's minds that were going to previously vote for the Democratic Party and don't. And that's precisely the reason why virtually everyone in this community voted for Kamala Harris, regardless of the setbacks that she, regardless of her election hangups. And that's the reason why I don't necessarily care what liberals say on the internet. Like, if they want to yell at me, it's fine. But one of the things that they consistently mention is like, oh, he's popular because he's shitting on the Democrats. And that is the problem. Like, you're basically recognizing that the Democratic Party is an incredibly unpopular brand. And we have to fix that. If you want the Democrats to actually consistently and reliably win elections, which I care a lot more about the policy agenda than I do about, like, Democrats as a brand, as a party winning, right?
Sure.
So that is the issue, and these guys don't understand that that's the issue, and constantly recycling harm reduction narratives over and over again doesn't actually make people on the outside, the plurality of voters that do have that apathy, take a different look at the Democratic Party. You just
okay, maybe I am too locked out of American politics. Is harm reduction arguments, are they ever made by Democrats to anyone other than leftists? Do they make harm reduction arguments to Republican voters or moderates? Do they say, oh yeah, sure, like, wait, how did that even make sense? I don't even know. And the problem with the harm reduction arguments is that I feel like, from my experience, the harm reduction argument comes because people who are progressive but liberal end up finding themselves arguing on left-wingers' terms. And I don't know if it's because left-wingers just do a really good job at making themselves sound more intelligent than they actually are. And they feel like there's so much implicit concession, because I guess they all believe that actually, yeah, Democrats should be pushing the NHS in the United States, even if they get a 50-50 split in the Senate. And they should make that one phone call that will get Israel to stop all the bad things. Yeah, it's like, or they should actually tax all the billionaires and bring it back to the fucking 1960s 92% rate. And I suppose, well, everything does look just like you're choosing between two kinds of harm, but one is slightly less harmful. I don't like that position, though. I don't like it. I think the Democrats generally do good things and Republicans generally do bad things. I think American politics has never been more simple in terms of how fucking bad one party is compared to the other. But like that, to me, that's not harm reduction, right? Like, one party does things that are good mostly and the other one does things that are bad. That's not harm reduction. That's just a good party versus a bad one. It's goodies versus baddies. Fuck.
Democrats look like smug elitist assholes who are entitled to your vote, and for
I
them,
think it can be both and. It can be both and. The Democratic Party definitely needs to message better and draw the difference better. But I also think the way that you speak.
Imagine being a smug elitist asshole. I could never.
About it. I'm not blaming it all on you, by the way. Not even blaming it mostly on you. I think that the way people speak about it as if the parties are the same does create that type of apathy as well. When they're not the same, we've walked through this entire stream how there are meaningful differences.
You do recognize. I talk about the differences. If people that are watching the clips actually came and tuned into my live broadcast or even watched any of the YouTube videos or whatever, they would know that that's not all I say.
No,
right?
I watched multiple full-length videos, and you really blur the lines. And I'm not gonna when your audience, you do in the video, you said two things back to back. You said Democrats have literally written you out of existence. Later on, you say Democrats would essentially shoot you. It's fine to use hyperbole, but then
you're bringing up two clips.
He literally just said he watched the whole thing. You fucking retard. He watched the whole thing. Stop doing the. You cannot say, I watched the whole thing. Here you said this. No, that's out of context. Explain the context then. He never does that.
Those are two different clips. No. It's in the same video, though. It's the same video.
I know,
Later
but I already explained to you that.
Video,
but there's additional things I say in between.
He's just not listening. He's not fucking listening. What did you say then that changes it?
Those two clips.
Between these two strong declarative statements, you for a second say, yeah, sure, being a trans person in a blue state is probably better than a red state, and then you go back to saying the next statement.
The idea that
tell him he's just seen clips again, Hasan. Tell him.
And there are a million examples I can show you if you want to see it. But the idea that I don't actually maintain the validity of the harm reduction argument, I just don't present it as the number one solution. I recognize that there is a difference between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. The clips that people oftentimes will recirculate will be on issue-specific things like Israel, Palestine, like the continuation of genocide.
Genocide.
Right? Like both off of the genocide that unfolded when Joe Biden was president and Kamala Harris was vice president, and also the way that Kamala Harris communicated about what she would do differently from Joe Biden, which was unfortunately nothing, right? Like there are certain aspects of we have a difference of opinion, or we have a different approach between the Democratic Party.
What the fuck does he want Gavin to do different with trans issues? He wants Gavin to go back in time, and as soon as he says there's a fairness issue in sports, he should kill himself. Pull out a fucking no video game, pull out a revolver, push it against his temple, and just fucking pop a cap in his own ass. Like, that's what he thinks Gavin should have done differently on trans issues. He thinks Gavin should have a struggle session. He should stand on a fucking little fucking platform, a literal, like a wooden platform, like a pallet, and just say, I'm very sorry. He should wear the fucking dunce hat and say, I'm really sorry. I told Charlie Kirk that there's a fairness issue in trans sports and didn't push back hard enough. And probably for other things. And then he just puts his own head in the noose. They don't even need a fucking hangman there. His hands aren't tied, and he just jumps off. And hopefully I can serve the cause better in death.
Party and the Republican Party that's just like not translating to the population at all, and there's good reason for them to actually there's good reason for the average person to not think that there's any major difference between the two parties. As far as genocide is still genocide. One is being conducted in a way where Trump is also saying additional unhinged shit. The other one is being conducted.
Why with the fucking rhetoric, dude? Again, oh my fucking, Adam Mockler's not going to know, is he? He's not going to be able to say. One of them had the again, this is by their standards, by the way. I don't agree with the IPC. I think their research came short every single time of what actually happened. But it is a fact that the IPC said famine only once, and it was after Trump came into office, because Trump allowed Israel to blockade Gaza fully for 3 months. Democrats responded to much shorter pauses in aid by saying, start the fucking aid again, you fucking retards. What's going on? What the fuck? Oh, but they say things differently. Oh, okay. Wow. That's more important, surely.
Where Joe Biden keeps saying, oh, we have red lines, and then Benjamin Netanyahu keeps crossing them, right?
Yeah, I agree. I think the Democrats need to stand the fuck up, and I think that this is an issue where Democrats definitely need to be meaningfully better than Republicans.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even just like because it's electorally beneficial, it's also unconscionable in general, and that was the reason why I said that given both Kamala Harris's lack of interest in like communicating a different vision for what will happen with her leadership between United States and Israel.
Hasn't the health ministry said less than 500 people died of starvation? Yep. They said exactly that. Okay. Thank you for the random DM. Well done.
And given her tendency to lean into Joe Biden's agenda on migration,
People were looking for
the
a
right
change
wing
agent,
bill,
for sure.
the right wing bill that they passed, that they packaged as a bipartisan bill that was like almost single-handedly written by that fucking Oklahoma senator that basically offered money to build the wall. Like all of these things that they went back on, people are.
It was to do something that had already gone through. Like at that point, like it's going to cost more to. It was only it was like parts of the wall, but like you get to a certain point. I don't know if it's like HS2 or anything. You get to a point where these things cost more to scrap than they do to finish. But okay.
People are stupid, but they're not that stupid, right? If you
Yeah, it was also to fund more asylum judges. Yeah, because people who were asylum seekers couldn't get hearings, and then they were just fucked. They were just living in limbo, couldn't work or anything. It obviously had to work illegally. Yeah, but no one cares. Don't care. And also the fact that it was attached to funding for Ukraine, but apparently we don't give a fuck about funding Ukraine.
say you're like anti-build the wall for years and years, and then you're like right before the election, on October 6, 2023, you unveil a spending package that has money to build the wall. People are going to look at that and go, oh, so Republicans were right all along, that immigrants do constitute a national security threat, and you guys were just fucking lying to us. And all you end up doing in that situation is you don't get the moderates to come to your side to go, well, there's a reasonable immigration agenda here, and the Democrats are the only party that's going to advance this reasonable immigration
Holy
agenda.
shit.
No, most people in the Democratic Party say, oh shit, I guess undocumented migrants are doing the rapes and the decapitations or whatever the fuck the Trump administration is
This
saying.
guy, he has no fucking idea what he's talking about. This is how did really? You think this happened? You think the Langford bill, which didn't even pass, like made Republicans feel like their opinions were being validated by Democrats? No, Trump shot it down. You know what the Republicans actually said about the Langford bill? They said it was trash. They said it was open borders that allowed for whatever, that had a minimum number of 5,000, because they confused the minimum with the maximum for 5,000 people coming over every day. They were like, they said it was they said it was an open borders bill because Trump called it an open borders bill. Because he didn't want to get it passed, because he knew that it would solve a lot of the immigration problems that got him elected. What are we talking about here, dude? This is so fucking tone deaf. How does he not? Why does he think that he's not? I'm not even fucking American. How do I know more about what the Langford bill was and what it entailed and the impact that it had on Republicans? How do I know more than that about that than this guy does? How?
I think
maybe they were
Kamala
right.
was pretty clear that that's not true, though. I mean, Kamala drew the line. I don't think
She
played
did.
into Trump's anti-immigration.
She completely
criminal
did.
as much as
No,
But
she did.
the
Yeah.
concession is within the legislation. The concession,
not.
you don't come forward with well, first of all, she had plenty of fucking I'm going to be strong on the border videos.
Wait, were you
that she-
okay with strengthening the border from Biden era? Or did you want to continue Biden era policies? Because right now,
I thought the Biden era policies were horrendous because the first 100 days of immigration that he ran on, he did not accomplish at all. If you go back to 2021, I believe it's in the month of February, where I said, if the Biden administration, when the images came out of Customs and Border Patrol whipping the Haitian migrants to the Texas border, you remember they had the reins on horseback, and I said, the Biden administration promised a comprehensive first 100 days of dealing with the humanitarian crisis at the border. And they had a lot of really good policies in there. And those policies were supposed to revolve around expeditious processing of migrants that are coming in.
Really? Expeditious processing? You mean like adding more asylum judges, like what is in the Langford bill? Oh, okay. That you call a concession to Republicans, retard. Okay.
And offering them temporary protected status, going through expeditiously on their asylum applications, and making sure that they are relocated, okay, appropriately all around the country. And they got so scared that the Republicans started instantly hitting the immigrants are coming in to do rapes lines over and over again.
I love it how he thinks Republicans need some kind of opportunity to say that migrants are raping. I don't know if this guy understands, but you know the Republicans will just make stuff up, right? Like, you know that Haitians eating fucking cats and dogs, they just made that up. I don't know why he thinks democratic behavior is like enabling Republicans to be racist. What the fuck is it? Republicans are unconditionally racist at this point. If they have nothing, you could literally have zero migrant crime tomorrow in the stats and they will just make something up.
that they completely backed away.
I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, apparently, Democrats are like the only party in this entire ecosystem that have any agency. Republicans are just apparently they're just bad because Democrats allowed them to be bad, and leftists are apathetic because Democrats made them apathetic. Like, what the fuck? Democrats are the only group in the country that has agency. Apparently, it's so fucking weird. Why?
Away from it, and they thought as long as we don't address it, it'll go away. And then Greg Abbott came out, Ron DeSantis came out, and they did the whole human trafficking scheme, if you remember, where they took undocumented migrants that had crossed the border to legally apply for asylum, and then they shipped them to Long Island and all these other places with the express purpose of ruining the immigration process that was already underfunded. At the time, I said, Joe Biden needs to punish Greg Abbott. He needs to throw Greg Abbott in prison for human trafficking. He needs to do the same thing for Ron DeSantis. He needs to play hardball. They didn't do that. No one was held accountable. And all it did was...
Okay. Maybe this is a blind spot in my American politics. Ron DeSantis was governor? Greg Abbott's governor, right? These are governors of southern states, Florida and Texas. Biden should arrest them. How do you... So that's federal people going into a state to throw a governor. That's like... Can someone explain to... Is that like... Because my brain's going... That's like, what, start a civil war? Is that what we're saying? But, all right, based.
Create a $12 billion...
I can understand why these guys never really specify their solutions, because they're always fucking brain rotted like this. Oh yeah, just go in to arrest 2 governors, bub. Good luck. You notice even Gavin Newsom, even with Trump, Gavin Newsom was able to do that bluff on getting arrested because he knew full fucking well that even Trump wouldn't try to arrest like Gavin Newsom. That's why you got to do that little clip, right? Hey, arrest me, tough guy. Arrest me. What do I do here? Oh, I have to... Oh, invite me. No, I need to kill this guy. Fuck. Dr. Boom. All right.
Budget shortfall in places like New York City that the federal government did not give immediate aid to, that they could not give immediate aid to because they purposely bricked the immigration system that exists. Because these guys are supposed to be processed in Texas. The courts have adequate funds to have these guys be processed in the state of Texas, right? And they didn't do that. They didn't do any of that. And that's the reason why over the course of the 3 years, Joe Biden went from having a popular agenda on immigration, winning the popular vote, on a much more progressive agenda on combating immigration with a more humanitarian framework, moving towards amnesty, which again has always been broadly popular as opposed to mass deportation. And he didn't do that. And then they conceded on the right-wing attitude, on the white nativist anti-immigrant sentiment. And that's the reason why they lost the election.
Okay.
Yeah, I think...
So the summary of that is that he should have arrested Abbott and Ron DeSantis. Just do the thing. Just do the thing.
That Biden's immigration policy left a huge vacuum for Donald Trump to then come in with the most far-right immigration policy possible. I don't think they tried to act like all immigrants were criminals or tried to demonize them in the same way. But yeah, they absolutely messed up. And that kind of brings me to like a more affirmative message for the Democratic Party and how we need to not only run on things that excite people, run on things that actually turn people out.
It wasn't just Biden, by the way. Democrats completely conceded on the issue of immigration. You don't agree?
No.
Like as a national party. As a national party.
I think that the Democrats are kind of just moving where most Americans are. They're just basically saying we should have a stronger border. We should make sure that people can come here legally in a safe way. We should make sure that people can come contribute to this country. But I think they're trying to end the abuse of the asylum process we saw under Biden. I don't agree that have they conceded fully to Republicans? Is that what you're asking me? No, Democrats have not conceded fully to
he's,
Republicans.
he's going to pull back on the fully there. Yeah, he's going to pull back on that because I think he knows that. Oh, God.
Not fully. Have they conceded the Republicans on the false notion that immigrants constitute a national security threat, you think?
I
don't think, no. They said there was a problem with abuse of the asylum system. Is that a national security threat? What a meaningless like umbrella category to put that under.
I haven't seen that. No. Wait.
You don't think that Democrat? The October 6, 2023 bill
which
was
Democrat?
A
debate him.
To the faulty notion, the
one written by Langford?
Yeah. The one that.
Can you name one mainstream Democrat who's called immigrants a national security threat?
No, of course not. But that bill was packaged as a reasonable and just approach to the problem of criminal migration, like migration,
illegal migration,
and also then there's like the Lake and
yeah.
Riley Act and all this other stuff that came along after
bill,
Donald Trump.
I think that bill increased funding for asylum judges so that asylum
seekers
can be processed in a more speedy way. The bill was absolutely not perfect, but after 2 years of Biden, were we even in the majority when they were trying to pass this bill?
It was bipartisan. It was bipartisan, and again, it had support from enough people. Trump shot it down because he wanted to keep immigration as an issue. And Republicans, despite what Hasan's saying, Republicans dismissed it as open borders under Trump's marching orders. They said it was open border policy.
Biden went in and acted as though this was a bipartisan bill with little to no, and this is according not to me, but to numerous other advocacy organizations that said that this bill, unlike any other Democratic Party bill that was ever passed on immigration, that was ever advocated to pass on immigration, had little to none in terms of what you're talking about in terms of the courts. There was some funding for the courts, but the bulk of the courts was going to.
It looks like
the bulk
Kamala
of the
ran on a stronger pathway to citizenship, too.
The bulk of the funding. Hold on. The bulk of the funding went to the bulk of the.
Let him talk, Adam. Let him talk. You little fucking feisty youngin. Unc needs to explain stuff to you. What are you talking about? Stop taking up so much space. I haven't heard Hasan talk enough.
Apprehension, the ICE facilities, Department of Homeland Security, and funds that were about combating immigrant crime. Like that was the main focus of it. And the Democrats still had some residual fears about that, which is precisely the reason why a bunch of Democrats not only have voted to fund ICE, both under the Biden administration or give additional funds to ICE, but then also on top of that, voted for the Lake and Riley Act, which was heinous. I think you and I both agree on that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So and the reason why they found themselves with their pants down now when the issue.
Let's just look up what the bulk of the Langford bill was, because it was a package. It was tied up with other things as well. So actually, the real bulk of it, more than half of it, was military aid for Ukraine. Israel aid, 14 billion. Aid for the Indo-Pacific region. Humanitarian assistance for Ukraine, Israel, and Gaza, 10 billion. 2.3 billion in refugee assistance outside. Wait, is this actually? Hang on. This is not the immigration. And for where's the asylum stuff? Wait, what? Hang on. Oh, 20 billion for border security. Is it what's within the 20 billion then? That would be more important. What's within the 20 billion of the Langford bill? Would that be in this one? Here's a quick look at what the 370 page, okay. Border security, so 22 billion, 20.2. Will it be broken? It's going to be scattered, I think. Do they have 22.2 billion there? Border security. Or what if I just find dollars amounts? There's going to be a lot. Okay. Oh, what if I just look at judges, actually? Did they talk about funding for that? Department of Justice, Executive Office for Immigration, okay. 400 million will be for immigration judge teams. Okay. Wait. This is for the Executive Office for Immigration Review. And the total here overall is 20.2 billion for border security improvement. So it's within that, I guess? Okay. Border and security. Okay. So 400 million for judge teams. Okay. 36 for representation for incompetent adults. So that's also like kind of like judges. Assistants. Salaries for legal stuff, 11 million. What's this? Marshals, 210 million. Okay, so less. FBI salaries, 200 million. DEA salaries, 23. Office of the Secretary of Executive Manager Operations and Support, 30 million. So it's a lot of like admin stuff. I don't know. It seems like out there, the biggest chunk went to judges. Security enforcement investigations. This is in the billions. This is for 6 billion for customs operations. Of the total. So 3.8 for operational requirements relating to migration surges, counter fentanyl, necessary expenses at ports of entry. Oh, because they expand ports of entry. So that's part of it as well. Personnel, overtime costs for border patrol. So actually, no, quite a bit of this money is going to judges and to ports of entry. So, okay. What else do we have? Acquisition and deployment of non-intrusive inspection technology. Border security technology, 260 million. What's this? Operations and support, 7 billion. 3.2 for increased custodial detention capacity. Okay, that's for detention. It's quite a lot. Removal flights, 2.5 billion. This will be the parts that Mr. Piker doesn't like. Okay. Personnel, that can go either way. Increased enrollment. Okay. Yeah, I don't really know what the issue is here broadly speaking. Like more judges was a good thing, and also it was also a good thing to have more ports of entry, and you need more border personnel to do that too. Like, okay.
Has completely swapped to our side, my side, maybe not even the Democratic Party side necessarily, the way that they were communicating around it, because you still had Chris Murphy and I believe January or February talking about how, well, you know, Joe Biden actually deported more migrants than Donald Trump did, but he didn't do it in such violent ways, as though that's like somehow supposed to be better. Because all of that is a concession that like migrants need to be removed from the boundaries of the state. Like there's no need to make a concession like that, because you and I both agree that migrants are our neighbors. The difference between an undocumented person and a documented person is paperwork. That for 23 years prior to the existence of the Department of Homeland Security.
Man, Republicans must be fucking coming at this guy. Like this is actually just open borders then, if it's just paperwork. Okay.
Security, were there deportations? Of course there were, every now and then. Having said that, they were conducted by the INS. It wasn't like this militant organization known as ICE that was specifically doing interior removals, because it was a civil offense. It was a paperwork violation. And that's what I want to get back to. I want to bring the clock back to a time where we had a more reasonable approach, because this is a nation comprised of entirely immigrants, with the exception of the indigenous population and black people.
If you could choose how the Democratic candidate in 2028, even throughout the primary, messages on immigration, how do you think they should do it for the vast majority of American people who think that Biden was weak on the border? And this is just what people think. I mean, I think that Biden had a lot of errors, and I think a lot of American people think that he was incredibly weak on the border.
Oh wait, does he actually do this? Like, apparently, Ogre Boy was subtweeting. Apparently, he does this all the time. Does he subtweet streams? Loner's just butthurt because I called him bad faith and won't make pillow talk with him on stream anymore. But sure, online terrorist, that's me to a T. I don't think Ogre Boy's the online terrorist. He doesn't really get the Hasan tweets and all that. I think Hasan's probably kind of embarrassed by Ogre Boy. Running around with a fucking tattoo and shit. Like, come on.
That obviously led a pathway to Donald Trump. Kamala Harris, obviously, I don't even think she conceded as much as you're saying. I mean, her platform looks
counter message. No, at no point, at no point do you cede ground.
Kamala Harris
to the
was running on a
Republicans.
pathway to citizenship.
At no point do you cede ground to the Republican, really. So if a Republican says that we should fight crime, oh no, I can't say that because he probably wants to abolish the police. Oh wait, hang on. If a Republican says no new wars, would that be conceding ground? If someone said they should actually do that, like what the fuck?
It was Joe Biden, and then he didn't actually do that at all. That's my point. Like the amnesty framing is good, but that wasn't not only was that not the primary vehicle of her immigration agenda, the primary vehicle of her immigration agenda was the bipartisan bill that was actually more reasonable, and that Donald Trump was actually trying to undermine that because he wanted to use immigration as like a talking point, right? Like that was the communication
Kamala
strategy.
didn't run on Langford's bill. Kamala did not run on Langford's
She
bill.
didn't. No.
Kamala ran on a pathway to citizenship, and I believe they did talk about how mass deportations would be bad. Definitely not sufficiently enough.
No,
No.
Like talking about how she prosecutes transnational gangs. Like they were very clearly communicating that they were going to take a much.
Yes, because believe it or not, as much as you think moderates and independents or moderate right wingers are like a mythical person, they still exist in America. There might not be that many of them, but they are bigger. They're probably a bigger fucking contingent than the fucking communists are. So I mean, yeah, that's the thing with Democrats. They always have to prove to like voters that they are not going to be like the open border like softies that people think they are. And again, what's wrong with prosecuting transnational gangs? What the fuck? What's wrong with saying you've done that? I think it was actually a pretty good talking point from Kamala Harris that she was actually much more tough on crime and law and order than Trump was, because Kamala was a prosecutor and Trump is a criminal. Like that's an effective talking point.
Harder approach because they were afraid. They were running scared, and they were afraid of the.
So how, if you're the
66%
Democratic
of Americans
candidate,
saying that they want mass deportation, they saw that hole and they freaked the fuck out.
if you're the Democratic candidate in 2028, how do you message around this so that people in America don't think you're weak and soft on the border like Biden was? Not saying you are, I'm just saying so people don't get the idea.
No, you own it, apparently. You just say, yeah, we are weak and soft on the border. Yeah, we are. We're open borders. Yeah, that's what you want. No concede anything.
That it's going to be another Biden.
Yeah, there's also, like, Kamala Harris did blame Donald Trump over and over again for killing Langford's bill, by the way.
Yeah, which is...
like, including in debates. Yeah. You know that, right?
I think that she's trying to illustrate the point that Trump doesn't care about immigration.
Yeah, but what does that say to the average person? That doesn't say that Kamala Harris is not running.
That Trump and the Republicans are not going to responsibly deal with this issue in a long-term way. That they're likely just going to use this as a political cudgel and then do mass deportations.
Look, I'm not your enemy, but I do think you're debating a little bit here. I think the whole point is that was a failed strategy, and Donald Trump ended up winning on immigration because Kamala Harris was presenting herself.
You're debating me. Dude, you're such a fucking baby, man. Oh, what? Someone's actually trying to hold you to a point. Someone's trying to get you to ask a question. Someone's trying to push back on you being fucking... Someone's identified a contradiction in what you're saying. Someone's telling you you're wrong. God, grow the fuck up, man. Debating me. Fuck off.
As accepting of the right-wing framing that the Langford bill was good and that the Langford bill was...
Why is it right-wing framing? Whose fault is it that it's right-wing framing? It should not be right-wing framing to say that there is a problem at the border with the abuse of the asylum system and that we need more asylum judges to not only stop the people who are abusing the system, but also to help the people who genuinely need to claim asylum, who need to get a hearing. who need to get their claims assessed so they can actually get normalized and actually start working and building a family or whatever else. The fuck? What are these references on screen? It's a visual depiction of getting Hasan to answer a question or engage with a point.
Also presented as like a very militant approach to immigration because they were afraid. They were afraid that they saw those polls that says 66% of people want mass deportation. It never should have gotten to that point. It never should have gotten to that point at all, right? Like no one in America should have ever said 66% of us believe in mass deportation. We're a nation of immigrants. It got to that point, and guess what? Even then, the polls also still showed that given the option between mass deportation and mass amnesty, Americans have never historically chosen mass deportation over mass amnesty. Did you know that?
No, I didn't. But what's your affirmative message?
But you would have known that if you watched me, or even if you watched my Ro Khanna video or my Ro Khanna conversation, because I brought it up to Democrats over and over again. This is what I'm saying. Like, this is I have a broad vision for a better future. And I try to communicate that to the Democrats to the best of my ability. If they don't want to fucking listen, it's out of my hands. And that goes back to the same point. I want to have a conversation with Gavin Newsom. I want to communicate to Gavin Newsom what these spectacular failures look like. But if he's too busy yucking it up with fucking Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro, talking about how his son is a major Charlie Kirk fan, talking to Ben Shapiro and apologizing to Ben Shapiro on Israel not being a genocide.
It's also just like, it's so funny that like, I literally, it's not like it was that long ago, 2024. He spent the whole time saying that they need to make a perfect phone call to Israel. And if that doesn't work, then to sanction them. If that doesn't work, to embargo them. And if that doesn't work, to invade them. That was what they were saying at the time. Like, I don't know why like he's acting like he's so different now. Also, but this argument's not even any good. It's not any good to say that just even if you support amnesty or path to citizenship, I mean, I do. It would be quite easy to convince people into that position. Like, it's not hard to convince someone who's reasonable that deporting 20 million people is just not an option. It's ridiculous. It's fucking mental. And even if you succeeded in it, it would just be brutal and it wouldn't help anyone. But you can agree with all of that and still acknowledge when there is a problem at a border with asylum abuse and that you need more judges and more border security to deal with it. Like, that's not false. It's not a false statement.
Or apologizing to Ben Shapiro about what his social media team said about
I don't
ICE.
run Gavin Newsom's podcast strategy. I don't know, but
But his podcast strategy is deliberate because he wants to. He thinks, faulty or not, that if he communicates a certain attitude to as many people as possible, that he positions himself as a moderate figure who's going to be tough on crime, who's actually going to be conciliatory to Republican figureheads, that's how he's going to win the fucking election. And I have no other way to approach what his advocacy is going to look like, what his policy agenda is going to look like this far out. But my assessment is, judging by his pivot to the center attitude with his policies that he's presenting on the podcast that he's doing so that he can win the election, so that he become the presidential candidate, judging off of that, there's not anything I can do. It's out of my hands if he runs in the same way that Kamala Harris did.
I think that's why we pressure them hardcore in the primary. But I do want to ask, so you're running Newsom's campaign. I guess we don't have to use Newsom as a stand-in. But you're running
we can
the
use
Democratic...
Newsom as a stand-in.
Okay,
Yes, Newsom turned down an appearance on Hasan's stream. And I think that might be why Hasan has an extra special hatred. It's just funny when he hates Newsom, but then also he keeps saying people should fight harder against the Republicans. People should be fighters against the Republicans. Gavin Newsom is like, that's his entire brand, is being a fighter against the Republicans. So yeah, I think the disproportionate hatred and the fact that he is willing to cling on to such a fucking thin piece of straw, like that Charlie Kirk comment with transports, to lie about his entire position on trans issues, I think it probably is because he's salty that he didn't get an interview. I would never put that past them.
stuff. There's good stuff in
No,
Newsom.
okay, so you're running it. How do you model the immigration platform so that you don't scare off people and that you also have an affirmative, exciting message that's pro?
Yeah, we're a nation of migrants. Donald Trump and the Republican reactionary forces are constantly pitting neighbor against neighbor. These people are the backbone of the American economy, and they've been here for 10 plus years. They've worked tirelessly to make sure that you have fucking tomatoes and tomatoes in your salad and guacamole on your Chipotle
So far, this is the Democratic Party's
burritos.
stance.
What?
Yeah,
so far, that's the Democratic Party.
I was saying that sounded like Kamala in my head. Yeah, fuck.
No, hold on.
No.
It doesn't matter.
But they said that there's an asylum abuse problem and they need more judges at the border in exchange for funding for Ukraine because Republicans were playing hardball. No.
Not going to fucking concede on, Lankford bills or say that.
Okay, so Hasan, if you had 50-50 split in the Senate, and you were getting blocked by Republicans on what would it be for funding for the Houthis? Okay, instead of Ukraine, let's go to the Houthis. And they say, we'll let you get your funding for the Houthis, but you need to give us something on the border. Give us some more judges. Start there. Give us some more immigration judges and a few more officers to speed up the asylum process and to root out the valid claims from the invalid ones. Would you do it or no? Would you just let the Houthis die? Would they just let them go rocketless? You wouldn't even let them board their little boats. Shit.
That like ISIS.
I don't know, even just fuck Houthis. Make it like UNRWA or make it like Aid for Gaza. Like, come on, fuck.
Supposed to exist in the way that it does at all. There is a clear difference between someone like myself and the way that Gavin Newsom has communicated thus far, or the way that like the National Democratic Party is currently being perceived, right? The reason why we think they're being weak is because they are too conciliatory. They say, oh, people want to abolish ICE. It now has like plurality. And yet the major Democrats are refusing to say that. And they're saying, no, ICE actually wants body cameras. Technically, from a harm reduction standpoint, body cameras are better than
Oh, yeah, of course. Hasan would never get a 50-50 in the Congress. Yeah, that's obviously, yeah. Obviously. If he ran, he would just have a supermajority because his ideas are so based. Because he knows he's got the keys to the castle. I forgot. Sorry.
Nobody.
What an absurd hypothetical, eh?
Cameras, right? Even though Jonathan Ross was filming himself when he shot Renee Good, technically body cameras could potentially bring about some semblance of accountability. That's harm reduction. But the difference shouldn't be between body cameras versus no body cameras. The difference is abolish ICE versus keep ICE at the current level of funding versus take ICE's funding away, then inevitably abolish it and go back to the previous structure that existed where the Department of Homeland Security wasn't this massive Palantir-backed Israel-style surveillance apparatus, but instead there was a more just process that actually yielded American prosperity for decades.
Did you say Israel-backed? Like,
fucking arrest them. We're going to apprehend them if they're doing crimes. We're going to bring about accountability. That's the way I would go about it.
I also think that after ICE is abolished, which I totally agree, we should be running on all of this, but after ICE is abolished, I think that Democrats need to run on something like a new law that has criminal penalties for any government actors that just recklessly, knowingly, or purposefully violate Americans' rights. That's a framework that we're working on because a lot of it's inside the Civil Rights Division, which Trump has totally corrupted and which people have resigned from like multiple times since Renee Good was shot. So I do think that Democrats need to run on a more affirmative immigration message. That's what I've been working on as well. I've been appealing.
Why is Adam speaking? Let Hasan speak, bro. Yeah, what's going on here? What the fuck? Why are you taking up so much space, Adam? God.
Appealing a lot to my family who moved from Syria in the early 80s and saying that, look, they became incredibly successful, have hired dozens of families, or hired dozens of people, fed dozens of families. They have, helped build a great community in Indiana. But yeah, I agree that Democrats need to run like that.
Okay,
I mean, we don't disagree.
But okay, so the last question I have for you is, it seems like you want to be done with this conversation. I totally understand. No. Okay, because Kamala Harris also vowed to sign the border bill that Trump derailed, as she spoke about on her DNC speech as well. Where because they were presenting it as like Trump is a derailer. Trump is actually not serious about tackling the immigrant crime narrative. and that they were, that they were going to be serious, unlike Donald Trump, which, again, I kept saying over and over again that was a major mistake. But if, let's say, Gavin Newsom runs scared in a similar fashion, do you feel like we will be able to overcome voter apathy, or should we rely on how scared people are with how devastating Trump has been, and hope that like whoever the Democratic Party presents is going to eke out a marginal victory?
No, should we rely on harm reduction narratives, is what you're asking?
Well, my point, the thing that I'm trying to present to you is that if Gavin Newsom, the way that he's communicated so far on his podcast and whatnot, if that materializes into his like presidential candidacy, and he puts a bid out there for himself as a guy who is going to run scared or going to be more moderate than the way that the Democrats have been presented so far, they're too woke, all this stuff, and goes along with that, and then he ends up losing to J.D. Vance. Do you feel like that will be because of people like yourself and myself who had differences in opinion with Gavin Newsom, who still tried their very best to communicate that like J.D. Vance is going to be, even more devastating and somehow more Palantir backed than this current administration? Or do you think it'll be in the hands of the Democratic Party at that point?
I agree with you. I've agreed with you this entire time. It's in the hands of the Democratic Party. It's in the hands of, honestly, us to have a good ideological battle and make sure that whoever wins the primary is somebody who is not going to run or concede to Republicans. My entire thesis this time has not been that, my thesis this entire time has not been that it's us that does. I think that it's on the Democratic Party. Absolutely.
Okay, I think a lot of people that yell at me don't want to come to terms with that reality, because that's my argument.
It's not your fault if the Democratic Party loses. It's not your fault if Gavin Newsom wins the primary. My entire point earlier, and the steel man I was trying to make for the liberal movement, is just responsible platforming and speaking about the Democratic Party in a way that doesn't minimize the gap. And I disagree with you that that's just based on clips that have been spread out there. I watched a decent amount of your content. It just felt like there was a repeated minimization, but...
Yeah, there's...
out of context.
I'm getting blasted. I just, look, simply put, my community, myself, like we work hard to get Democrats elected. It's the only feasible people who are on our side of the ideological spectrum. There's no third party viability.
They bring up chorus.
And also, I've never, contrary to what people think, I've never actually supported Jill Stein, for the record. I told people that I won't endorse Kamala Harris. Having said that, if there's one person I would urge people not to vote for, it's Donald Trump. And I also did communicate to people that Jill Stein is,
Like, why? Like, you have to speak like in fucking riddles to get your people to vote for... Fuck off.
Little bit of the closest I would ever arrive at like someone being an op, right? Someone who is just materialized every 4 years. A lot of people got mad at me for that. That's just my assessment, and I stand on that.
Yeah.
Having said that, the reason why I did not go out on an affirmative campaigning for the reason why I didn't affirmatively campaign for Kamala Harris over and over again is because of the things that I just already explained to you, and I think you seemingly agree with that, and that's precisely where I'm at as far as like where the blame lies. I think at the heart of the Democratic Party, there's still this
agree with
attitude
everything
that,
you said. Yeah.
Democrats are entitled to the votes of marginalized people. Democrats are entitled to the votes of the working class, because after all, the Republicans are far, far worse for labor rights than the Democrats are, and this is true, right? But why don't people recognize that? Why do they still go back to culture war narratives? That is what I want to solve. And I know what the reason for that is, and I think a lot of people don't want to recognize that. A lot of people that say, no, you're wrong, and the Democrats keep losing because you're just not voting hard enough for them, don't want to recognize that Democrats are judged by their weakest members as a national party. They are judged by the Joe Manchins. They're judged by the Kirsten Sinemas. They're judged by Mark Kelly sometimes when he's being weak on union-related issues. They're not, and it's totally understandable that they're judged by the weakest figures in the party, because those weakest figures in the party are the ones who actually completely destroy the comprehensive policy agenda of the Democrats. And because I will constantly shift the blame back to people in positions of power, whether it be the Democratic Party or the National Party, or their capabilities to whip these votes that are necessary to go forward with a comprehensive vision that they advocated for, understandably, when that legislation doesn't happen, people look at it and go, okay, so you're not on my side. Like, you're just not on my side. You don't care about these issues. That's the real reason. And that's why there's such a massive disconnect between a lot of consultants and the public in general. I see it all the time with the consultants that I read, with the writers that I read, where they constantly talk about, like, why don't the labor movement understand that the Democrats are far better? Joe Biden walked the picket line, right? I mean, Joe Biden walked the picket line for the UAW. That's massive. That's unheard of. There's no president I don't think any American president has ever walked an active picket line, right? That's a huge deal. And yet the labor union, or the rank and filers in many of these labor unions, still ended up voting for Donald Trump. Why is that the case? Don't you want to find out why?
Yeah, because obviously the average person didn't understand what's happening.
No, it's not the reason. It's not the only reason, rather. Because harm reduction doesn't fucking work as a
I agree with you on that,
force.
Yeah, I agreed with that.
And the average
The
person...
campaign wasn't harm reduction, though. Whatever, he's full of shit.
You know what the average rank and filer thinks? They think, at the end of the day, they stopped the rail strike. And
people not understanding things, that is a big part of, that's a huge problem. Like, you realize that the popular vote went to the guy that said that Haitians are eating cats and dogs. Okay. But apparently that's not the issue. People not knowing what the fuck's going on. Okay.
I fucking consistently kept explaining to rank and file union members that are in my chat, labor organizers in my chat, that the Biden administration quietly actually made the railway companies concede on some of the demands that were being made by the unions, but they didn't care because they stopped a fundamental vehicle of change for the labor unions when they openly went out and said, you can't strike. You can't do a railroad.
I agree with you that harm reduction isn't a sufficient way to sell our policies. I've said that a few times. I definitely think we need something more affirmative. Have you been following the Tallarico versus Crockett primary in Texas at all?
Yeah, I mean, that one's a doozy.
Dude, this one's really blackpilling me on the way that
Stop talking, Adam.
Listen, I really respect Jasmine Crockett as a candidate or as a person. I think she's a firebrand who's stuck at the Trump and was a great representative of that district. But the way that people are attacking anyone online who endorses Tallarico is really just not cool. I've seen my friends get called like white supremacists.
Yeah, this is the James, not James Gandolfini. This is the meme the first time we're at the gallows, and I'm like, first time? This is what it is. Look, I've been doing this since 2016. Yes.
No, I don't like the identity politics weaponization either, but I don't even think that just happens from liberals. I see it happening on both sides. You know what's interesting?
Both sides.
The way that I saw Tallarico people being attacked by Crockett supporters, I've seen it happen from lefties to liberals, liberals to lefties. I just think that online Twitter conversations are absolute trash. But Tallarico's platform is really solid. I think he would be really good in the Senate, and I don't like the way that this primary is being conducted.
No, I don't either. But unfortunately, that's been a primary method that Democrats, especially establishment Democrats, have deployed against the left with regular frequency. And
most of my establishment audience is very pro Tallarico. I don't think
but there's a lot of people. There are a lot of people that
there's like random creators or whatever.
Yeah, there are a lot of random creators on the internet that deploy these cynical lines of attack. And not only that, but when asked, okay, well, where were you for Ilhan Omar when she was being unjustifiably smeared all up and down the timeline? Where were you for Cori Bush? Where were you for Jamal Bowman? Where are you now for Summer Lee when she needs help every now and then? They're
again, people. Let's take because the people in his head right now when he's saying that, like what, me, Ethan, Destiny, Hutch, I think all four of us were happy to say that Mamdani should win over Cuomo, but okay, as in like to enthusiastically say that, but fuck.
Noticeably absent from that conversation because there is an ideological slant there. There is an ideological slant there where they think these guys are actually different than the establishment Democrats. It's actually not on the basis of a defense against white supremacy at all. It's almost always about potentially where they're getting their bag from. That's what I think, at least. Or
yeah, I mean, I want to say on that note, like I see that you've been talking a lot about Chorus on your timeline too. I know a lot of Chorus creators who are very pro Tallarico, so I don't think they're being paid to be pro Crockett. I think
no. I don't think Chorus has like a whip over all of their creators at all. I don't think they're like, you have to go out and like attack Hasan.
I think there's a lot of unfair attacks against Chorus. I get it. I'm not even a part of Chorus. I've never taken money from them. I was like on one meeting when they launched, but I think that it's a pretty solid group that is not funded by Israelis. I don't know. There's a lot of really pro-Palestine people in the group.
I don't know who's in the group. That's kind of a part of the.
Now we're just gonna add really fucking coy about Chorus, even though you've invoked their name and linked them to Israel before. You fucking lying snake. Well done.
Who's in the group, and we don't know who's.
Some people have openly talked about it and have said that there's people who have said openly that they're part of Chorus and have also called Joe Biden Genocide Joe.
Yeah.
I see a lot of people in my comments always asking me like, "Are you taking Chorus money? Is that why you're such a liberal or whatever?" And it's like, no. I mean, I don't think. I think there's a lot of really unfair attacks of Chorus when it's just.
I think Chorus is a good answer to. I think Chorus is a good answer to like the Daily Wire, where. It is like there is a necessity to combat Republican disinformation. There's an endless faucet of money that is being dumped into quote unquote independent media from the exact same corporate benefactors that fund the Republican Party, that fund the think tanks, that run ads on Fox News. And I think
coming around to Chorus now, again, it's just I don't know how his audience doesn't get fucking whiplash from hearing this. I have no idea how his audience can listen to this and not feel like they're just being completely scammed to the fucking gills by this person. But whatever.
That there needs to be a faucet of pro-Democratic Party content out there that is addressing that misinformation, that's fighting against that. I agree with it on principle. I personally don't think that you should take any money whatsoever. There's plenty of people that have approached me to give me money for my advocacy, whether it be like PACs or advocacy groups. Like I don't think you should do that on principle. That's what I think. I think that is that's what's so good about being an independent content creator is that you can be beholden to your audience and your audience only, and you can. I mean, that's part of the reason why my only revenue comes from. Not even like sponsors or anything, but people subscribing to my Twitch channel. I think that gives you longevity.
You don't have ad money anymore because you stopped being allowed to have ad money. Again, that's another rewrite. You used to do top of the hour ad breaks all the fucking time. You ad braked harder than any other streamer I've ever seen in my fucking life. And then you didn't do it anymore because you couldn't, because they stopped allowing you to do it. Okay.
Longevity as well. It gives you editorial independence. Having said that, what I was talking about with like the one chorus content creator was he was straight up in the tank for Wesley, what's his name, Wesley Bell in Missouri. I mean, that is you know, Wesley Bell was entirely an AIPAC puppet. $20 million in that race against a wonderful person, Cori Bush, who was a spectacular fighter, who was an incredible champion of human, was a fantastic congressperson, and Israel literally straight up punished her.
Israel.
She was right to earth.
Oh, you mean Jewish Americans? You mean Jewish Americans with American money, right? Israel. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Israel. Ugh. I thought we distinguished between Zionists, like Israeli Zionists and fucking and regular Jews. What? Like, it's American Jews. That's where that money comes from. Unless you think Israel told them to. Okay, whatever.
Early, and that chorus creator saying, you know, fuck Cori Bush. I don't like Cori Bush. I love Wesley Bell. I'm like, okay, like, chorus creators who are known to be chorus affiliated shouldn't be running around saying shit like that, because then you look like you're being paid by Israel. That's my point. Like, it's a
I absolutely agree.
Does he actually think AIPAC money comes from Israel? He just said paid by Israel. Again, that's the left-wing anti-Semitism. That's what that is. It is irrational, conspiratorial, conflating. He's literally conflating fucking American Jewish money with Israeli money.
But your tweet kind of reads like you were implying that chorus is like full of Israeli assets. I don't know. I think that
I think there are a lot of content creators that are obviously more establishment Democrat aligned,
and that
are working with chorus that just happen to, you know, that happen to maybe not talk about Israel as much. I don't think that it's like being paid by Israel. What?
You don't think they're being paid to not talk about Israel? You just think they happen to not talk about it?
Yeah, I think it's a self-selecting group of people, but there are some people, from what I understand, that are also chorus content creators who are outspoken on the issue of genocide.
Genocide.
Yeah, that's fair. I see a lot of unfair attacks, but
I don't. But I think it's just that's how it works in not to bring up manufacturing consent so close to you know, Noam Chomsky's new revelations and his connection to Jeffrey Epstein, but usually it's a self-selecting process. It's not like people are not being bribed to do something. People are more so already inclined to do something, and then they are the ones who rise up through the ranks or get rewarded for it. And I do think that if the project of chorus is supposed to defend the Democratic Party,
so chorus chooses them because they don't talk about Israel, as in like chorus. So chorus is or is not Israeli. What's going on?
Then of course the people that they're going to select for the most part are going to be people who defend the party, and if the party is defending Israel, then they're also going to be going after people who, for the most part, defend Israel.
If you could ask Gavin Newsom a few questions, what would you want to ask him?
Oh, I have so many questions to ask him. I wonder how he thinks he will overcome the "Don't California my state" narrative that will destroy his campaign. I would ask him why his solution to combating homelessness after years and years has not been around a housing first policy, and instead it's just been riddled with like institutional hurdles, hang up after hang up, an overall refusal to try to fix the housing market in the state of California, which has some of the most expensive housing markets in the world. You know, those would be probably my main concerns, because like I think Gavin Newsom's going to get hit on everything, but I think if I were to think of like the most consequential thing for Gavin Newsom, it would be housing. Also, why won't he talk to me? That's the other thing, because I know that he has fans of mine that work on his team that I've like communicated with, and he's done basically every podcast but mine for some reason.
I have no clue.
I think I know why.
Because you're terrifying.
This conversation with someone that will come at him from his left flank.
Says the guy who's like, listen, bro, you're debating me a little bit now. Come on, you're debating me, and I feel like Adam's just been quite subdued ever since. God forbid I'm debating someone.
Dude, it seems like we agree on a lot, which we predicted. I think that we agree on a lot of the flaws of the Democratic Party, and even a lot of the prescriptions. But yeah, I mean, I hope I was able to at least bring the strongest liberal argument as to why people are mad at you online. I genuinely do think that there are some very valid criticisms, and I tried to bring them up, and we talked about them. But yeah, I mean, people are always going to throw unfair shit around, and I think there's a stronger argument to be made.
Yeah, I mean, look, if there's one takeaway that I hope liberals who came in here like that wanted you to fucking destroy me in the marketplace of ideas that came in, if there's one thing that they should sincerely listen to me on, it's that I
love it that he just like, in Hasan's head, he just thinks he's like educated this poor boy a little bit. He's done his best to educate this poor lost liberal soul with his highbrow political strategy. Like Biden should have just sent federal fucking droogs in to arrest 2 governors of red states. Based.
First and foremost, despise the Republican Party. and I want to destroy the Republican Party. And my criticisms of the Democrats stem from sometimes their closeness to the Republican Party and their conciliatory tone to Republican policies. Because I personally believe that that's not only bad politics in general, because it makes people just go, okay, I guess the Republicans are right. And I also believe that it's bad policy in general as well. Because I don't want a D name associated with reactionary policy making and then assume that it's still going to be far better than whatever the fucking Nazi party is going to present. Because they will always destroy the Democrats when it comes to being more militant, when it comes to being more racist. You can never outflank the Republicans on hatred. You cannot present a more moderate approach to hatred. It's just not going to work. And that's the reason why there have been a sequence of electoral defeats over and over again. But I do think that most liberals are finally waking up to that reality, that the electability argument is not on the side of moderates, but instead on the side of people like Bernie Sanders.
I'm excited to have a good primary. Who would you, who's your dream ticket right now? Or I guess who do you want to see just like in the primary put up a fight? I like
the candidates I like are, I mean, obviously AOC, Ro Khanna, Chris Van Hollen. I would say those are, and then my sleeper pick, depending on how he, like, of course I love Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar and stuff, but like I'm talking about like who has ambitions for higher office in general.
Yeah, it is fun. Someone in Sophie in chat said something very, very astute. The logic that he gives for why you can't outflank Republicans on racism, which I actually agree with, like people like Keir Starmer, who have basically done about every right-wing thing you can do on immigration in the UK within reason, is never going to get acknowledged for it by right-wingers because they don't care about that. They're always going to want more because they're not rational. They're not acting within reason. They're not motivated by reason. And that's why you shouldn't try to outflank them like on their terms, because they're always going to be better at their game. But that's also the same reason that you shouldn't appease people like Hasan, because if you can't outflank extremists on the right, you also can't actually outflank extremists on the left. If Gavin Newsom calls it a genocide and says that he's going to oppose it, then Hasan's gonna say that's not good enough. You need to push like a unilateral arms embargo, and then if he does, or I guess maybe the phone call first, because apparently that's all you need. And then if he puts an arms embargo on Israel, well, Israel is probably going to still do what they're doing to Palestinians. If anything, they might do worse because they'll feel like they don't need to please the Americans anymore. And they also won't have access to some of the fucking like precision munition as well. They'll be using more dumb bombs and things like that to do their operations. So then Hasan will want Newsom to go further and to call for to push an international boycott, and then to take like a harsher nothing would please them either. Nothing would please them either. That's why they were willing to attack fucking Ethan Klein, who called it a genocide on like fucking day 3. So yeah. Because they don't want changes that, like I said, they consider marginal. Any change that's not socialist, they consider it marginal. Public option apparently could come. You get like a full public option, become like a Germany-style healthcare system in America, and they would say, "What still? Well, that's not the difference between private and socialized healthcare, because private healthcare still exists and plays a role." Yeah, for the same reason. You can't appease these guys either.
And Summerlee as well. But I, as far as like the 3 contenders that I brought up, those are 3. The dark horse is, again, entirely dependent on how they would design their campaign. But like someone like Jon Stewart could be interesting, even though I don't think he's even remotely invested in that.
Jon Stewart.
And or like a Sean Fain, for example, like an outsider pick. And then my sleeper pick, once again, depending on how he actually communicates on the issue of Israel, because he's both been really good early on and then really bad. Jon Ossoff. I think Jon Ossoff is the reason why I call him a sleeper pick is because I think he's a very interesting guy. I think he is more progressive than he lets on. And that's and I'm saying this only as someone who's like paid very close attention to how he has communicated at times. And my chat is already fucking up my ass for saying that. Jon Ossoff, when it was not even remotely favorable to do so in fucking Georgia, came out and had an anti-Israel position out of nowhere, and he's Jewish. And he came out, and then he got fucking yelled at. Like every
Jewish
advocacy organization immediately came after him, and were like, "What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you saying?" And he quickly conceded. He was like, "Oh, my bad, my big mistake." Obviously, there's also the Laken Riley bill, the vote that he made. But for me, I remember the moment where before pressure, in the absence of pressure, he had a unique moment there. Not to say that he's like my favorite candidate at all, but I do think depending on how he presents himself,
No, I mean, if he came out and he was like, listen, let's not take a single penny from AIPAC. Let's not give a single penny to Israel. Let's hold accountable special interest groups and let's challenge them. Let's run a vigorous anti-corruption campaign. John Ossoff, he used to run like an investigative company that would investigate corruption. So I think that's why he's got such strong anti-corruption messaging. It stems from that. I think that Medicare for all, I think that running on an affirmative message that can unify people. My team has been talking about reforming the tax code to end all the special tax breaks and loopholes for corporations. That could raise quite literally like trillions in extra revenue. And there's like 80 special tax breaks that need to be completely erased. But we need a Democratic Party that comes out and is able to just message on this in a very, very excitable way. I think Ossoff could do it. I like Pritzker, obviously. He's not perfect, but I think that him being a billionaire could lead to an interesting campaign where he basically doesn't take any. He could run like the Trump type campaign where he doesn't take much money.
Well, also him being a billionaire, also, you know, I have an inherent distrust of billionaires. I'm discriminatory towards POWs, POC, people of cash.
Cash, yeah.
Yeah, POWs, people of wealth.
Only millionaires are fine.
Minority in the
only
country.
millionaires. Millionaires are fine. Okay, listen.
People want me to ask you about Zoran and his platform. You like Zoran, don't you?
Yeah, I interviewed him when he was before the primary, like literally like months and months before the primary. I got an interview with him because his wife is from Syria and my family.
Multi-millionaires, all right?
And everything, and I was
No
like, okay.
billionaires.
I reached out and they were down to talk to me. I like him. He's incredibly captivating. I think that he proves that if you just have simple, intuitive policies that can reach the American people, that excite the American people, they'll show up. He kind of fits the mold of the anti-establishment, populist outsider who's going to come in and shake up the system. And I think that's the mold that really works right now. Kind of how Trump is run.
I think that's the mold that has worked always.
Yeah, it's kind of the mold in American politics that works. I don't even think it's how sufficiently left you are that matters, because weren't there exit polls showing that people thought that Kamala and Zoran are basically similar on the spectrum? So it's just how intuitive your policies are, how captivating they can be.
Guarantee. People thought Kamala was a much more progressive than she actually was, mostly because she was black and a woman. that's why people employed progressivism in her. Guarantee. That's why that happened. It's like the same way that people expect you to be nicer if you're like good looking, you know? Or if you have a nice smile. Expect you to be a better, like a nicer person, like a kinder person.
You said this earlier, but saying
people think Kamala Harris is more woke than, more left than Bernie Sanders. People think Kamala Harris is more left than Zoran Mamdani.
Yeah, and that's a messaging failure, obviously.
No, but that's not just a messaging failure though. That to me shows that like only people define you as what either you are capable of defining yourself as, and with Kamala that was a failure. So she was defined by what her opposition was defining her as. And then also there's the obvious side of the story, which is that she's a black woman from California.
Hey.
And I think that was what was the reason why people were like, oh, she's so woke, she's so liberal, she's far too liberal. That's my point, is that like Americans don't actually make these sorts of decisions. 80% of them make it on simple team sports, D versus R, and then the 20% that vote on ideological grounds for the most part. But most people bracket themselves on just simple team sports. Like that's it. That's usually what it is.
Yeah, I agree. One of Kamala's campaigns one of Kamala's policies, I can't remember, it was like student debt relief only if you live in a certain area and you're under a certain income. It was like the most, not only confusing, but the amount of qualifiers that were in there, honestly, just made me
$50,000 in tax credits for small businesses. Like this kind of stuff sucks. And I was regularly railing on the campaign for putting this out there. I was like, this is not her best. Kamala Harris's best fucking policy was literally price checks. She straight up came out and said, and she framed it perfectly. She framed it in a liberal way. She said, we're going to go after price gouging. Okay. She said, we're going to go after price.
Fucking useless policy. Would have done fuck all, man. The tax credits were good. They would have been good.
Price gougers at the grocery stores. That was polling at 70%. Okay, and then the Republicans went crazy. They were like, price gouging, she means price controls. That's communism. That's communism. And for 2 months, they railed against her. The New York Times wrote an article about how silly this was, how stupid this policy was, how it would never happen. You want to know what she was polling at 2 months after those attacks?
What?
89%. No one gives a fuck if something is called communist or not. If someone's like, I'm going to use the government to force the prices down, no one gives a shit about the ideological impact or whether or not this is like appropriate or not. That's my point. I kept repeating it over and over again. And then her brother-in-law, who is a legal counsel at fucking Uber, came onto the campaign and was like, cut it out with this like anti-billionaire populist shit. There are good billionaires out there. You need those good billionaires on your side. And then Mark Cuban was tapped as a spokesperson for the campaign. And then the campaign took a very different turn, from that point on. These are all things. Like I was there when these decisions were being made. I saw it happen in real time, and I couldn't fucking believe how bad the strategy was. And they were, quite frankly, running as though they didn't want to fucking defeat a fascist administration that was coming, but instead they wanted to win with their own ideological goals. They wanted to win without, the
Who's crying? What the
Free
fuck?
Palestine crowd and all these people that were spoilers in the Democratic Party.
Yeah, good. They were fucking barbarians the way they were behaving. Like, yeah, and again, you can't call that racist because most of these protesters were fucking white. But yeah, if you're gonna run around with fucking with fucking Hezbollah flags and like celebrating Houthi attacks, then yeah, the party shouldn't associate with you. It's bad. It's a bad look. Even even Zoran had to disavow Hasan's comments on shit. Like, come on. Even Mamdani had to disavow Hasan's comments on terrorism. Shit.
And that's precisely why a lot of liberal content creators at the time kept saying over and over again, we don't need you. We don't need you. We don't need the left. We will win without you. There are plenty of them that are probably watching this debate right now, and they know exactly who they are.
He's so fucking grumpy, man. What the fuck? He's calling out Hutch? Just name him, man. What the fuck? I know it's because he thinks he's like giving clout if he says his name. Like, name dropping Hutch. That was a Hutch tweet. He just verbatim quoted a Hutch tweet there. Very spite-based politics. Wow. Very spite-based interview. Oh god, these guys are fucking powerhouses, man. Ah! Get me out of here. I need to fucking flee. Oh shit, there's a huge gap there. Man, this zone would be fucking horrible if I was, oh no, I'm at a fucking wall. How do I flee? Let me flee. Get away. Okay.
They kept saying, finally, once we win, the Democratic Party, once we win without all these fucking, you know, pro-Hamas, free Palestine protesters, we will show the country that we don't need them. And lo and behold, it didn't work. And it wasn't because people like myself had...
So they do need you. So they do need you. So they do need you, right? You are saying that you do have the power? Lefties have the power to shift elections or not? I thought they didn't. The polling shows they didn't, by the way, but okay.
Apathy for the party and didn't go out and vote. It was because all the fucking people that had previously voted for the Democratic Party were like, I don't really care. This doesn't seem all that different for me. It's just, you know, the exchange of power.
He's literally just doing the thing. He's doing the thing that, like, there were a couple of people in my community who did this, they were like shitting on leftists and blaming them for Trump's win. I quickly nipped that in the bud because there was just no evidence of it in the exit polls. But now I guess they're trying to own the idea. They think actually it is their fault for not voting. That that Gaza was the reason that Kamala lost the election? Okay. Funny.
Between Republican and Democrat doesn't matter to me at all. That's the average voter's position. I want to defeat that apathy, but I know that there's no way to defeat that apathy if the Democratic Party doesn't actively present a radical vision that corresponds to the people's needs.
Yeah, I guess I have one final question, and I've got to go to a watch party for Raja versus Juliana Stratton. They're debating tonight, and it's like a Chicago race I kind of care about.
Yeah.
What do you think about a universal tax rebate, where it's like an intuitive policy? We end all the special loopholes that billionaires are able to take advantage of, and just do like a tax rebate for Americans. Obviously not far enough, but do you think that's a good policy we could run on that's intuitive? What do you say?
I mean, at first glance, it feels complicated. Like it doesn't, like it's not easy to.
Billionaires don't pay a lot of taxes because they're able to take advantage of loopholes. Let's end these loopholes and give that money back to the American people.
Yeah, that seems a little bit like I feel like I'm more sympathetic to that. You know, I wouldn't call it a rebate though.
Okay, I'll send you my document on it, and we're calling it the Project 2029. It's the most we're calling it the most vicious anti-corruption campaign to end special interest group control and revive our democracy.
I love an anti-corruption slant. I think that that's what Donald Trump was doing. Like Donald Trump in 2016 when he said drain the swamp. What do you think that was? That was an anti-corruption campaign. I mean, obviously he wasn't ever going to fucking drain the swamp.
But it's just crazy. That's what.
That's your first sign that someone's going to be like an African warlord, right? Because they're always. I feel like every time you see an African election, it's always like one dude, like, oh yeah, I'm going to fight corruption. The other dude's like, yeah, I'm going to fight even more corruption. Fuck you. Like, oh shit, guy's going to fight more corruption. +1. Oh my god, these guys are powerful. Ugh.
Ran on and he pulled the rug on everyone so much that he started a Trump coin.
Yeah,
it's
no,
wild.
but that's what I'm saying. He also said he fucking was the most peaceful candidate. We know he wasn't the peaceful candidate. He was fucking president. And that is like, that was so frustrating to me that like, they didn't just go, what the fuck do you mean the most peaceful candidate? You were president for 4 years and you like assassinated high-ranking generals of a foreign adversary in contravention of like all rules of war, and you were dangerously unstable at times over and over again. You accelerated drone warfare aggressively. You said you were going to fucking pull out of Afghanistan. You didn't. And then you left that negotiation to be handled by the Biden administration. And then you punished Biden for actually being courageous enough to pull out of Afghanistan. Like there were so many opportunities. Anyway, I know you got to go. There's so many opportunities for the Democrats to present themselves as like different than the Republicans, and they just failed. It's so frustrating to look back at. I wish they would, release the autopsy that they conducted. I don't know. Even the fact that they won't release it, and even though like the autopsy itself is, I assume, conducted by like the very same consultants that want to engage in some level of ass covering, implies that it must have been devastating.
What's this? This is Hasan's chat during the USAID clip. Okay. Fuck USAID, LMFAO, USAID, fuck USAID. I'm begging you, drag USAID, please. No, he's talking to a liberal, guys. We got to be reasonable. You're not talking to socialist Hasan today. We're talking to concerned social democrat Hasan today. Not the USAID stuff, bro. He's such a lib. Need something better than USAID. They won't restore USAID, I'm pretty sure. USAID is CIA soft power ops. The USAID cuts are terrible. Fuck USAID, CIA. Fuck USAID. USAID is a CIA front. USAID, man. Okay. What'd I say? USAID is not CIA, promise. I'm pretty confident those USAID cuts are not returning and cannot return without them being passed by a majority in Congress. Okay, pro-USAID isn't going to work. USAID is a CIA front. I mean, real, but cutting USAID is the culmination of 20 years of harm reduction campaigning. Okay, that person's semi there. Half of that makes sense. Okay, because Dems will surely hurry to restore USAID. Why wouldn't they? Fuck USAID as recipient country. Fuck USAID. Why do they do this? What about hundreds of thousands we murdered in Gaza? You fuck. USAID deaths are projections. They're not actually just projections. It's also the hundreds of thousands are also projections. The official death toll is like 68 or 69,000. But okay, people have already died because of USAID going away. But okay, USAID is CIA. I'm voting for you. Americans don't care about USAID. Fuck USAID. It's a front for the CIA. Yeah, these guys are fucking gross, man. They're gross. Emergency food kitchens in famine-stricken areas. God. I don't know why I keep saying food kitchens. Like, they're just kitchens. What else would they be for? Fucking meth.
Well, as we get closer to the primary, we should have more of these conversations, I think. I think that healthy ideological debate's good. I think that when you're limited to 280 characters or whatever the fuck, everyone online is just so incredibly condescending.
Wow,
I think Twitter is making people dumber. It is what it is.
I get it from the left. Like, here's the thing. The condescension that I see sometimes coming to you from liberals, I also get from the left. So I think it just creates an environment where we're all kind of talking past each other and creating tension. I saw so many straw mans where people were like, Hasan needs to endorse music. And then I saw people saying, why does every liberal want Hasan to fall in line? I don't know. It just feels like everyone was talking past each other when
Okay, well, here's what you can't do. You just can't listen to them. I don't. I just, I hope that people will be smart enough.
I don't listen to them. You fucking love those people, man. Like the worst faith interlocutors are the ones that you like blast the hardest, really. Like, fuck. Because you pretend that that's what all your critics say. You need those. It's the same thing that MAGA does. Like, MAGA loves it when like one small lib account celebrates Charlie Kirk's death, right? Or apparently... Wait, what's this? Oh, up there. Ooh.
And intelligent enough to basically come in here and see what I'm about. And that's why so many liberals are always confused. They're like, why do the Podjons always associate themselves with this like dangerous terroristic individual or whatever? And it's like, yeah, because they're fucking adults. And I talk to them and they know what, like, they've known who I am for years and years. They know what my advocacy looks like. They know what my organizational principles are. And perhaps that's the reason why they don't have the same opinion that like Twitter users do. But again, my hope is that people will remain charitable and will eventually come in and they will hear what I have to say, and they'll realize, oh, okay, he is actually making a more comprehensive vision. He has a more comprehensive vision than what I saw in a 30-second clip, that he's not like saying that there is functionally no difference between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party at all, or that like, there's more to this assessment. Because people love using that one clip when I was talking about like Kamala Harris is not going to represent a difference for the Palestinians than Donald Trump.
No, I understand the context around that clip, but I still will stay firm that there's like a dozen occasions I was searching through where you do just say something that is really either hyperbolic or irresponsible without following up afterwards. And I think we
don't debate him.
Don't
debate him, Adam.
It's really important for your
it's
audience
inappropriate.
for you to keep repeating.
But I do that.
Newsom
I already do that. If you see it,
I don't know. I have people saying that Gavin Newsom is quite literally, not you, but people are like, Gavin Newsom is JD Vance with a blue tie. And I think they get that from the type of way that you word this. Democrats would shoot you in the head to get trans votes, or shoot trans people in the head to get extra votes. Like, when I see people in my replies then saying Gavin Newsom is the same as a Democrat, or same as a Republican, but just with I don't know. It seems like a lot of people think that both parties are just marginally different, or at least would rule in a different way. But
I think this is so funny. I think I'm looking at the comments and people are saying, I used to be an Adam Mockler fan, but watching him saying watch Hasan the Hun is making me sick. Yeah, they're saying you didn't go hard enough on me.
Wow.
But as far as the voter apathy goes, the reason why I say over and over again that it's outside of my hands is because like I've already told you that I have a much more nuanced vision beyond like
Much
whatever
more
the clips that go viral, oftentimes by liberals, ironically enough, that want to present me as like having a very unnuanced point of view.
It's so funny how he can whinge this much about fucking short clips when it's literally his entire MO. I'd be surprised if Hasan, for all he says about me, I know for a fact he hasn't not watched anything of my videos ever since like October 10th or something. That's probably the last time he watched the full video, and his react to that full video was fucking retarded. Like, he was just like interrupting mid-sentence and like arguing, like saying there's no evidence of things that literally had the evidence on the screen in front of him. Like, fuck. But you know, he's got big opinions
on the Democratic Party. But the apathy, I am not capable of making people feel voter apathy towards the Democrats beyond how the Democrats are representing themselves. So we gotta keep yelling at them is my point. And I hope you do that as well.
You are capable.
Yeah, you lie about them all the fucking time, but okay.
You are capable. You have a massive platform. You're definitely capable of making people feel more voter apathy. I'm not saying you are, I'm just saying you're capable of that. I think the way that you speak about the Democrats sometimes can be cleaner. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to loop back to the marginal debate because it's mainly that word that I really just don't like. Unless you want to talk about that one. Yeah, I don't know.
No, it's all good.
There's not a marginal difference.
We can do it in a different date. Next time people are yelling at me about some other shit, you can come and hold me to task.
Let me know. I'll be in LA in a few months. So
all right, we'll do another one of these then.
Yeah. Peace
all
out,
right.
brother.
Bye.
Oh yeah, half the time he doesn't even watch my clips. When he reacts to me, he doesn't even watch the clips half the time. He just reacts to the tweet above the clip. Oh god. Despicable. Oh, what's going on here? What the fuck? This is a horrifying environment, man. What the fuck? Imagine playing this on hardcore. Look at this. They're all over my ass. I'm gonna die again. I literally have nothing to get away with. Oh. They're gonna shoot me, right? Can I make it? Ooh. 72 health, eh? Adam was good, honestly. I think he definitely got a bit deflated by the "you're debating me, bro." Crossed a bit of a faux pas with that one. What is this? This is his community responding when he said they all voted for Kamala.
My community, on the other hand, by the way, overwhelmingly voted for Kamala Harris, but that's besides the point. I mean, virtually every single person in my community voted for Kamala Harris, contrary to what people say.
Yeah, okay.
If it's 2028, man, and we're
not
running,
me,
like, harm
not me,
reduction
not me,
narratives in
not
general,
me,
very
no,
disappointed.
not me, hell nah, not
You'll
me,
be disappointed,
not
so you
me,
understand
not
what
me.
I'm saying, though, right? Then you don't
Oh,
feel like
no,
it would
no,
be
no,
out
I'm
of your
sorry.
hands as far as like what you
Excuse
can
me.
do? Because
America centrists, excuse me, no, all those people who said that were actually, that's his Palestinian viewers, every single one of them. Not me, not me. Okay. Let's get rid of these. I hope Adam did learn something there, though. I hope Adam did learn that he shouldn't fucking talk so much as he's trying to get, as this educated elder tries to set him straight, teach him the way of things. I hope he's learned that. I hope he's learned how to shut the fuck up when a learned elder tries to educate him. Okay. Where is this? IRI has had enough. Oh no. Not IRI, not when he's mad.
On. What do I got to do, guys? What do I have to do to convince people on our side to stop shitting on our side? What do I have to do?
Oh, yeah?
You know how your family's your family? Like, you stand up for your family. You don't talk shit on your family. You ignore the negative. You don't say to the table next to you, yeah, I know my kid's a shithead. I know. I think my kid's a shithead too. Yeah.
Oh, is Adam the kid here? Are people attacking Adam for not pushing back harder? Oh no. But if you're on my position, I don't think people should do that. That's fucking stupid. There are so many, because maybe people who are not like, you understand that one of the reasons, right? Like people, people talk, one of the reasons that I'm like fairly, what do people call it, like motionless or whatever, it is kind of because like I will just fucking burn bridges with everyone over like that's not really the best way to go about life. Like that's how I live generally, because it just I don't really know any other way, or I just don't think about that kind of thing. I don't think about like, oh, what's my strategy going into this conversation to maximize the out. Like I don't think about that all that much. So but if you're a more practical person, like Adam clearly is, then yeah, it's not going to be that simple to just go in and like, what did you want Adam to do? You think like, you realize if Adam at the beginning was just like, let's say like 10 minutes in after he's got that insanely long answer to the question about it's out of my hands or whatever, and doesn't actually get the question answered. Yeah. Like if that was me, I would just be like, okay, are you fucking me about? Like, am I a retard to you? Like, why are you not answering the question? Is it that much to ask? If you don't want to answer the question, just say, I don't like answering that question. Can I just talk for like a minute about something that's interesting to me? Like, please, yeah, like that's what I would do. But then if I did that, then or if Adam did that, the call would be ended. Like, it would just end the entire thing. So, I don't know. Whatever.
But, he's my shithead. It's like, why are we doing this? I think we need to have a serious talk with each other about becoming cheerleaders for our side. Why is it that hard? Why do we do this? Why do we stare at the ground and feel bad about ourselves? I don't get it. It's this weird, like, people will respect us more if we're willing to criticize our own. And it doesn't work. That's not how life works. If you want to get ahead in life, you've got to be your biggest fan, your biggest champion. True. You can show no weakness. You don't go to a job interview and say, well, I am late sometimes, and there's quite a bit of room for improvement in me. No, you go in there and go, I'm the shit, and I'll make your company do so well. Like, when you go out with somebody, you don't start listing off your negatives and say how disappointed you are in yourself. You puff off your chest and go, I am amazing. Why do we do this, man? And the language matters. I think every little thing matters. Like, a lot of people will say, you're overreacting. What's the big deal? No, the language matters. When we go in there.
I disagree. If you're on a date, I'll barely ever give dating advice because it's just not my area. I'm kind of like a bit of a nightmare when it comes to relationships or anything else. But just list all your flaws on the first date, right? If you actually think something's going somewhere, just list everything. List it all. Because what's the fucking point in finding out 6 months later? Like, why? Waste of time, really. We've got to be efficient. And actually, job interviews should be like that as well. Okay? The only reason that life is not like this is because there's always one cunt who's just gonna fucking blag their way into something. But you know what? What if I don't like blags? I think people should be honest. Whatever. But okay. But it's one of those things, you're never gonna get the entire world to be like that. So just take IRI's advice, okay? He's more successful than me. He was in Pretty Fly. He's the Pretty Fly white guy, okay? I got nothing on that shit.
And we're like, I'm disillusioned with the Democratic Party. That means you are so bothered that you are.
Job interviews, whatever. Like, yeah, it's a fucking job interview. Like, I don't think you owe the employer all that much. You don't owe the employer your demons, but okay.
Or just done with them. You're like, what the fuck is happening in my party? And I don't think Adam is there. I don't think he's anywhere near that. I think he's happy. I mean, wow. Why? Why do we do this, man? What do I have to do to start convincing my fellow liberals to knock it off with the negative language?
Who are they being negative towards?
Just cheerlead,
Mockler?
man.
Or the party?
Fake it till you make it. I don't give a shit. This is.
Oh, I think he's talking about the way Mockler is conceding all this ground, is ceding all this ground on the Democratic Party. That's what he's doing. Okay. I understand now. Okay. Where's this fucking... Oh, I don't have any flames because I had a full inventory. Oh, okay. God, I am so slow in this game. God damn. Women are more likely to take someone who is broken. What, because they think they can fix you? Yeah. That is... actually, no, wait, sorry. That's not true at all. What the fuck are you talking about? Have you seen the way... Not only will men take you if you're broken, they'll fetishize you. They'll think it's hot that you're mental. Like, what are you talking about? Some of them will actually fucking say it, dude. I've seen screenshots. See, like, occasionally on those, like, fucking Reddits or even just friends showing me, like, on, like, people who they see on dating apps, and it's like... some people will literally just say what they like, and it's like, oh yeah, confidence, blah blah blah, and also one of the things that they like is slightly unhinged. And it's like, dude, oh yeah, your BPD girls, don't forget your BPD girls. It's a very specific kind of mental that they do, but yeah, of course they do. I can fix her, yeah, shit. What are you talking about? Oh! All right, where are we going? Eternal Sunshine of the... Yes, I know you like Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Yes, good. I know you think it's very cute. Nice film. Oh, God. What the fuck? Do we have any Iran updates? I think there's one. I know that some soldiers have evacuated the premises. Some U.S. soldiers are getting the fuck out of the way. God, I need the bathroom as well. I'm actually also getting quite tired. Where are we? What the fuck is this comment? What is this? This is actually, yeah, this is what I expect from them. They said they spoke about me like this as well. He needs hours of political education to understand Hasan's quotes. It's like a first grader arguing with the teacher about math being wrong. Dude. He needs hours of education. Holy shit. If any of you talk about me like that, as in like someone who's disagreeing with me needs my education, they're not educated enough to understand, like, God, get out, like, fucking hell. Thankfully, you guys are not like that, so that's cool. I feel like a genuinely intelligent person would just never say something like that, because it's just fucking insane. Hours of education. Unk educating his nephew, educating his little bro, showing him the way of things. Where are these fucking torches? I still don't have a single torch. I am like that, I say that. Oh. Never mind. It's okay. Validation. Why not? Yes. I suppose you can make some accommodations. Fuck. No, I see what you guys like on Twitter, okay? I know what a Loanerbox defender looks like, okay? Because when I get into fights, I see the replies, and I know that you guys are just like, it's so cute. You're so soft with these people. You guys are like, maybe it's a reflection on me. I don't know. I feel like I'm quite aggressive, but you guys will be in replies being like, no, look, listen, you don't understand. You should listen to Learnerbox's content. Like this guy, he reads so much and he does all these research streams. You should see this and this and this, and then watch this where he's like reading this whole report and critically evaluating, and he's not part. And then they're just like, no, fucking genocide. It's like, you guys are so funny. You're like, no, you don't understand. He reads so much. He knows he's so knowledgeable. You guys are just like, that's the average Learnerbox defender. God, I wish you guys were bad faith sometimes. Ugh. Right. Not even bad faith, just get a bit fucking loose with it. We get a bit memey. Wait, what's happening now? Is there something going on right now? Is Destiny talking to Soypill?
Doing good, Destiny.
Oh no, they're looking at an older debate. What's going on here? I know I know Kalinda spoke to Doobie and Prime. Do I want to watch that? I don't think I do. I don't think I do. It's a bit rough, isn't it? That concept. Oh, there's the Flamekeeper. Okay. Maybe I should stop aggroing a bunch of archers. That's probably quite bad because they're like long range and they hit like fucking brick shit houses. Talk to the guy in the waiting room. Okay, but I do need the bathroom. Hang on. Fuck, I thought I was going to level today, but I'm not. I'm only a third through level 69. Nah, that's going to take too long. Not for this stream. Fuck. But if you would like to support my channel, chat, you can absolutely super chat teal or above to support the goal, or you can get a membership, you know, and ungray your name and get some emotes. You can do that. Crazy. I might. Also, am I just getting sick now? Dude, I thought it was because I was cleaning and I used a bit too much fucking bleach. I thought that was why my throat was fucked, but now I feel like I might just be sick. Ugh, I don't know. Oh no! Ooh. Here, get that Flamekeeper. Okay. Prime spent a lot of time grinning incredulously at arguments being made so obnoxious. That is exactly his MO. Yeah. It's actually, Prime is actually really intelligent. He just does that to trigger you. Your throat sounds a bit sus. It's not sus. It's just, I sound worse now. Well, thanks, guys. Wait, where's the fucking torch? Oh. Oh. Okay, actually make room this time. What can I get rid of? Oh, these are useless. Fuck that. Okay. Can I get rid of this? Yeah, I don't care. Maybe I shouldn't have got rid of that, but okay. Now I use the torch. Where? Where? Oh, you destroyed the ballista. Ooh, I remember. Such a cool quest. Wow. Interactive items. Oh. Yeah. What channel was Prime on? I think it was on Wick. Was it on Wick? Did they talk? I don't know. Put ginger and honey in your tea. I have neither of those things, I'm sorry. I'm gonna eat fucking bread and hummus. Oh, literally that person just destroyed all of the things for me. Cool. I have to destroy, oh no, now I can destroy tents then. Shit. This person's a fucking workhorse. Look at them. Look at them go. Oh no, that's a horrible spell. Disgusting. Oh! Jesus. Imagine if it was hardcore. Put a gram of rubidium in your tea. I like that. I like that, Helber. Very good. Callback humor. Very intelligent. Yes. Callback humor is fucking brilliant. These are comedians have these things where you have like 60% content and then the rest of it is callback or repetition, because callback and repetition is funny. And it's streamlined. Absolutely amazing. Soy Pill and Destiny drama. Is it not old? I thought they had an argument like a few days ago. I didn't watch it, I just know it was there. Did we watch it? No, we didn't. No. But I know they spoke. Obama, true. What do stand-up comedians do for like the 6-year gaps when they don't have a show, like a 1.5 hour show? What do they do? Do they just spend 6 years coming up with 1.5 hours worth of content? They run podcasts. There's drama over Destiny saying Pisco should be kicked off of Live and Learn. Oh my god. Damn. He really did say that, did he? Ouch. Pisco's my boy, though. What? Most American comedians become maggots when they take these breaks. I don't care about American comedians, man. I'm talking about actual comedians who are funny, who don't need to just, who don't need to just shit on trans people and act like they're fucking breaking some fourth wall or breaking some social standard. Or so. I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't know why Americans fall for it. Like, how can you be so fucking dense as to fall for someone who's like, listen, okay? Listen, I know this might be difficult to hear, okay? But someone's got to say it. And I'm fucking saying it. I'm saying it. Bro, trans people, am I right? Really, that's your big fucking renegade statement? Your big renegade target is trans people. Yeah, because if there's any group in society that hasn't been given enough shit that needs a telling to, it's fucking trans people. Yeah, okay. No, I will say it. I will say it, right? I will say it. I don't care what the woke trans... Like, really, this tiny fucking minority, 0.5% of the population, and half of them want to fucking kill themselves because of all the fucking harassment and negativity that they get from people. I will say it. I am finished, okay. No, I will say it. It's like people doing it with immigrants as well, right? People fucking talking about immigrants. Just, I'm tired of beating about the bush, okay? I'm tired of holding my tongue. I'm tired of fleeing the woke mob in my... The problem is too much immigration. Like, we need to deport the immigrant. Oh, wow, really? Okay, wow. I'm saying it. Really, that thing that's been like the top issue for at least a third or 40 or 50% of voters since the year 2005 or some shit. Like, okay. No, I will say it. I will say it. These transgenders have been getting away with it for too long. Hello, Linkham95. How's it going?
Hey, sorry. This Link man, Rootsy did this to me.
Oh.
She's
yeah.
a monster.
Link man. Okay. True.
Anyway, so I kind of wanted to talk to you. You said you don't really identify as a socialist anymore.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering how much of that is kind of because of people like Hasan. Like because I still consider myself a socialist. I even more so than usual. And I kind of look at Hasan and them and think, no, you're not. You're the ones who aren't socialists. Like, if you're supporting Iran, if you're supporting China, if you're supporting Russia, like you're supporting authoritarian regimes, that's like, I see socialism as a very democratic thing, and that's just not socialism. Yeah. So, like, how much of, like, do you think that socialism is just kind of permanently tainted by these people, or how much of your like no longer identifying with socialism is because of that, or like what? I just like your thoughts on this.
Okay, two things. So 95% of the reason is just that I don't think abolishing the commodity form needs to happen anytime soon. Like I think I'm happy to just go with policies that work. I think that's just because.
Well, I will say, because I was clarifying this in Discord, I don't want to. I think fully decommodifying it is a bad idea.
Okay.
I think we should do it with necessities so that everybody can live. Okay. Do it with like food, housing, transportation, probably. But like, there would still be like luxury.
So okay, out of interest,
if you want like
Like, so out of interest, is there decommodification of food like on the level of like a nation? Is that a thing that succeeded somewhere? Has a country done that and actually been better for it? Or?
I don't think so. But I mean, I don't think. I don't see it like happening anytime soon. But I still think it's something to push towards. And I think as stuff like UBI gets more progress, the idea that you just get, I mean, SNAP benefits is kind of like this. The idea that you just get to buy food that is very basic is not it's not a crazy idea. I mean, so I guess I would say SNAP benefits, those sort of things is kind of what I'd compare it to, only much broader. And you just wouldn't be able to spend that on anything but like the most basic of foods, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay, so the way that I would put it is like, let's say it just turns out that decommodified stuff is better. The way I see it is that the only way that can get demonstrated is that it shows itself within capitalism, and it just like, we just decommodify this thing, and then maybe next we'll decommodify this, and maybe next we'll decommodify this. It doesn't need to be like gradual or anything. It can all happen within a few weeks of each other if it has to. Like, but the way that they would work is that they would show themselves to be better, and then society would just kind of like move in that direction. I don't like the idea of like replacing private property or private enterprise with these things, like by dispossession and force, like especially with things like housing and all that. So I think socialism basically has to outcompete capitalism to work. That's how I'd put it. I'm not married to either of those though, really. Like I just think like I'm basically just waiting for the I think the better thing should win, like the better option should win. And right now it just seems like in some cases nationalizing this or that works. In some cases co-ops work, I think, better for this and that. But I think for the most part, it still seems like the capitalism with regulations is doing a better job than the alternative. The other problem is like what you're describing. You asked about people like Hasan. It's not, but you also mentioned like baked into that was like China. So
authoritarianism.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I just want, and it's usually because if you read anything about Marx and what he said about socialism, like obviously, he'd be turning in his grave because there's so much in there that suggests he's opposed to that. Okay, so the question is how far do we have to get from Karl Marx before we start using a different definition of socialism? Do you know what I mean? Like how many socialist societies do we?
On Discord too, where it's like, is am what I advocating for socialism? Because I would go beyond what a social democrat would do. But like, I would support social democratic policies because they get towards my final objective or whatever.
Yeah.
But like, I wouldn't say that I'm a social democrat. You know what I mean?
But that's the question I'm coming back to is like when we talk about defining socialism and it being essentially tainted by the amount of horrible advocates that it has. Well, the way I see it is that Karl Marx doesn't patent or doesn't own the rights to the definition of socialism. He's been dead for quite a while now, and most of the socialist regimes and socialist leaders have redefined socialism, and China has redefined socialism. So I don't know what to say when it's like, well, the majority of socialists actually do seem to be at the very least indifferent to this like Islamist leftist axis about the Middle East. The majority of them do seem to have completely unhinged and I would argue very like bigoted and destructive positions on what should happen to Israel and Palestine, and they also seem to be either, to me, on a broader policy level, either incoherent or just okay with like a China model or North Korea or whatever the fuck else. So it's like when it's all that, but then the counter is, oh, but 250 years ago, Marx said it was someone else, like some German dude. Like, yeah, at some point, I don't think like Marx gets to own the rights to socialism forever.
That's why I don't really, people will point out like that's what Marx said, but like I don't kind of default to Marx because like if Marx was so smart, why is he dead? Like I'm more like, well, like socialism, if it's worker ownership of the means of production, like that's a democratic thing. Like it's very democratic, and so I think just making the clear connection there, rather than like trying to go back to Marx and read somebody off the Communist Manifesto like Hasan did, just simply say like, this is a democratic process. What you're doing is not democratic. Then you can, make that argument much clearer than resorting to Marx.
Okay.
But I don't know if that's enough to get people back on the side of socialism, or even to fight back against this idea that like, oh, you're a socialist, so you support China. And it's like, whoa, no.
Yeah. Well, that's why. It's like if what I want is social democratic policies, I'm not getting that from socialists. they're just not. So why would I go there?
Yeah.
I don't know. Have you ever heard the?
Like, if you were a socialist, like let's say you were a socialist politician, like I wanted to get into politics for some reason.
Okay.
Would you suggest that like my what I should do is like hide my power level and just run as a social democrat, and maybe
to
that's
achieve
what,
socialism?
Bernie, because I mean I want social democrat policies. I'm never going to get them the socialist policies in the way. I might be able to push some UBI experiment stuff because that has been done in America, but like just hide my power level because that's the best way to get forward. So like, should socialists just kind of start identifying as social democrats? And
it depends on what kind of socialism they want, because you can make the argument, I don't know why Hasan didn't make this, you can make the argument that if you want socialism, the best thing to do is to push for social democratic policies, because social democratic policies entail increased living standards and welfare and education. And aren't these like all the things that produce communists? Like communists are... I didn't even think about. I didn't even realize this. Like all over the world, Iran in the 70s, like the socialists are always middle class. It's a middle class movement. It is for the middle class. It's by the middle class. It's of the middle class. Like it's their movement. Any like astute socialist, like sociologist, would recognize this. Like there's like. They often have like roundabout ways of saying this, but like the working class are just like they're victims of the system, and the system's made them too fucking retarded to realize that socialism is what they need. Or also they write it off because the middle and working class isn't a distinction to them, right? You're proletariat or bourgeoisie, right? That's stupid. But socialism is a movement of the middle class. It belongs to them. So social democracy is how you would get that. So, but then the problem is that social democracies exist, and I don't think socialist movements, like in an anti-capitalist sense, have necessarily been strengthened in the biggest social democracies. Isn't the whole thing in Denmark where like the prime minister kept saying like to Bernie Sanders, like, please stop calling us socialist, like we're not. I don't really know how popular it is in Sweden or Denmark or Finland for these revolutionary parties. Yeah, so to say like, okay, this social democracy is great, but we need to go even further. I don't know how much that's so. You could do it that way, or the other way would be like just be an accelerationist. Because the fact is, America. Well, the fact is though is that historically, socialist revolutions they happen in places that are like fucked, and
but those end up in the authoritarian like sort of
So that's so for you, that's not what you want.
No. Because like I know you've spoken about like how you don't want like government mandated co-ops, and I do, but I think the difference between like me and I don't know Hasan is I want them government mandated because everybody voted and there was an amendment, you know, where we decided, hey, we're gonna do government mandated co-ops now. Like it wasn't like put in as like a state executive action. You know what I mean?
And you're not sure if you want to call yourself a socialist or
if that's even. I mean, definitely, I'm getting a lot more pushback on that being socialism anymore compared to like even like 3 or 4 years ago.
You're getting pushback from what, socialists or?
No, I mean, you know, non-socialist, but just everybody saying like, no, socialism is Chinese. Before you could say, no, that's like communist or whatever, and that was the battleground, whether like is China communist or not. And I'm like, I'll concede that, like, I don't like communism, but like, it's now even pushed further than that, where like socialism is just straight up like tanky shit, and it's like I don't think that battleground was there 3 or 4 years ago, whether we're talking like online, like even like in
it's funny space. Like I noticed that as well, because when I was a teenager and I was in socialist groups, I was actually hung out with the Socialist Worker Party. If you don't know, they're one of the more extreme socialist parties in the UK. Their branch in America actually supported the Ayatollah's revolution in '79 when most of the other socialist parties didn't. So they were very extreme. But the people I hung out with doing that stuff, they were all very derisive of the Soviet Union and all that. Like they would say that's not actually socialism, that's bureaucratic state capitalism. You know, that's what they would call it. So but man, if they were like the way that they are now, then yeah, it would be so much more off-putting. But I guess the question is, for defining socialism, have you ever heard the Wittgenstein argument about definitions or meaning of words?
Oh, probably, but can you refresh it? It's probably something about like descriptionism.
Okay. I don't know the exact history of the word idiot, but let's just say its origins, because the word idiot used to mean like mentally disabled, you need to be in an asylum, right? And it was like a very poorly defined designation. It doesn't anymore because no one uses it in that way, or the majority of people don't. So the idea is that the meaning of a word is in its use. You get that concept? The meaning of a word is in its use, or it's in its popular use. So if you're going by that rule, the meaning of a word is in its use. How do you define socialism?
Well, and again, I think this is where things might have changed, because it might now just be like whatever the alt-left tankies are, like the crazy left guys, because I would say that wasn't the case. I wouldn't say that was the definition a while ago, but it might be going there, and I guess I'm trying to just push back against that, but I don't know if that's possible or not.
Yeah, I mean, there are lots of okay, so next question is, there are lots of things to fight for in this world, okay? How high on your list is rescuing the word socialist?
I mean, I guess pretty low. I mean, on Discord, it's worth fighting for. I mean, if I identify as a socialist, I think it's worth fighting for saying I'm not supporting China or something. But I mean, you're right. Like, this isn't a thing where I go and try to convince people of my socialist tendencies or whatever.
I mean,
but if I was talking to somebody out on the street or whatever, yeah, I'd probably identify as a Sokdam, because that's like something they understand.
I mean, if you want state mandated co-ops, that probably is. That probably would be a socialist.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm socialist, but like I don't think that that's where people's understanding of it is right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to get your, because then I also like realized you had kind of stopped identifying as socialist, and I was wondering how much of Hasan had played into that. So that was another question. So,
no, not really.
Anyway, that's it. The only other thing I'd have is this is not even really relevant anymore, because leftist anti-Semitism has gone so off the rails. But I did want to bring up like a year or two ago about how you should like look more into evangelical Zionism, because like evangelical is a pretty big population in the US, and I think you've been kind of underestimating it. But like by now it's not a issue, like it's not even worth talking about, because leftist anti-Semitism has gotten way beyond just, you know, being against evangelicals.
Okay.
Because I know like some of the Europeans I've talked to are like, how many evangelicals even are there in the US?
Like millions, yeah.
Like 30%. like it's pretty big. It's the biggest demographic, and if you consider that like there's only 2% are Jewish, like even if 90% of Jews are pro-Zionist, like, and only 70% of evangelicals are Zionists, like there's way more evangelical Zionists than Jews. But I don't think that even comes up in conversation anymore. Like I said, this was a thing for like 2 years ago, because leftist anti-Semitism is not even talking about evangelicals anymore. They're completely on the Jewish question. So
yeah, that's quite odd actually, because especially now that Trump, like, didn't he have Huckabee there? He's like a more or less like Christian evangelical, or at least he talks like one about the West Bank and shit. And he's like the ambassador to, or whatever role he's in, to Israel.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I mean, this was more of a thing like back kind of right after October 7th, and I noticed some Europeans kind of were underestimating like evangelical power in the U.S., but like with the amount of leftists just straight up doing dog shit, like it's not even worth mentioning now. But I mean, I did mention it just because I wanted it.
Yeah.
I just wanted to mention it because statistically, I think it is pretty significant.
Okay.
But that's it.
Cool.
Thanks for sharing your thoughts.
Yeah, nice, John. Bye-bye. Whoa. Come on, guys. I'm like just under halfway through this level. The last level. I think I'll probably finish it tomorrow, though. Or next week. Gotta rest my little throat. I don't think Iran's getting bombed today, so that's nice. Good chance. Try not to lose your voice, so I'm trying. I'm holding on to it. But I just really want to kill these kitties. 5 more of them. Ooh, 2 of them. 2 tigers. Come here. Little lynx. Oh. I thought a lynx was supposed to be quite small, but I guess in video games, these guys are fucking huge. Fat cats. Come on. Tough Mittens. Thanks for the $4.99. Really appreciate that. He had pork cereal. What? That's fucking disgusting. What? Ugh. Pork scratchings is disgusting, by the way. Why the fuck do people eat that stuff? Ooh. Oh, Chase is in the waiting room, huh? Apparently, there's a bit of breaking news here. Bit of breaking.
Greetings.
Look at this,
Hello?
Chase. Breaking news. The U.S. has reportedly rejected Iranian offer at Geneva talks. They said they were going to halt enrichment for 3 years, and the U.S. said not good enough. Damn.
Ooh.
Not a good start.
That's
Man, there's no fucking way he's moving all of that shit over there just to get a nuclear deal. I don't believe it.
That would be pretty fun. That's like old school gunboat diplomacy, like what they did in Japan. You know,
Yeah.
Send like an entire armada there just to get them to open your ports or whatever. Like it's, oh god.
Okay, tell us though, what crazy shit did Vosh say now?
Well, for once, I'm actually not talking about Vosh.
Whoa.
I did see apparently, since we're talking about Iran, I did see apparently the Republican Thomas Massie and the Democrat Ro Khanna are trying to vote to block military action on Iran. Because I think they did this last time because they're like the big anti-interventionist kinds. Well, I don't know much about Ro Khanna's foreign policy positions, and I know he's kind of anti-Israel, but I know Massey's definitely like an isolationist weirdo. He's JQ'd in the past and all that stuff. But anyway, the point is they're right now trying to lead this effort to block the president's war power. And of course, Trump was obviously, of course, not happy about that. I don't think they'll get anywhere because it's right now the whole movement's kind of right now the whole movement's just kind of everything's kind of disorganized. And besides, American politicians probably have better things to worry about right now than Trump's latest Middle East temper tantrum. Although, of course, we'll see where that goes.
Yeah, I seriously doubt they're going to be able to unmove the ships back. Congress move all that stuff back home. No way.
Yeah, I know. I did see that. Hold on. Is Britain still blocking the Americans from using Diego Garcia?
Last I checked, yeah.
That's pretty unprecedented because because like the Americans have shared a base for like what 40, 50 years, very long time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And yeah, because I think they took over at islands, they kicked up the natives in like what the 70s. So yeah, it's been about that long. So the fact that Keir Starmer, I assume it would have to be Keir Starmer making these decisions, not anybody else. Like Keir Starmer would have to be very concerned about this if he's willing to go as far as to block U.S. military access to that area. But then again, the Americans can always use, again, there's aircraft carriers arriving. I saw earlier, there was a picture of the USS Gerald Ford going through the Strait of Gibraltar. So it's getting there. We'll see where it goes. Also, apparently someone in chat said, when you're talking about Mike Huckabee, someone in chat, I think it was Addy, said that apparently Huckabee is saying that he's pro-Greater Israel now.
He's been saying that for a long time. I don't think that's new.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and he's also the guy Tucker Carlson spoke to recently at the airport right before he left. Because of course, Carlson's saying that he got detained there too, Hasan style, but I'm willing to bet it was probably just because of his very obvious history of statements, but we'll see. There was one other thing. Oh, did you see that they put a picture of Trump? Did they put a picture of Trump in front of the Justice Department building on like a banner?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
It looks just like it looks just like the classic. I'm sure you've seen a picture, the Italian fascist poster with Mussolini's face on it and the word CCC all over it.
Yeah. Yeah.
It literally is like a copy and paste of that. It's both hilarious and scary at the same time because keep in mind this is literally the state of my country right now. In other news, I saw Mamdani was trying to raise I keep forgetting what tax he's trying to raise. Was it New Yorkers in chat help me out? What was the thing that he was trying to raise? Something financial.
Terrorism? That's what I heard.
What?
I said terrorism. I'm joking.
Well, if you ask David, just say that. But I'm joking. Property tax. Oh, it's property taxes he was trying to raise?
Okay.
Okay, yeah. I heard he was trying to raise property taxes, but apparently, we'll see where that goes. He wants taxes up to 10%.
I mean, his policies are going to be expensive, so he needs to raise taxes. There's no chance otherwise.
Yeah, of course.
He
And
probably,
as always, people.
I do, again, I support
know-
Mamdani, especially against Cuomo, but at the end of it, I do wonder if he checked the books and he just was like, where's the Israel money? And just realized that there was a lot less of it.
Well, I did see there was another former campaign staffer of his that apparently got let go because they made a post a few years ago where they said something like how one Israeli in the world is too much, which is obviously a pretty bad thing. But yeah, I think they got let go because the problem is that Mamdani's staff has recruited and attracted a lot of nutters because of his own rhetoric.
Wow.
I do think he has generally tried to kind of moderate and walk back a bit. I know what the really crazy like pro Hamas like within our lifetime like those dickheads, they've already disavowed him pretty much. They already think he's a traitor now because he doesn't want to send the NYPD to occupy Tel Aviv or whatever.
Yeah.
But there are still issues with him with his history and all that stuff. But the problem with Mamdani is that in public discourse there are two camps about Mamdani. There's either the Mamdani said or did nothing wrong, or if he did say anything it was based and therefore you shouldn't criticize him about it.
Yeah.
Or there's the Mamdani's actually an evil, crazy Islamist who wants to purge all Jews from New York and wants to like do a savage assault. It's like neither of these camps are rational, and I hate both of them. But if you're not part of these camps, you'll basically just get ostracized off the internet. So it's really annoying.
Well, it's okay. There's plenty of, you know what there also is? There's just regular old Democrats who support the party and the candidate.
Yeah, no, that's a good one.
We can always rely on that. The family, IRI, the family.
I think Adam really should have gone after Hasan a lot more when he suggested that Israel was paying people in Missouri.
So fucking stupid, man. Like he literally just called AIPAC like the Israeli government. Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I think that's honestly that's actually one of the more mask off moments. I mean, he's obviously been zogging forever, but I think that was like one of the more blatantly ones.
Yeah.
But again, Adam probably should have confronted him on. But obviously, Adam wasn't really there to talk foreign policy. He was more there just to confront Hasan on being a belligerent, unhelpful dipshit or whatever.
It's because probably mostly a lot of these like standard libs don't care that much about Palestine or Israel. Like, yeah, they probably just don't know or care because it's just an insignificant issue to them, as it probably should be.
Yeah, because
you expect it to be.
Because in American politics, foreign policy, like you said a billion times, is way at the bottom of the barrel. Like it's not even top 5 or whatever. Yeah. Also, I think Mockler, he mentioned that his family's from Syria. And I think he mentioned how his dad wasn't a fan of Biden because of some of the Gaza stuff. I could be misremembering. Okay. I'm not trying to like spread info, and he had to talk to his dad about that stuff, and they had like a big disagreement over it. But other than that, Mockler, he seems pretty smart. Seems like he's definitely got a good career ahead of him.
Yeah.
Let's see, there was that. What else is there? There was some other stupid. I don't really have any drama slop news, which I know is very unique for me. But I mean, basically, all the Hasan stuff's been done to death.
Yeah.
Vosh is in his little fortress. Oh, have you been following the Denny basketball stuff?
No.
You know who Denny? I forget what his last name is. Abadillah, something like that.
No. I always fail the sports sections on connections. Remember?
Oh yeah. Well, he's a basketball player originally from Israel. He's half Jewish and half Serbian. I think he's far from Serbia, but he was born and grew up in Israel. And he's half Israeli, half Serbian. He grew up in Israel. Then he moved to now he's currently playing in America. But there's a lot of hoopla because he's Israeli. Hasan was accusing him of once serving in the IDF. And even though he actually didn't, he got difference from it because of sports.
I do remember that. Yeah. I remember hearing about that.
And that's actually what got LeBron, because LeBron was basically trying to defend Denny. And he basically said, I've heard great things about Israel, and everyone's mad at him about that. I mean, I don't know if I would say right now, I've heard great things about Israel. It might sound kind of weird to the average person, but I think defending Denny's all right. These people just really need to go outside because they're basically just being straight out bigoted against the guy. But I guess that's nothing new. There was also this case at the I don't know if you saw, but Ukraine, Anna. There is the Israeli bobsledding team at the Olympics. There was a team where they were loading up and they were getting ready to start, and apparently a newscaster kept like shaming them because apparently I think the other members were in the IDF and some of them might have said some bad things but and people were like celebrating it, like yeah, based. I think Anna, not Anna Kasparian, but Ukrainian Anna, she basically pointed out how one of the people who was celebrating that was the same person who celebrated the Ukrainian player getting kicked out for having a helmet that was talking about the war.
I saw that. Yeah, she showed me that.
Yeah, and then the person responded back and called her a Nazi,
Based.
which is funny. But then if you actually look at her, but if you actually look at the guy's Twitter page, he was talking about like goyams and stuff, which is not a good sign.
Yeah, I think he called her a Banderite, didn't he?
Yeah, he called her like a Banderite or like an Azov stall or whatever.
Based.
It's
very good.
Because it's about it that I know of right now. Do you think that Trump will? Do you think we're going to see an attack on Iran soon?
Yeah, more likely than not. Again, it's just it's still unpredictable though.
Yeah,
I'll hedge it. I'm gonna hedge it, and then I'm just gonna clip out the hedge when it happens, and I can tell everyone how fucking awesome I am for predicting things. Never trust someone who fucking makes their brand predictions, because it's so obvious that they have not that they've most likely predicted a bunch of things that aren't true.
Someone in chat said, "I swear it's going to happen as soon as Loner goes offline." Oh yeah, that happened. That happened when the last bombing in Iran started. You were offline, and we were all in Discord talking about it.
Yeah. Well.
All right.
I'll keep my notifications on.
Okay, well, that's all I really have to say. I just kind of came into, I guess, just kind of stream of conscience, do a ramble or whatever. Good stream. Good reaction. And yeah, have a good weekend. Thank you. Bye. And also, Lehitorot to all the Israelis. I know I probably butchered that, but again, I'm an Anglo, so, you know, Hebrew words are hard to pronounce. But bye, whatever. See ya.
Bye-bye. He just unmuted the stream but stayed in the call. Okay, well done. Chase, many people are saying Vosh mogs you. True. So true. Vosh mogs most people though. That's the point of the fortress. It's not to avoid confrontation. It's to avoid getting swamped by admirers. If Vosh gets out of the fortress, it just becomes the Hard Day's Night music video. Oh. Man, my voice goes so low when I'm not well. Can you hear this? Fucking hell. I can feel it in my walls, like the vibrations and shit. Dude. Do you think if I get like this, maybe I should just stop streaming for a few days and just record Leonard Cohen songs? I think I do that pretty well right now. I feel like my range could go down like at least a semitone or a tone like this. Do you think I should just hire myself out as a fucking Gregorian chanter? Absolutely crazy. Record early Leonard Cohen like this. Early? No, I'm talking like late when he's wearing the fedora and properly fucking heaving his words out. Oh. Dude, where the fuck are these fucking parts? Why are they so hard to come by? Whoa. Oh wait, he's AoE kiting, isn't he? Shit. I can take him. Did he lose the tag? Oh, he was running away. Open the link I sent you. Okay. Oh, shoe on head. I can't
Hello,
watch
friends, and welcome to another episode of What the Hell is Going On with your host, Ugly Belle Delphine. Now, before you ask, yes, there is an Epstein Files video coming out. I feel like everyone has like.
Please don't. I don't need to hear shoes spin on fucking Epstein file. Oh God, we're gonna get so triggered.
Streamer brain nowadays, and like every fucking video has to be breaking news in order to get the most views. But I am taking my time with it. I'm sure you understand there is a lot happening.
With this anti-Semitic culture right now, she voted against a resolution condemning.
Is
Jewish.
Jewish.
I want to be clear.
Do you want to go there, Attorney General? Do you want to go there? Are you serious? Talking about anti-Semitism to a woman who lost her grandfather in the Holocaust?
Your country, sir. Anyway, let's just forget about these satanic billionaire pedophiles running the world, and let's talk about some internet drama, shall we?
Yes,
because
please.
that is what's really
do not need to know about Joanne Head's views on satanic and billionaire pedophiles. Thank you.
For a little over a decade now, the most inane things can get you called a racist or a Nazi on the internet. To the point where these words hold little to no meaning anymore. It's so bad that when someone is called a racist or a Nazi online, I'm immediately like, oh,
they're
what
probably
funny
based.
joke did they tell?
Oh, yeah,
but ladies and gentlemen, we have officially come to the point where not saying anything also makes you a racist Nazi.
True.
For the few of you watching this channel who are employed, there's a very popular Twitch streamer named Emaru. She's a cosplayer and just kind of a fun, chill, normie video game streamer. Well, the other day, someone in her chat asked her opinion about ICE, and this is what she had to say.
Like, there's a certain extent where I'm like, okay, I get people wanting big content creators to, like, say their opinions on, like, important topics. I get that, right? But it's like, if you need a streamer who doesn't even know anything about politics to tell you about politics, you probably just need to get off the internet.
In a world where it seems like every single celebrity is just screaming their political takes completely unprompted,
why is he still fucking chasing me?
What the fuck? Seems like a pretty sane, rational, inoffensive thing to say, right? Wrong. This short little clip where she ironically tried to avoid controversy ended up being one of the most controversial dramas this year. I feel like decades worth of news has happened in the.
It's really not the most one of the most controversial dramas this year. What the fuck? I think it was like Denham's trying to to spearhead a fucking charge, but did Hasan buy with it? Did he join in? I don't think he did he? Oh, wait, did he? If he didn't, that's actually really funny. Because that would mean that he just left Denham's out to dry. Do you think it was her October 7th? She was just expecting all of her other allies to join in, and they just didn't. And they were just like, whoa, that's a bit much, dude. We just kind of beat our chests every now and then. Fire some pot shots. He did react, okay.
The past like 2 months, don't you? Every day there's like a breaking story of the most insane shit you've ever heard in your life. And everyone is expected to have a fully formed opinion on every single breaking story. There's pressure to react, to pick a side, to condemn, to defend. But the reality is, when a story first breaks, we're usually not seeing the full picture. And that's why for years now, I have been using today's sponsor, Ground News.
I'll bet
so
you
let's
have.
quickly give them a shout out before we.
That's where you learn about the billionaire pedophiles.
Every story comes with a quick visual
Satanic.
breakdown of to see how political bias and media ownership can affect the framing of a story. Covers it like this. RFK revealed why he wasn't scared of COVID. It was a legendary answer. And a left-wing outlet covers the same story like this. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. doesn't fear germs, and his reason is really, really gross. Same story, completely different vibes.
Wow.
The Ground News feature I like the most is the blind spot tool.
Fuck
it
me,
shows you
man.
how news stories have been
I
covered
love
by
the
only
blind
one
spot
side of the
tool.
political spectrum and ignored
Good
by
aim
the
it.
other. For example, here's a story about how Hillary Clinton says migration has gone too far. Rare Hillary Clinton W.
Wow.
Suspicious. 37 sources covered it. 91% of those sources were right-wing.
Wow.
And only 4% were left-wing.
Crazy.
Interesting. Or this one about how middle-class Americans are selling plasma because of financial pressure. Americans are selling their blood because they're so poor. 71% of the sources that covered this were left-wing, and only 14% were right-wing. I have been using Ground News for like 5 years now, and I am obsessed. It is one of the first apps I open when I wake up in the morning. It really helps me stay informed and helps me keep up with the news for my videos. But don't just take my word for it. Even the Nobel Peace Center recognized Ground News as an excellent way to stay informed, avoid echo chambers, and expand your worldview.
Wow.
Best of all, I am currently offering 40% off their Vantage plan, which is the plan I use to access all their amazing features. This comes to only like $5 a month, which is like the price of a cup of coffee nowadays. To get the 40% discount, just go to ground.news/shoe or use the QR code on screen right here, or click the link in the video description down below to subscribe to their Vantage plan today. Big thanks to Ground News for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad as always.
You're welcome. Queen.
Right. And now let's get back to the video. In this video, we are going to talk about the drama surrounding Emiru, the people trying to cancel her, the mistake the left is making by embracing cancel culture again. We're gonna read some insane, hilarious tweets, of course, and then we will talk about my personal experience with these people. And what do I mean by these people? I mean the cult of the cry bullies.
Oh.
I'm sorry if I sound even more like a prepubescent boy in this video. I am a little bit sick, but I am here, slaving over a hot laptop for you. If you guys saw my last video, you know I am quite critical of ICE. I don't think we should abolish them, of course, but I think it is good and healthy to criticize your government. I am a political culture war commentator. I talk about political topics often. People come to me to hear my political opinions. But not everybody wants to be a political YouTuber or streamer. And not everybody wants to listen to a political YouTuber or streamer. Sometimes we just want to have fun and talk about other things. There are lots of other things to talk about. Sometimes we want to look at funny memes or watch funny videos without having politics shoved down our throat. So a lot of people thought it was really refreshing when a cosplay streamer was basically like, I don't want to talk about politics. Why are you coming to me for politics? It was a perfectly sane, rational opinion. So of course, like half the internet had a problem with it. It's just not that hard to say f ICE. It's really not that hard to say f ICE, to be honest. Is it so hard to just say f ICE? It's really not hard to say f ICE. Jesus Christ, how hard is it to just say f ICE? How hard is it to just say f ICE? How hard is it to just say f ICE and move on? Oh my god. Just say f ICE. It's not hard. Is it so hard to just say the line? Say the line! Say it! Jesus Christ, like at this point, even if Emiru did want to like abolish ICE, even if she really did think f ICE, she shouldn't say it. Like I wouldn't say it at this point because this is just like, this is creepy. This is like a horde of zombies chasing after you. Hey, it's actually super easy to—
I love that. She was very, she seems very candid about the fact that her behavior and her opinions are getting colored by the way people treat her on Twitter. It's quite funny.
Stream and have opinions. I'll show you. F ICE, f Donald Trump and everyone in his administration, f Elon Musk, free Palestine,
Wait, that's a lot
US
to
is
say,
on
though.
stolen land built by stolen people, Luigi
Okay.
did nothing wrong, abortion is healthcare, leave trans people the f alone. These
Luigi
people
did
literally
nothing
just
wrong.
speak in
Yes.
bumper stickers, dude. Just like copy pasting the internet leftist starter pack. What the hell am I looking at? I hate the Reddit ass. Hey, it's super easy. It's crazy, like 1,000 years ago, this dude's ancestors were hunting mammoths. And now he's on here like, men should not be speaking like this. I'm sorry. We need another war. The post that really seemed to kick this off—
Unbombed opinions. I've been thinking this more. I've been thinking this more. It's like good times, weak. That's kind of bullshit. That's a stupid way to put it. But there is such a thing as people who just haven't been in a war for a good while, and they just become really fucking annoying. Anyway.
Was made by Denims, the self-described largest female political streamer. Only because I don't stream Denims. Only because I don't stream. Anyway, I don't have any like personal beef with Denims. This isn't like an own Denims video. We used to be kind of cool years ago, but she apparently has some opinions on Emiru, so let's hear her out. Never thought I'd see the day we'd be fence-sitting the modern Gestapo. First of all, she's not fence-sitting. She's just choosing not—
You support war. I mean, the downside is loads of people die. Whole cities or countries get devastated. Lives ruined of the people who lose loved ones and survive. but also some opinions would just not be held anymore, and that's probably it's 50-50. Is that okay? Can I come on to talk about Iran? I'm sorry, man. My voice is fucking annihilated. I'm gonna take a rest. I'm just getting off now. End of the day, I'm gonna do my connections. I'm gonna fuck off. I'm gonna log out at this escort quest. I will finish my level tomorrow. Sorry, Shu. Not today. Okay. Right. Connections, please. Get here. You're vademing. It's just fucking throat pain, man. Come on. It's not even sore. It's just I'm losing my voice. Okay. He's not sorry, by the way. No, not really. Magic wand, tide, silver bullet, socket, eclipse, playing card, iron, I don't know what that word is. Top hat, werewolf, cheese, thimble, donkey, boot, green cheese. Easy answer. Okay, well, you have a silver bullet, a magic wand, an easy answer, and a playing card? Jesus. What's going on, man? Would it be a green cheese? Is that a thing as well, maybe? I don't know. I don't know what the other easy answer is there. I don't know. Is Tide like a fucking detergent? If there's a bunch of American detergent brands, that's gonna be cringe. Panace. I don't know what this word is. Iron. Iron out. Iron dome. Would it be green cheese? I feel like that might be a thing. Like a turn of phrase I haven't heard before. Donkey. I don't think playing card would be a thing. I don't think it would be playing card. Oh God. Boot. Socket. Plug. Cheese. Oh, wait. Some of these things have holes in them. Cheese. Socket. Maybe green cheese. What the fuck is green cheese, man? Oh, wait. Did I see? Easy answer was... No, wait. I did that. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Top hat. Thimble. Oh, wait. Monopoly. Top hat. Thimble. Iron. There's an iron. There's a boot as well. Good. All right. Werewolf. Oh, it's the moon. Werewolf eclipse. The moon affects the tide. Now, the moon must be to do with green cheese or this word. I think it's this word. This word sounds like some fucking tarot shit. Let's see. Fuck! What is it then? Oh, wait. Don't people say the moon's made of green cheese? Ah, okay. Okay. Oh, cheese. Wait, green cheese. What? Oh, fuck. Okay, I don't know. Right, so now we've got easy answer, silver bullet, magic wand, socket, playing card, pen. It's this or this. It's playing card or quick fix. Okay. What's this? What Jack might refer to. Oh, clever. 7. Good streak. Okay. That's a solid streak. Nice one. All week. Get me out of here. Holy fuck. I feel like shit. Ooh. Ow. I swear the Monopoly one has already been done. Oh yeah, some of them repeat because I see that when I play the archive. Whatever. I'm going to mold, okay, and drink honey. Bye-bye.